Well, hello everyone. How's it going? It is Monday, October 28th, and it's 11:40 a.m. Pacific time. So, as you can see, I did a lot of brewing off stream, a lot. So I just wanted to go over the decks that I made. We're not going to talk about any of the announcements again unless people actually want to discuss it, but you know, I'm more in favor of let's have fun and build some decks as opposed to getting lost in the sauce. So I made Ziatora the Incinerator. Nothing really much to describe here. It's just based on creature powers. So there's some big creatures in the deck: Daemogoth Titan, Lord of Extinction, Malignus. Phyto Titan keeps coming back after we sack it. Gargle Multani. Some creatures that can hypothetically get big, like Monogorger Hydra and Taurian Mauler. Crater Hoof is another way to win the game. We also have Goldspan Dragon here, so the treasures generate more mana. And Academy Manufacturer, so the treasures become other things. We also have Junji as a creature that's good to sacrifice and has a reasonable amount of power. Victimize, so that when we do play these big creatures and sack them, we can just turn like one of our small guys into two bigger things. And then a bunch of cards that care about the size of the creature, so we can draw cards off of them or make treasures. And then over here, some other things that fit nicely into the deck. Riveteer's Ascendancy. Whenever you sack a creature, you may return target creature card with lesser mana value from the grave to the battlefield. Do this only once each turn. Evolutionary Leap, another way to sack creatures of value. And we've got Sneak Attack. We also just sneak in these creatures as other things. The rest of the deck, pretty straightforward Jund. Like, you know, some protection so we can get out our commander. Some, you know, regular old good cards, ramp, removal. Not too much to see here. Considered Blood Wall, drains your life but can be pretty useful for easily getting stupid high power. So, yeah, Blood Wall. That's a thought. I just don't think you want to be paying that much mana for it. Also, another, or not mana, life for it. The other thing is, like, let's say you have Ziatora in play, right? And then you play a, I don't know, Malignus, right? And then you go end step, trigger, Ziatora. Opponents can go trigger on the stack, Swords to Plowshares your creature or whatever, right? Or I guess Swords to Plowshares would be the wrong example. Some other removal spell. And then, okay, so they kill your Lord of Extinction or whatever. Oh, that sucks. But if they kill Wall of Blood after you spent like 20 life dumping points into it, then that's going to feel really bad. But I do hear you. It's a good idea. I'll add it to the considerations. So let's, Wall of Blood. Now you can come down here and see the considerations. I thought of some other things. I ultimately wound up taking out Sylvan Library just because of we have all these other draw spells anyway. And then Scale Up was also something I didn't. I thought like I could scale up one of my Monodorks or something and sack that. Ravaz makes mana for dragons. So I needed space. Wound up taking these out. Shadowheart. Shadowheart's less mana, or is more mana intensive than Disciple of Bolas and these other cards. So like it's among the things that you could use for power matters, but I don't like the fact that it's basically, it's on par in terms of how much it costs with these other ones, like Rishkar's Expertise, Season Gathering, with like all the green stuff, but it also has Summoning Sickness. So I think it's the worst one of them. Now, if you completely maxed out on all the powers mattered cards and you wanted even more, then sure, Shadowheart would be fine. Okay, we can add her to the pile as well. I don't even think I have all the power matters things here, right? Like I don't have Rishkar, or not the Rishkar, Return of the Wild Speaker. I don't have that here either. Of the Wild. This untagged, this should be draw. So that's Ziatora. Then there's Purphoros Bronze Blooded. So I should say that the way I got to all of these was I just flipped on the randomizer and I started going through things. So Purphoros Bronze Blooded cheats in red or artifact creatures, and then they die. So it is very limited in what you can actually get in. So obviously I would love to have like a bunch of the huge Eldrazi creatures, but Bronze Blooded doesn't actually cheat them in. Kozilek is here just as a one of in case you're obviously going to be like binning a bunch of these creatures that you put into play because Purphoros sacks them. So I wanted one thing that could shuffle our graveyard back into our deck. But other than that, we've got Blightsteel, Drakaseth, Inferno Titan, Mirror Battlesphere. There's also potentially a combo that we can get into, Combat Celebrant plus Kiki Jiki. It doesn't specifically have to be Celebrant, I suppose. Like, it could be one of the other things that goes infinite with Kiki Jiki. And then Sundial of the Infinite is in here so that when we have the creatures, we can just end the turn so that the sack trigger doesn't go off and we get to retain the creature. Obviously, Sneak Attack basically does the same thing that Purphoros does. Some other ways of cheating stuff in, Quicksilver Amulet, Ilharg, and Ilharg itself can be cheated in. And then I also got some other things, Ancient Copper Dragon, Atali, Hellkite Tyrant. Belden can reanimate, in a sense, creatures out of the graveyard. Welder can also weld in the artifact creatures. There's some other ones here, Karlak and Morog for extra turns, for extra combat rather. Flame Shadow Conjuring to get additional tokens of the things we're putting in. Sandstone Oracle to draw cards. Erratic Portal is another way that we can like put the creature in, trigger on the stack, we can just bounce it back to our hand and then cheat it in again next turn. Conjurer's Closet does the same thing. We can blink the creature. Cauldron of Souls gives the creatures persist, so they come back. Obviously, all of these are very mana intensive, but hey, we got to do what we got to do. Meteor Golem is another ETB trigger. We also have Leveler, which although we won't get the trigger when it enters because we have to cast it, we will get the trigger when it attacks. So that's something. And then some fast mana as well, because it can really help to, like, we don't necessarily have to have 5 mana. We can just get Purphoros in as quick as possible, and then as long as we've got 3, it's fine. So that's all good. And then obviously a bunch of ramp. It's all pretty straightforward as normal. We're mono red, so I believe there's stacks. Yeah, Blood Moon and whatnot. So that's some stuff. We're obviously very limited in mono red to how we can protect Purphoros, so we don't have much. We've got, you know, Defense Grid and Ricochet Trap and Cavern to not get countered. And then Deflecting Swat Bolt Bend so it doesn't die. Although Purphoros is indestructible and not usually a creature, so it's not too bad once it's actually in play. That's Purphoros Bronze Blooded. Then I made Octavia the Living Thesis. So this is 10 mana, but not really, because we're going to reduce the cost. It costs 8 less if you have 8 or more instants and sorceries in your graveyard. It has Ward 8, which is basically hexproof. And then whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, target creature has base PT 8/8 until end of turn. So we're clearly playing a bajillion cantrips. So like a ton of these 1 mana spells that draw cards, especially ones that mill us, like Thought Scour, Mental Note. Ledger Shredder is good for turning through cards. Frantic Surge, Gix Probe is free. We've got all of that, and then obviously a bunch of other cheap, you know, counter spells. We have 1 Ulamog just because I want the, again, just like the Purphoros deck, I wanted the option to be able to shuffle our graveyard back into our deck since we're obviously churning through a bunch of stuff. Other win cons we have are just Talrand, Murmuring Mystic, and Poppet Stitcher, and Shark Typhoon as ways of triggering to get tokens as a result of all these spells that we're playing. But we can also just cast spells with Octavia to turn our small creatures into big creatures. So we've got other things like that. Emrakul's Messenger to put more stuff into play. Obviously, a bunch of our mana ramp, which is specifically skewed towards having more creatures than rocks, because we want to be able to turn those creatures into 8/8s. And as a result, we have a weird mix where we've got Archmage Emeritus because we've got a bunch of cheap spells, but then we also have Enduring Curiosity, you know, to draw cards off of all of our guys. And we're in mono blue, so we can afford to play some stacks like Back to Basics, Harbinger of the Seas. Strangely enough, Torpor Orb, I don't think a single card in this deck actually has an ETB trigger, so that is good there. And then obviously our counterspells count towards the ability to protect Octavia, but we don't actually need specifically Octavia because we can win with these other cards that also care about all these spells. And we've got Spellskite and Hydroelectric Specimen once Octavia is in play, although, again, we don't need that too much because Octavia basically has hexproof. On reflection, Octavia is really cool. I might consider swapping my Talrand Commander for Octavia. I only ever played mono blue combo decks. Winning with combat damage in blue feels nifty. Indeed it does. So a lot of the, you know, the commander randomizer I figured would be more fun than just going through one commander at a time in release order. But you do get a lot of things that you gotta veto. Like commanders that are just not good at all or not interesting. I will usually veto any commander that has like the partner shenanigans, partners, backgrounds, partner with, doctor, companion, like all that stuff. But this does wind up finding a lot of good stuff, and we got obviously a lot to go through. I built a lot of them. Octavia was one of the more fun ones. I really like two things. Commanders that are really unique, that make you play in a way that you normally wouldn't. So like mono blue, you're usually just doing some Thassa's Oracle bullshit, right? Here, we could avoid doing that and do something more interesting. And yeah, beatdown in mono blue is more novel. And the other one is I like deck building challenges. I'm not just gonna jam every single stock card into the deck. Like obviously there's gonna be staples like Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study and the One Ring, but I'm also playing, you know, a million cantrips that I wouldn't just go into every single blue deck. They wind up being more interesting to build. You know, how many decks are going to play, say, you know, Mental Note in their deck? Whereas in this deck, it actually works out pretty well. The Ulamog does have one downside, which is that you might accidentally mill it over and then undo all of your work. But I do feel like the deck probably needs a way to shuffle its graveyard back. You could do that with a spell and not necessarily Ulamog, but most of the cards that are like shuffle your graveyard back into your deck mostly suck. And I didn't really want to bother with them. So Ulamog, I might take that out. I'm not sure. There are blue spells that say like, you know, shuffle your whole graveyard back, draw a card. But one of the problems is if they're already in our graveyard, then like if we milled that card over, then we couldn't keep going. If you like deck building challenges, have you tried brewing Salubrious Snails Challenge? Deadline's tomorrow, but has a funky set of commanders to build off of. I was not aware this was a thing. Is that on YouTube? Salubrious Snail. It's on his community tab. Hey folks, in case you didn't want to the end of my most recent video, celebrate 50K, I'm hosting a week-long deck building challenge to my Discord server with a focus on a handful of specific underplayed commanders. Full details will be there, but here's a brief rundown of the challenge. Here's a commander from Eomer, Yomiji, Egon, Shizuko, Senator Peacock. I'll be highlighting one deck for each of those in my next video. Decks will be selected for that based on creativity, cohesiveness, and likelihood to create dynamic gameplay. Deck should be submitted to a thread in my Discord server, and the deadline to submit will be Tuesday the 29th. I feel like the way I build decks probably wouldn't match what it sounds like he's going for here. He talks about creativity, cohesiveness, and likelihood to create dynamic gameplay. I have a lot of the same scaffolding, which I'll call it, which is like lands, mono ramp, etc. in a lot of my decks. So I don't know if I would win this or not. Regardless, this sounds like something fun for his community. I'm not really trying to jump in on this, but thank you for at least letting me know about it. I got into his videos around the time I got into yours. You both have had very enlightening views on the game. I've seen him pop up before. I think I've watched maybe one of his videos, but I don't remember. All right. So moving on from Octavia, I guess there's some other things to highlight, which is like Cerulean Wisps is one of the better cantrips because it can sort of be free if you target one of your mana dorks. You can float mana, or if it makes blue, you can use the blue Cerulean Wisps, untap your guy, draw a card. There's things like that. Anyway. Queen Kayla Ben Krug was another one that came up. So this is 3 mana, 2/3, and it's got 4 tap. Discard all the cards in your hand. then draw that many cards. You may choose an artifact or creature with mana value 1 you discarded this way, then do the same for artifact or creature with mana value 2 and 3. Return those cards to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. So this one obviously had a bunch of hoops to jump through. One is that you're spending 7 mana before you even get anything off of it. Second is the activated ability costs 4, so it basically takes up your whole turn to do this, which means you really got to build your deck to where you are going to be hitting maximum value off of this every time. The third is it's sorcery speed only, so you can't use like every turn untapping shenanigans. I understand Seedborn Muse isn't legal in this deck, obviously, but you can't do even things that would be equivalent to that in here. Like you couldn't do, I'm sure there's a bunch of white spells that like untap all your creatures. You couldn't go like Isochron Scepter plus that to keep doing it every turn because it's obviously locked to sorcery speed. But what we can do is copy the ability, so Battle Mage's Bracers, Illusionist Bracers, and Rings of Bright Hearth can all do that. We also have Zerda here as a way to reduce the cost. And then I decided that the main way, since obviously this whole deck is going to be built around mana value 3 and less stuff, that we should probably be trying to do this until we hit a combo. So one of those is like Jolly Balloon Man plus Village Bellringer plus enough mana to where we can keep doing it. There was also a combo in here involving Divining Top. I forget exactly what that was. I think there's like a cost reducer somewhere. But this leads to a lot of things like Scroll Rack, so we can fix stuff. We obviously might bin stuff that we don't want to bin. We can only get back one of each of the mana values and not multiple of them. So we're going to wind up having just dead cards in our graveyard. So Welders to get through that. Obviously, we need Queen Kayla to survive, so a bunch of protection spells. Library of Laying is another one that lets us, instead of discarding, put the cards back on top of our deck. We want to do that. Also, since some of our combos involve artifacts, I've got Oswald Fiddlebender over here as a way to just tutor stuff. And then we're playing a bunch of cheapo creatures anyway, so we've got like, you know, the Enduring Innocence type cards. Again, mana skewed towards creatures because we need Village Bellringer type stuff to go on here. Also, Grim and Mana Vault are in here as well. I believe I've got ways of untapping these. I don't remember, though. Not the keys, but there's other ways. And then we got a bunch of stacks, as we're in red and white. Strangely enough, Blood Moon as well. So all we need is 2 planes and just ways of fetching them, as long as we can make sure we've got at least 1 white source, or we can get around Blood Moon using our ramp here as well. The main thing that I wanted was I wanted to build the deck in such a way that everything was going to be a hit. So obviously, lands are misses, and anything that's 0 is a miss. So like, you know, Chrome Mox, it's not going to hit. But I didn't want to have essentially almost any cards where if I discarded them off Queen Kayla that I couldn't choose to put them into play. So there's only a handful that don't meet that criteria. So obviously anything that's off type, so lands, instants, and sorceries. And then there's like, you know, the One Ring is in here. But I believe pretty much everything else is a hit. Be right back, finishing a shift and about to drive home. Stay awesome if I don't make it back to the stream. No problem, David K. Thumbnail today is looking snazzy. Again, yeah, that is going to be the EDH randomizer thumbnail. So that's Queen Kayla bin Krug. So I'm not against, but obviously, like, this commander's not good, right? It's a ton of mana to invest. You're paying 7 before you even get anything out of it. It doesn't inherently protect itself. You can't activate it at instant speed. It's very restrictive in what it is that you can actually do with it. You've got to make sure that it's protected, because if you invest all of this effort into getting it into play and then someone just kills it, paying 5 to get Queen Kayla back out is going to be a problem. So you got to put all this protection into the deck. So, like, in terms of power level, it's not good, but it's good enough to be interesting, is my take on it. That's Queen Kayla. And if you're curious, guys, you can see all of these on my Mox field. I don't know how Mox field's search function works. At least you can always go to you can always search up my username on Mox field, but I believe it will only show you like certain decks, or you have to like search them out or whatever. So I also have this bookmarks tag over here where I just put all my EDH decks so that people have access. Now here you do have to scroll down and load in. You'll get to the bottom of the page and you'll have to load in more. But this is also a way to see it as well if you're interested in that. So then next up, I moved over to Ezio Auditore de Firenze. So this is from the Assassin's Creed set. It's 2 mana, 3/2 menace, and it says assassin spells you cast have free running black. You may cast a spell for its free running cost if you dealt combat damage to a player this turn with an assassin or commander. Whenever Ezio deals combat damage to a player, you may pay Wooburg if that player has 10 or less life. When you do, that player loses the game. So I wasn't so much interested in this bottom ability. I was interested in this free running, because obviously we can cheat on the costs of creatures with it. So at first, I was trying to build this as basically Assassin's Tribal. But then I realized as I was building it, first of all, there's just not that many good assassins. Secondly, I started thinking like, why am I doing that when I could just play cards like Arcane Adaptation, Leyline of Transformation, and Maskwood Nexus, and just turn all of the biggest Eldrazi bombs into assassins and then cheat those out with the ability. Because all we got to do is get Ezio into play. He already has Menace. We just have to attack somebody with Ezio, trigger the free running, and then boom, we're good, right? Obviously, it's more setup if we do the Arcane Adaptation, Leyline, and or Maskwood Nexus in order to enable all of that. But I just found that like most of the assassins weren't good. There were maybe like 3 or 4 of them that were worth cheating out, but most of them weren't. So I figured it was worth jumping through hoops. Now, with that said, there are still some that are worth cheating out. So Roshan Hidden Magister was one of them, and Vein Ripper happens to be an assassin. So there was those. But then all the rest of the big bombs are just like all the huge Eldrazi creatures. We also needed other ways of cheating our guys out that wasn't just Ezio in case that plan failed. So I've got Hunting Grounds over here as well as another way to cheat things in. Also, I would rather not play a bunch of uncastable creatures and be like, you know, not have to fill up my deck with all of those. So we've got Survival of the Fittest over here as a way to just tutor them up. And there's also like Void Winnower. And then the rest of the deck's pretty straightforward. It's mostly just, you know, your typical ramp, card draw spells, etc. I could have, another card I could have run in here was Changeling Outcast, since it would have counted as an assassin that was also unblockable. Ultimately opted not to run it, but that's definitely an option that you could do. There's a bunch of stuff in considering, so like a bunch of the assassins that I had pulled up initially, I wound up ultimately not going with, so you can see them here. These were the ones that I figured were like the best assassins to cheat in out of all of them. So here you can at least see it. And I also ultimately wound up cutting the plateau from the land base. I just needed to cut a land, and it was the land that I needed the least out of any of the lands that I had. I wanted to skew the mana base mostly towards black and green. Green, obviously, for all the mana dorks, and then black because we need, like, Ezio, and we need double black for the free running cost. I think the advanced search, you can search for creators and for specific cards, so I think that should make it easier than manually scrolling and Control F. Yeah, so I think that's true as well. So just, you know, I'm Amio on Moxfield, if you want to search that up. I have such a love-hate relationship with tribal stuff like this. Dropping Eldrazi for VB is so clever, yet so stupid at the same time. Yeah, like, originally I wanted to make it a Assassin's deck, but if you look down here, like, this was all the Assassins that I pulled up as being worthwhile, and even a lot of these were not very good. The best ones were, like, Ezio Blade of Vengeance, because you drew cards off of it. But after that, it got pretty dicey on how good they actually were. And also, for like the cheaper assassins, so like let's say you got Ezio in play and then you have like other cheap assassins to attack people, most of those weren't good either. The only ones that I thought were actually worth having cheating in were Roshan, Hidden Magister, and Vein Ripper, were basically the only two. So I'd rather just have Ezio plus these type changing cards, and then we can play all of this stuff. Huge respect for doing it here, though. Haven't seen it done with Ezio before. Thank you. So then, moving on from Ezio. General Tazri. This was obviously going to be ally tribal, so it's 5 mana 3/4 ETB. You may search your library for an ally creature card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. And it's got Wooburg. Ally creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of colors among those creatures. So kind of like Ezio, I initially started off trying to build, like, trying to have all the good allies in the deck, and then I very quickly realized how most allies aren't good, and the allies that are good are mostly just combo pieces, and so we kind of went in that direction instead. So ultimately, this is a very combo-centric commander. It's got a tutor on it that immediately just goes and grabs whatever ally combo piece you need. And it's also an infinite mana outlet because it just gives all your allies plus infinite if you can make infinite mana. So most of the deck is, again, most of the stock cards that you would expect from, you know, some Wooburg good stuff deck in order to enable it, especially protection, so we can make sure that this isn't countered. The main combos are, there's Freed from the Real and Intruder Alarm loops that go with our mana creatures, so it doesn't specifically have to be allies. We can potentially go infinite with like Bloom Tender or Sanctum Weaver, but the main one is Harabaz Druid as our ally creature. And if you look down here in the combos, we've got, so there's Arcane Adaptation and Leyline Transformation just to turn everything into allies. Then there's Drana's Chosen, which is tap an untapped ally, make a 2/2 zombie that's tapped. This goes infinite with Intruder Alarm, obviously. And then there's Freed from the Real to untap stuff. Halimar Excavator mills when allies enter, and Colostra Healer drains when allies enter, and Turntimber Ranger makes a 2/2 wolf when allies enter. So mostly it's about generating infinite mana and then either looping allies into play over and over and over, which we can do with Turntimber Ranger or Drana's Chosen, or it's by doing Intruder Alarm loops. And then the rest of the deck is basically just all good stuff cards in order to support that happening. We also have Seagate Lore Master over here as a way to draw cards per allies, although it's pretty inefficient at 5 mana, but that's fine. But otherwise, this is basically straightforward. I wonder if I should have Steely Resolve in here, actually, instead of Sylvan Safekeeper. You know what? I'm going to do that. Move this out of the deck, and let's add Steely Resolve. Steely Resolve is all creatures of the chosen type get Shroud, so that's probably fine. Considering my own deck, is there a reason you don't include Elvish Spirit Guide as a ramp piece? I was considering it over a 2-mana dork like Priest Fanatic or Devoted Druid. It's because my task is not done once I've gotten General Tazri into play, right? So it's not like the Elvish Spirit Guide, the Spirit Guide type stuff, that kind of fast mana. I want it in a deck where I can go boom, 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 a bunch of fast mana commander, and then that commander mitigates the cost of expending a card to generate 1 mana, right? So commanders that will do that will be commanders that are like combo pieces where you're just going to immediately win the game, or commanders where I'm going to draw a bunch of cards, so it doesn't matter that I had to burn one or multiple to play all these rituals, because I'm just going to like immediately recoup the cards anyway. Or it's a commander that's going to like generate a ton of mana, right? So it's going to give me something. General Tazri, all General Tazri does is it goes and fetches a ally, and then I still probably need a bunch of mana. I obviously need an infinite mana combo in order to activate Tazri infinitely. And in order to get a lot of these combos off, like a lot of them are kind of expensive, like Turntimber Ranger's 5 mana, Drana's is 4, Intruder Alarm's 3, Freed from the Real's free. So it's not like my job is just done the moment I get General Tazri out. The exceptions are Mana Vault and Grim Monolith, because I can spend a bunch of colorless in order to get Tazri out. But I don't want to expend Elvish Spirit Guide just to make 1 mana. You like Court of Calling as well if you're running 30 plus creatures? No, and that's because a lot of the creatures you play are going to have mana abilities anyway. I will sometimes run that. Again, the pieces that we're tutoring for, there obviously are some 2 mana ones, but there's also 4 and 5 mana ones. And Court of Calling, like, it's definitely an option. I would rather play, as you can see, Eldritch Evolution here. It's more able to, for a cheaper rate than Chord, I can go grab basically any of my combo pieces out of my deck. Although it might be a little hard to go from 3 to 5 for Turntimber Ranger if that's the specific one that I'm trying to grab. But other than that, it's the same mana or less, depending on how many creatures you have, in order to just grab whatever you need. That was General Tazri. And there was Zeriam Golden Wind. This one was real tough. So it's a 4 mana 3/4 flyer, and it says whenever a griffin you control deals combat damage to a player, create a 2/2 white griffin token with flying. So clearly here, it's exponential increase because the griffin tokens that you make, it's obviously a griffin and can trigger just off of itself. And then the griffins that you make can attack and make more griffins. So the main deal here was going to be, obviously, we're in mono white. We got to stacks our opponents. We're obviously susceptible to sweepers. So I wanted to get maximum stacks. For example, I don't care if I Armageddon the field because I can win with my infinite griffins. Even if I'm behind on the board when I Armageddon, I can still just start attacking with my griffins and making more griffins and having more creatures than everybody else. So wanted absolute maximum amount of stacks. So we've got Armageddon, Ravages, Winter Orb, Winter Moon. We've got the taxing effects for Wingmare, Thalia, etc. Like all this kind of stuff, right? All the rule of laws. And then we've got like Grim, Lotus Petal, Monovolt just to get Zeriam out faster. So one direction that you could obviously go in is Roaming Throne, Mondrak, you know, make the tokens generate faster. Another thing was, how many Griffins can we play? And it turns out plenty, although they basically all suck. Like, they're all bad. Because presumably the best thing I want to do is I want to be able to go Griffins in play already, then play Zeriam, immediately attack with my Griffins and make more Griffins, right? I don't want to have to play Zeriam and wait a whole turn. Thing is, the Griffins suck. So there's Mirror Entity, which is technically a Griffin. Roaming Throne, I guess also technically you can choose a type and it becomes a Griffin. And then when it comes to the actual Griffins, we've got Avian Changeling, which is a 3-mana 2/2. And Wild Griffin, which is a 3-mana 2/2. And Sunspire Griffin, which is a 3-mana 2/3. Basically, they're mostly 3-mana things that don't even do anything. Although there were a few. Transcendent Envoy. Aura spells you cast cost 1 less. Spoiler alert, there are no auras in this deck. Silverbreak Griffin, 2/2 flyer for 2. And Fearless Fledgling is a 2-mana 1/1 that has landfall, gets a +1 counter, and flying. Those are all the 2-mana Griffins, and then I just, like, I had some room after I finished building the deck, so I just jammed all the 3-mana Griffins in here as well. And then I was like, whatever, we'll put Maskwood Nexus in the deck too, so that every single creature in my deck can become a Griffin. And then, obviously, skewing the mana base more towards creatures rather than regular mana rocks, so that we can play Vampire, Mentor of the Meek, and Enduring Innocence. And I intentionally omitted most of the expensive spells, so like I would normally play One Ring and Trouble in pairs in a white deck, but I'm playing Taxing Effects, and so I'm not running those here. So yeah, that's what wound up happening here. I believe I have over here... No, I didn't keep any of the considerations around. Yeah, the Griffins suck. Like, Griffin creatures are bad. But I think I got this to a point that it could reasonably work. Now, if you wanted to build Zeriam, but you didn't want to play, like, Armageddon and Taxes and whatnot because you think that's not fun in casual play groups, I cannot imagine how this deck could be good without them. Because I think you're just going to get absolutely run over by your opponents. Unless you just are like in a much more casual power level group where nobody is infinite comboing, then I guess I would just strip all the stacks out and I would focus on, I'd play more ramp to get Zeriam online, and I guess like more effects that protect Zeriam and protect your board from sweepers, like Flawless Maneuver. Anyway, that's Zeriam. So I just have Exponential Griffins. I try to include a description for all the decks, even if it's very short like this, just so that if you're just casually browsing and you come across the deck, you can kind of understand what's going on with the deck. I don't always get a description, though. Sometimes there's not a good description that's going to encapsulate it. And a lot of times just coming down and reading what the commander does will basically tell you what the deck does anyway, without having to view every single card. So next up, I hit Bruvac. This was obviously pretty straightforward. It's just mono blue mill. So we just play mill cards. Again, when you run mill, you want to run some cards that can eat graveyards, because someone might have some reanimation shenanigans or whatever. Also, when you're running mill, you're usually not that good about having any sort of a board presence, so I wound up putting Propaganda in the deck, and Undead Alchemist and Zelix, so we could have some sort of board so we don't just get run over by players attacking us. There's also Nanogene Conversion, because we can pick Bruvac and then all of our creatures can become copies of Bruvac that are not legendary, and then any mill spell that we cast after this will have a huge mill effect. Obviously, Nanogene Conversion's already 4 mana, so we have to have more on top of that in order to actually go off. And then even though I've got this in the deck, I still didn't I still skewed the ramp towards non-creatures. I don't think we have a single creature in here anyway. Because it mostly doesn't matter, and as long as we have like a handful of other creatures on the battlefield, which we can get off of like Alchemist, Zealot, Spellskite, we have some other creatures in our deck anyway. So it didn't matter too much to make the Nanogene conversion. That might be wrong, and I might want to like swap out some of the worse Mana Rocks with Mana Creatures. Like I could easily see cutting the ones that enter tapped, like Planar Atlas, and cutting those for Silver Myrrh, Ornithopter of Paradise. I think this is relatively fine. Here's the mill cards. I don't think there's any actual combo in this deck. I think it's just, well, okay, there's, well, these I just classify in combos because they usually wind up being combos, but in this deck, I don't think they are combos. They're just, it's just all the mill cards. The worst of them is Dreamborn Muse, so if you were looking to cut one of these for whatever reason, Dreamborn Muse would be the cut. The rest of them are fairly decent, though. And then one other thing was, I had Torpor Orb in here before as a stacks piece, and I cut it because of, I believe, where is the card? Imperious Mindbreaker has Soul Bond, which if you were running Torpor Orb, it wouldn't work. But I think that's the only card in the deck that has an ETB trigger. So you could easily, oh, it was that, and it was Gilded Drake and Volatile Storm Drake. That's why I wound up cutting Torpor Orb. But you could easily still play Torpor Orb anyway, and just accept that sometimes it's going to be a non-bow with some of the cards in your deck. Or you could just cut Drake, and Mindbreaker and put Torpor Orb in the deck. Those are this guy. Whenever you commit a crime, each opponent mills 3 cards. This ability triggers only once each turn. There's not a ton of cards in the deck that target our opponent's stuff. Although it does include anything they control, so like all counter spells will trigger this. There's also like Spellskite can trigger spells on the stack, so there's some cards. It's possible I could have swapped some things around. Like maybe I could have played like Scrabbling Claws instead of one of these cards or something, but I think that's fine. That was also one of the worst mill cards over here. Court of Cunning was another one. Like that was another reason I wanted protective effects like Propaganda, Undead Alchemist, and Zealot, so we didn't just get attacked the moment we become the Monarch. So there's little interactions like that to consider. Another one was like Narset. I think that's maybe the one. No, I didn't even bother to put Gaia Reach Sanitarium in here. So yeah, I had Narset, but you could have Gaia Reach Sanitarium in the lands if you wanted to. I didn't. But there's always like a lot of cards like that where you got to consider all the little synergies, even if you've got a main overall plan that you're going for. Anyway, that's Bruvac. Then I landed on Tesak, Judith's Hellhound. So this is a 4 mana red creature. It has Unleash, which means it enters either with a counter or haste. Other dogs you control have Unleash. Creatures you control with counters on them have haste. And whenever Tesak attacks, add red for each attacking creature. Now, I looked at a bunch of the EDH recommendations for this, and people were just making it dog tribal. I see absolutely no reason why this deck has to be dog tribal, especially when like basically every single one of them sucks. So instead, what I wanted to do with this is I wanted to maximize the amount of red mana that I could get. So the obvious deck building restriction here was I need to have go wide, so I need to put tons of tokens into play so that I can generate the huge amount of red mana off of Tesak. But I also have to be able to spend that mana at instant speed because I generate the mana in combat. So it doesn't have a clause of, you know, the mana doesn't fizzle. The mana will fizzle, which meant that either I would have had to play cards like Leyline Tyrant or, you know, the other, or Horizon of Progress, whatever the heck that card's called. I would have had to play the, you know, handful of expensive 4+ mana cards that make your pool not empty, or just figure out a way to spend it at instant speed. And I opted for, let's just spend it at instant speed, which means we either want an activated ability that we can use it on, or we want instants that actually just go all out. And because we have to go wide and spam a bunch of tokens into play anyway, we can include a ton of beatdown stuff. So Purphoros, Attack, Mercadia's Downfall, Martin Stromgald, like, you know, Eldrazi Monument. Hey, we're making a bunch of tokens anyway. We probably are going to have extra fodder that the Monument can sack. This is fine. Berserker's Onslaught. And then there's like the flash stuff. So Ancient Stone Idol is a card with flash that costs less for each attacker. It's just a big creature, but that's fine. Like if we've got 5 attackers, we can already cast this. We attack with 5 creatures, it costs 5 less, Tesak makes 5 mana, boom, we've got Ancient Stone Idol at 12/12. There's Goro Goro, was a card where we can spend 5 to make a 5/5. And then there's a whole bunch of other ones in here. So obviously we got some stacks. You can spend Decree of Annihilation, cycle at an instant speed, and blow up all the lands. So presumably if we have a board that's good enough that we're attacking with like multiple creatures, presumably we're attacking into our opponent in a way that we're not just going to get everything blocked. So this is a way that can do that. I also wanted to make it so that our opponent couldn't just block us, because obviously we've got like a bunch of crappy 1/1 creatures that aren't going to do anything. So we played Bedlam as a way to make it so that our opponents can't block us. Hellkite Charger was another one where we can just take infinite combats. If we have 7 attackers, we can generate 7 mana and take infinite combats. Same thing with Aggravated Assault. If we have 5 attackers, we can take infinite combats here, as long as we can attack in such a way that our creatures aren't dying. I obviously skewed the mana ramp towards having creatures so that those can be counted in the attackers if we need them to. And then there's just like a bunch of random token generators. Most of them are 2 mana for 2 creatures and don't really do much else. There's like Hordling is 3 for 3. There's also a bunch of our creatures like Hanwar Garrison and Kranko make creatures when they attack. There's also a bunch of ones up here that do similar things. And then I've also got Great Train Heist and Savage Beating as additional instant speed spells that we can cast. There's also Dolmen Gate, which is it prevents all the damage that would be dealt to our attackers. So that's another way that we can just attack in without a problem. Ultimately, there weren't too many actual like instants that are good that we can that are like really expensive. I think I found a reasonable amount. I think also the main thing you're going to want to try to get towards is like just Aggravated Assault or Hellkite Charger combos. Commune with Lava was another one where potentially we could just dump a bunch of mana into that as well. So that wound up being a pretty interesting deck building challenge. I recently saw this commander for the first time. I feel the same about Teysak. Extra combats, non-legendary copies. This card looks insane. I want to build them too. Yeah, I think the whole dog thing is not relevant to what he's trying to do. That just feels like flavor text for the most part. Anyway, moving on. I also built General Ferrous Rokiric. So 3 mana, hexproof and monocolor. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, create a 4/4 red and white golem artifact creature token. So for the longest time, I misread this, and I thought that the 4/4 was colorless, because why wouldn't it be? But it is they are actually red and white, which means that anthem effects and other things that apply to colored creatures also apply to the golem tokens. Obviously here, you're going to want to be jamming in as many multicolor spells as possible, and you will have to make deck building concessions for that to be the case. You will have to play cards that you wouldn't otherwise play, because they're kind of subpar, because you just need to hit a certain multicolor count. Also, the hexproof of monocolor is basically hexproof. Now, there's some cards that will still get around it, so there are cards like Abrupt Decay or Assassin's Trophy that will be able to target General Ferrous Rokiric, but the amount of actual multicolor removal that people are playing is not that much. So I did include some other ways, like the moms I included as ways of protecting Ferrous, but mostly not. Also, there are stacks in here, clearly. And we don't need to, like Rule of Law in particular, we don't need to cast that many spells. We just need to cast a spell and make a 4/4, which a lot of the time that's going to be good enough. And then in our combos, we don't really have combos. We have make extra token stuff, so Anointed Mondrak. But mainly, so if we want to take a look at the multicolor cards, if I want to flip over to colors. So it cares about specifically the colors of the card, not the color identity. So we've got Alabu. Other artifact creatures you control have haste, and whenever one or more artifact creatures you control attack, Alabu deals X damage to any target, and you scry X, where X is the number of tapped artifacts you control. There's Anim Pakal, which just puts stuff into play on attacks, and specifically when you attack, period, it itself doesn't have to attack. Abra's Mirror is basically Impact Tremors. Aurelia, the Law Above, draws cards and Lightning Helixes stuff sometimes. Aurelia the War Leader for extra combats, Blade Historian for double strike. Commander Liara Portier exiles cards and then we can cast them for X less, where X is our attackers. Dwarger Hedge Mage is Shatter and destroy an enchantment, but it only does those if you control either 2+ mountains and or 2+ plains, so you do need those in play. Duke Older to give stuff Myriad. Justice Strike and Lightning Helix were some of the only, and Rip Apart were some of the only actually removal spells that cost, Boros that were that cheap. Legion's Initiative to give everything pump, especially our golems. Nahiri's Resolve is another way to blink a bunch of stuff out. We've got Nayali, Sun's Vanguard. Attacking tokens have double strike and another impulse draw thing. Olarin's Searing Light is basically Edict, the strongest card on each side of the board. Lage. Response Resurgence is basically extra combat for specifically multicolor. Showdown of the Scalds is another decent multicolor card. Same thing with Thrilling Discovery and Jolly Balloon Man. War Leader's Call. 3 mana Impact Tremors, that's also an anthem. Waves of Aggression, so we can get our multicolor extra combat. And then Wear Terror as a multicolor removal spell. So jamming as much of this stuff as possible so we can have the maximum number of cards for Ferrous Rokiric to trigger. And hypothetically, there's a bunch of others that I could have played. I felt 24 was probably good enough, and I felt that every other Boros card that I looked at was a card I didn't really want. And then aside from all that, it's pretty straightforward. 29 lands, bunch of ramp. Nothing really much else to see here. I wound up taking out Bayak of Siwa. As long as it's your turn, other creatures you control have double strike. I took this out basically just because I had other multicolor cards that also do this. There's Blade Historian is double strike, but for 4 instead of 5. So I had to cut something, and I figured this was less efficient than a bunch of the other cards I had, so I just wound up cutting it. But this is obviously another card that could have been included. You're still taking critique requests? Yeah, sure. I will do so, but I do want to get through all of this first. So moving on from Ferrous Rokiric, I then landed on Shadowfax. So Shadowfax is 5 mana, horses have haste, it's a horse. It's a 4/4, and it says, when it attacks, you may put a creature card with lesser power from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. So obviously the first thing I did was I went and I looked up all the creatures that had 3 or less power and cost 6 or more, right? And I found that out of all of those, there were basically only 2 good ones. And I concluded that Shadowfax was unbuildable and cut it. And I just deleted the deck. And then I came back and I thought, wait, what if we just make an Anthem effect? And I just say, okay, there's just one extra hoop we have to jump through, right? We have to have an Anthem in play before Shadowfax hits the board so that we can cheat in 4 power creatures, right? Even that was still a struggle, but I did manage to get there. So the idea being that, yeah, at some point before we cast Shadowfax, we're going to play an Anthem. We're going to play something that's going to make Shadowfax at least 1 power higher. And then we're going to have a bunch of bomb creatures in the deck that have 4 power and cost a whole bunch so we can cheat them in off Shadowfax, right? Especially if those creatures have ETB triggers or deals combat damage triggers. Not attack triggers, because they will come in already attacking. And unlike a bunch of other cards that cheat things in, Shadowfax, you don't have to sack the creature at end of turn. It doesn't bounce back to your hand. It is just straight up cheated in. So obviously the scaffolding of the deck, we do want actual fast mana, but I did not opt for something like Simian Spirit Guide. I opted for more of the things that can just one shot get to Shadowfax really fast. So I wanted cards that were 2 for 2 or more. And a bunch of ramp, especially things that could go from 3 to 5. So Palladium Myrrh and Worn Power Stone. I also have some stacks that's not going to interfere with what we're doing. And again, mostly that's Rule of Laws. So then we needed pump spells. We needed anthems that could just be in play already when we got to Shadowfax. So those are Flowering of White Tree, Glass of the Guild Pact, Goblin Oriflamme, Honor the Pure, Legion's Initiative, Rally the Ranks, and Shared Triumph. Now, obviously, some of those, I think actually like, Flowering of White Tree makes Shadowfax 6 power instead of 5, but I can't count on that. So I have to operate under the assumption that I'm only going to have a card that is going to give me +1, and all the creatures therefore have to have 4 power or less. So the creatures that I ultimately opted for, if we sort by mana values, so some of our creatures just happen to nicely be cards we would already want to play anyway, like Linvala, but in terms of getting to like 5+, which is where we're really going to hit stuff. So one of the first cards I found was Port Razor as a way to get additional combats, and then Port Razor also happens to be a combo with Kiki Jiki, so I figured those would be easy enough, and I can cheat both of those creatures into play with Shadowfax. There's also Elishnorn, Mother of Machines, which is also another card that is like reasonable to have played anyway. And then Pinnacle Monk just happened to be in the deck, because we can just make it a land. Then on mana value 7, so there was nothing on 6 that I found that I actually wanted to use, but for mana value 7, Boonweaver Giant, I only needed one good aura to go grab off of this, and the aura that I found was Eldrazi Conscription, so that's fine. Like, it would be fine to feed in a, like, Boonweaver is going to immediately go tutor Eldrazi Conscription onto itself. So, although you won't get the Annihilator trigger at first, you will have a 14/14 Trampler. Seems pretty decent to cheat in. Then there's Original Elishnorn. There's Emiria Shepherd. Havoc Eater, which was one of the only good 3 power and under creatures I could find for when I didn't have the anthems going on originally. Luminate Primordial, Myr Battlesphere, Sandstone Oracle, and Threefold Thunder Hulk. Then at 8, we've got Zetalpa. And then at 9, Nullstone Gargoyle, which auto-negates every first non-creature spell for the turn. Now, that's not a lot, and one of the things you'll also notice is that a bunch of these they're just big creatures and they don't do anything else. Our options were pretty limited when it came to what we could actually cheat in with Shadowfax. So aside from that, the rest of the deck is pretty straightforward. It's like interaction, ramp, some protection so Shadowfax doesn't get killed. And the only other thing I have really of consideration is like Faithless Looting, because you're going to have a bunch of cards that are dead cards. So for example, like once you play your first Anthem, essentially every other Anthem is a dead card after that because you don't need any more. So we do want to get rid of those, or maybe we've got, you know, big creatures in our hand, but maybe it's like multiple of them and we don't need all of them. Like early in the game, we just need to Faithless Looting into something that's actually going to enable Shadowfax. I wanted some way to churn through cards, so we've got that. Because there's not a ton of way to draw cards. It's basically just One Ring, Trouble in Pairs, Sandstone, Jessica's Will, Esper Sentinel, which is not a ton. We can't play any of those like Enduring Innocence cards because we are not going to have all the creatures that go with them. The Talpa is so satisfying to cheat in. I do so in my Nethroid deck. It's so Timmy, but still stupid fun. It's like, that was one of the ones that I actually thought of cutting, because it doesn't do anything other than be a big creature. And it's actually worse at being a big creature than some of our other big creatures. However, again, our options were very limited, so I wound up keeping it. It's also a lot better than a lot of our other creatures the turn after we attack with it, because then it just gives us this huge body with vigilance that can block anything. So yeah, this is another one of those decks where like it's not going to be that great of a deck, but I like it. I like it that it's unique. I like that you play cards in here. Like, you know, what other deck are we going to play Havoc Eater in, for example? I thought that was pretty nice to build. Then next after that, Raff, Weatherlight, Stalwart. So this is whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control. If you do, draw a card. And 3 white creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance. So obviously, we're going to want a bunch of instants and sorcery so we can trigger this. We also want a bunch of go wide, like put tokens into play, because we want a bunch of extra creatures that we can tap to draw the cards. And also, Raff is an infinite mana outlet. Our creatures become infinitely huge. So the best overlap were instants and sorceries that make tokens so that they can both provide the tokens that we can use to tap to draw cards, and that are also spells that can trigger Raff. So first off, we've got some combos. So we've got Dramatic Scepter, which can make infinite mana, and then we can activate Raff Weatherlight infinitely. There's also Village Bell Ringer plus Eldrazi Displacer if we have at least 4 mana worth of if our creatures tap for 4 mana in total, including colorless, we can make infinite mana. And then as long as one of those produces white, that's also infinite for Raff Weatherlight to go off. And then as far as the token generating goes, we've got Monastery Mentor and Poppet Stitcher. We've also got Skull Clamp in here because that's fine. Staff of the Storyteller is another thing that produces a token and can also draw cards. Then we've got Clarion Spirit, Emrakul's Messenger, and Resolute Reinforcements as way of producing tokens. Prince Imrahil the Fair, another way to produce tokens. Relv's Hive, another way to produce tokens. And then we've got like Raise the Alarm. Recruit the Worthy is also one where it produces a token and is an instant for triggering Raff Capuchin, or Raff Weatherlight. But also, if we do have infinite mana, we can cast Recruit the Worthy forever because we can buy back it, and that can also produce infinite tokens. We also have like Gather the Townsfolk, Servo Exhibition, and then Ocelot Pride was another thing to make tokens. Then I've got Hard Evidence over here. Then we've got just a bunch of like cheap cantrips. Not a ton, but some. Obviously, our creatures need to skew, our ramp needs to skew to creatures because we need Bellringer to work. Also, if our ramp can double as creatures, then that means we can tap them for Raff when we need to. So I think pretty straightforward on this front as well. Like, not a ton here that's going to be that confusing. Can you upgrade my Yidris Maelstrom Wheeler deck on Mox death penalties? I know the deck deviates in a way you didn't like when you made yours, but I want to stick with the Wheel of Fate theme, sure. I'll pull the wheel up to get a reminder. So, Yidris Wheels, it's spelled wrong, Yidris Wheels, death penalty. Don't figure Murmuring Mystic could make it. It could. I just felt like Monastery Mentor and Poppet Stitcher were good enough, and they're 3 mana, so just run those instead. You could also play Talrond if you wanted another one. Like, there's plenty of them you could make, but I prioritized them being cheaper. I think this deck doesn't have... What's the actual breakdown between creatures and spells? Because, yeah, so there's 32 creatures, and there's 20 instants and 7 sorceries, although a bunch of those also make creatures, so it's not exactly 1-to-1. But that means only about less than a third of the deck actually triggers Raff, and then more than 32 because a bunch of these also make tokens, but that's fine. That was Raff Weatherlight Stalwart. Then I hit Anrakyr the Traveler, so 5 mana, legendary artifact 4/4. Whenever it attacks, you may cast an artifact spell from your hand or graveyard by paying life equal to its mana value rather than paying its mana cost. So, cheat in artifacts. Notably, it's not just from your hand, it's also your graveyard, so you can entomb stuff and then get it back that way, or loot it, right? Also, this is a deck where I do want a bunch of fast mana because all I want to do is get this out as fast as possible, attack, instantly go off. So, we've got our fast mana, Basil, Thrall, Cabal Ritual, Dark Ritual, Grim Monolith, Mana Vault. And then I wanted haste in the deck because I wanted to be able to attack with Anrakyr immediately. So we've got All the Bandit Lord, Lava Spur Boots, and Lightning Greaves. There's really not very good haste options in Mono Black. So this is all we get. And then I also had the keys in here because I wanted to be able to untap Mana Vault and Grim Monolith potentially. I have Heartless Summoning as another card that I can use to get Anrakyr out as quickly as possible, which restricts the kinds of creatures that we can play in our deck. The only one that I think actually dies to Heartless Summoning is Bowmasters. I believe every other creature will survive the Heartless Summoning being in play. And then we have some stacks that we can play because we're in Mono Black, but the main thing, and like Entomb and Unmarked Grave to just go put an artifact directly into the graveyard. But the main thing, obviously, is what are the big artifacts to cheat in? So, spoiler alert, artifacts to cheat in are much worse than creatures to cheat in, but we still do have some options. So, if I sort by mana value, here are the big ones. So, we've got on 6, Bolus of Citadel was going to be in the deck anyway, so there's that one. That's probably the best one to cheat in, period, although it's going to cost us 6 life and then however much else. Cameo the Inner Sun, pretty good. God Pharaoh statue as a one-sided taxing effect. Staff of Nin and the Immortal Sun, just like if we're expending a bunch of cards in order to get Anrakyr to play really fast and attack with it, having an extra draw every turn is decent enough. And then Trazyn is a combo piece that we're going to get to later. Sandstone Oracle, again, draw more cards. We got Cityscape Leveler, and Nullstone Gargoyle, and Portal of Phyrexia. After that, they're not really that great. I did consider adding cards like Myr Battlesphere or Wormcoil, but I ultimately decided that those cards just weren't very good. There's also, you could cheat in the One Ring, Mystic Forge, or Aetherflux Reservoir if you really wanted to. So the main thing here is we have obviously Reservoir top plus boluses in order to go infinite there. Raising the Infinite has a combo in here. I forget exactly what it is, but it can go on. It can also go infinite with this guy. And then Grey Merchant is in here. It's obviously not an artifact, but if we're going to be losing life from Anrakyr, I wanted a way to get it back, and Grey Merchant seemed like the most efficient way to gain the most life. And then we also just have a bunch of card draw, so like Necro. The Necros are here, Mystic Forge is here. Shieldred doubled as another way of just gaining life apart from what it already does. But other than that, the deck is pretty straightforward. So that was Anrakyr. And then, speaking of mono-black artifact creatures from Warhammer, that brought me to Illuminor Xeros. So this is sack another creature, add an amount of black equal to the sacrificed creature's mana value. So clearly the thing here was going to be, how can I get creatures that technically have a high mana value into play for cheap? So one of the things is it became very clear very fast that Illuminor Xeros has a bunch of combos. I'm not going to explain how they all work, but they basically involve sacking things for mana and looping them in and out of the graveyard over and over. So we've got Disciple of the Vault and Marionette Apprentice as ways of triggering to drain life based on our creatures dying. We also have Gravecrawler as a way to keep getting stuff back over and over. We actually don't have that many zombies, but there's like specific ones that allow us to cast Gravecrawler and keep going off. We also have Aetherflux top for the Bolus of Citadel plan, and then a bunch of the other creatures. A lot of the combos involve Draw Scorpion or like specific other things. So we've got, for some of the enablers, there's like Draw Scorpion, Store the Paw Runes to untap, Umbral Mantle to untap. Toymaker is important in turning certain things into creatures. We've got Voltaic's Construct, which that's why Toymaker's in here. Xenic Poltergeist also does the same thing that Toymaker does, turn a non-creature artifact into a creature. Nim Death Mantle, reanimating stuff, and then another creature we have to loop is Eben Death Dracolich. So there's a lot of combos. All these combo pieces, there's like multiple different intertwining combos, but a lot of them are also segmented off into their own thing. So I believe the main ones are like some revolve around Draw Scorpion, some revolve around Construct plus turning things into a creature, some revolve around Nim Death Mantle. There's a whole bunch of them that I could go through. Most of the deck is pretty straightforward. I decided to have Entomb in here as a way to grab Gravecrawler into the graveyard immediately, but the rest of it is pretty straightforward. There's also Seldevi Adnate, basically does the same thing that Illuminor Xeros does. And then apart from all of that, I also, of course, included a bunch of creatures that we could play on the cheap, so that do various things. Oh, also Corpse Dance is involved in some of the combos. Since it has buyback, you can keep getting back the same creatures over and over. So a lot of the combos involve having a creature of a certain mana value that you sack, and different combos require creatures of different mana values. So some of them you need a mana value 5 creature, some of them you need 7, and then some you need even higher than that. Anyways, the creatures that we have that are of higher mana values that we can cheat in or play for cheap, there is Frogmite, and there's going to be like all the affinity guys in here. Grief was another one that we can just pitch. So we can go like Xeros, and then if we want to cast something expensive, we can just go Grief, pitch a black spell, Grief, sack trigger on the stack, sack it, generate 4. Refurbished Familiar was another affinity guy. Then there is Shriekmaw. We can pay for 2, and then we generate 5 off of it. There is Crick, which we can play for 4, even though it's 7 mana, and then same thing with Myr Enforcer and Sojourner's Companion. There was Metalwork Colossus, which I'm not sure that there's actually enough non-creature artifacts in the deck for this to be reasonably costed most of the time. This card in particular, I would want to play test the deck in order to figure out how reliable this actually is. There's also Mycosynth Golem as another way of doing it, and Shadow of Mortality. So those are all like the high value creatures that I found that we can cast on the cheap. But again, some of these creatures are also involved in the combos, and depending on which combo you're going for. Also, I believe all the combos require you to have an artifact creature specifically. I don't remember if that's exactly the case. So I don't think you can go infinite with Shriek Maw, although I could be wrong about that. Maybe Nim Death Mantle will enable it. But, oh, and there's also Dross Golem Affinity for swamps. So like some you'll be able to go infinite with like these guys, then some of the other combos you'll need these 7 drops, and then I think one of them involves higher than that, so you need one of these bigger creatures. But basically that is what we are doing in this deck. So it's mainly about getting Illuminor Xeros into play and then finding one of these combos. Some of the combos can be performed without Xeros and some have to be performed with it, so obviously there's a lot of moving pieces. I think most of the combos require 3 cards. I love this guy. I have a deck built for him. It's more general mono black devotion based around creatures that come in for less mana than their value. I highly recommend Deepwood Legate and Viscera Dragger. The former is basically Dark Ritual for 4 with how popular green is. The latter is just solid mono ramp for getting started. Well, let's take a look at those. Deepwood Legate. 4 mana. If an opponent controls a forest and you control a swamp, you may pay it without paying for it. This did not come up on my list when I was looking for cards that I could cheat in. Interesting. All right, let's add that to the deck. So Deepwood Legate. That one's basically better than Grief because it doesn't even cost us a card. All right, and then the other one you said was Viscera Dragger. Oh, we can unearth it. We cycle it and then unearth it. That one, I think I'll pass on that one. I think that's the least efficient one out of any of the creatures that we have access to, but it's definitely a consideration. So that's Viscera Dragger. All right, so now we got to make space for Legate in the deck. So what do I cut for that? I'm tempted to just cut Myr Enforcer since we have 2 other creatures that cost 7. Yeah, I'll do that. That's fair. I like it as a turn 2 play, but the artifact ramp package is also solid. Yeah, okay, so I'll just cut Myr Enforcer for that. Because we still have Sojourners and Crick. Although, is Crick an artifact creature? No, he's not. Okay. Because I think some of these need to be artifact creatures. But that should be good enough. So moving on from Illuminor Xeros, I then hit Vega the Watcher on the randomizer. So whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card. So this was released in Kaldheim, and Kaldheim had all the Foretell spells. Unfortunately, they all suck, so we're not doing that. So the main thing that I found when trying to build Vega was the cast stuff off the top of your deck cards. So we've got Crystal Skull, Bibblethip Lost on the Range, which technically you're not casting them, you're plotting them, but then you're casting them from exile, so that's the same thing. Fortune Teller's Talent is a build your own Future Sight. And we've got Future Sight, Magus of the Future, Mystic Forge, and the Reality Chip. And then I believe the rest of the deck after that is pretty straightforward. I also looked at the rebound spells like Ephemerate because you technically cast them from exile. So these ones work too. So there's Ephemerate, and then, but I think I found most of the other rebound stuff was just not very good. So, and then a big one is Uba Mask. So for everybody, instead of drawing cards, you exile them. You basically impulse draw instead, and then you lose the card if you don't cast it. So this made it so that every single card draw, including the cards that you draw off of Vega, became more ways of fueling Vega. It also is a combo with Drannith Magistrate because it prevents your opponents from casting any of their spells. So this was a pretty easy card to just slot into the deck immediately. There was also combos with, so if you've got Ethereum Sculptor or anything that reduces the cost of Sensei's Divining Top, and you are allowed to cast the thing from the top of your deck card, you can infinitely keep putting top back on top of your deck, drawing a card, and then casting top again for free. There's also Dramatic Scepter combo in here, Reservoir as another way of going off, and then Glaring Flesh Raker as another combo piece. So the one unfortunate part of this card is that it's not an artifact, so it doesn't apply for Crystal Skull, because Crystal Skull applies to historic cards. But this was like close enough. It's another combo piece in the deck, because basically we're playing a bunch of, you know, scaffolding, as I always call it. We're playing a bunch of like card draw spells, and Vega just draws cards. We need a way to win. So these combos were easy enough to slot into the deck. Also had Snapcaster as another way, because we flash back the spell, so we're casting the spell from somewhere that isn't our hand. So just a bunch of little things like that. And then another thing with Vega was that because we have all of these like cast spells off the top of your deck cards, I didn't want that many counter spells. Now obviously I still have counter spells, but I didn't want to play as many as normal, because I wanted to, if I'm ever in a position of I've got the Future Sight effect and I just want to keep casting stuff off the top of my deck. That's why I have cards like, you know, Mishra's and Urza's Bauble, because I just want cheap things that I can keep playing. So rather than just loading up on all of the available counter spells, I played other protection effects that I probably normally wouldn't use. So things like God's Willing, Siren Storm Tamer, because I just wanted stuff that I could cast proactively so I could keep going off the top of my deck. We've got like Benevolent Bodyguard, Alseed, and then Emerge Unscathed, which was a card with Rebound, which also helps trigger Vega. So those are all the things I wanted. And I also opted to make my removal as cheap as possible. So Snap, Submerge, Witness Protection, Unable to Scream, overplaying potentially other cards that might have been viable, right? So I could have played like Lauren of the Third Path, because that would have been a historic spell that I could have cast off Crystal, but more of the cards that we have are just casting cards in general off the top, so I wanted them to be as cheap as they could be. Yeah, that's where we got to on Vega. Then there was Lita, Mechanical Engineer. So this is a 3-mana artifact creature. It's a 3/3 Vigilance, and it says at the beginning of your end step, untap each other artifact creature you control, and 3 white tap, create a 5/5 Zeppelin vehicle with flying and crew 3. So it's Seedborn Muse, but for artifact creatures, or I guess more accurately, it's Unwinding Clock, but only for creatures. So I wanted a thing there, but it's also a triggered ability, which means there's a bunch of combos that you can do with it that copy the triggered ability to let you just do it infinitely. And of course, if you ever are in a position where you've got infinite mana and untapping, you can tap Lita to make infinite Zeppelins. Now, how good is that? Like, they're Zeppelins, you still have to crew the Zeppelins. And more importantly, even if they were just straight up artifact creatures, you would still have to pass the turn. So I wanted ways of winning on the spot. So I ultimately found we've got Gilrain and Eldrazi Displacer, which can combo with Village Bellringer to give you infinite untaps. Again, assuming that you have artifact creatures that can produce a total of 4 mana, you can infinitely blink that. And if you do that, that means you have infinite mana and you're also untapping Lita, which means you can make infinite Zeppelins. From there, Canoptic Spider will draw us infinite cards if we do that. Whenever non-token artifact... Sorry, no, it won't. It will... This is just in general because we have a bunch of artifact creatures. The real important part is, so down here in our combos, one of the things would be find a way to turn the Zeppelins into creatures. So we've got a number of ways of doing that. The main one is Arn Silver Golem. There's also other things I wanted to trigger. So Tezzeret's Simulacrum is tap, target opponent loses 1 life, and then if you control Tezzeret Planeswalker, they lose 3. But that's irrelevant. We just needed an artifact creature that could tap to do something that would cause our opponents to lose, right? So Simulacrum, just infinite damage. Viridian Longbow is another one where we can equip it to something, infinite damage. Do I actually have Altar of the Brood in here? I should have Altar of the Brood in here. That would be a way to infinitely mill our opponents when we make infinite Zeppelins. How did I overlook that one? Anyway, and then there's also combos that involve turning things into creatures. So Toy Maker, Voltaic Construct. The main thing here is that we can turn, so we do have like, again, artifact creatures that produce mana, but if we turn them into creatures, we can also use those as part of the untaps, and there's like other combos that involve in that. That was fine there. And then Grinding Station, that was another one that could go off infinitely with making the infinite Zeppelins. I should probably just swap Grinding Station for Alter the Brood, so yeah. There we go. So those are the main ones that we use to win the game, and then obviously we've got a bunch of stacks. We can't play Null Rod, obviously, but we can play a bunch of other versions of stacks. And then we've got just other things that untap our guys, like Unwinding Clock and Drum Bellower, where even if we haven't gone infinite, we can like potentially just keep making Zeppelins each turn. Another way to win is to like make a bunch of Zeppelins and then just use Karn to turn them all into like 5/5s. Or I guess no, their power and toughness equal to their mana cost. Never mind, that wouldn't work. There's also regular Karn the Great Creator. I know this is involved in combos though, so we just needed something that can turn stuff into creatures. Karn the Great Creator is one of them. I don't remember what the exact combos were. I can pull them up if need be, but I think you basically get the point. Just trust me, there's combos that win the game with that. There's also Crypto Thrall, other artifact creatures you control have hexproof, so this makes Lita hexproof along with all of our other guys. Liberator was another way, it was just a way to say like, a bunch of our combos involve colorless stuff, so we can just hope, like hypothetically, flash them all in. That was another way of doing it. Man, I'm really explaining this poorly, aren't I? I really just don't want to pull up Commander Spellbook and like go, and here's combo A, and this is how this works, and here's combo B, and this is how this works. Like, trust me, the combos function. What's up? I have another deck request. Jasmine Boreal of the 7 on my Moxfield account. My idea is ramp on turn 1, play Jasmine on turn 2, play 6-drop on turn 3, beat face from that one. Let us add that to the list. Chris98, Jasmine. There's also budget limitation under $100, but you can go a bit above if you really need it. Gotcha. That was Lita. We're getting through all the rest of this first, though. This is all the off-stream stuff I built. I don't know. Do you guys enjoy, like, me randomizing and then building something from scratch? It seems like a lot of people show up because they want specifically a critique or they want to make a request for a deck to get built, and not necessarily because of random cards. But who knows? So after Lita, I hit Naban, Dean of Iteration. So this also became a wizard deck. I obviously have a zombie as like the wizard tribal deck, but hey, if you're playing Naban, you're necessarily going to have a bunch of wizards in the deck. So it's what you expect. It's mono blue with a bunch of wizards and a bunch of counter spells and whatnot, and, you know, ramp with Urza's Incubator to make the wizards cheaper. So specifically the things to point out would be like there's certain combos that involve all this stuff. Mainly it's Narameha plus Glowsly Thicker equals you have infinite mana, and if you've got anything that happens as a result of copying spells or untap or like blinking other things, like Alter the Brood, boom, wins the game. Or you can just make infinite blue mana. Banishing Knack combos with, and it's not listed here, it is, where is it? Valley Floodcaller. So Valley Floodcaller does need to not have Summoning Sickness, but if you've got Valley Floodcaller plus Banishing Knack, you can cast anything that costs 0 or that self-loops like Soul Ring, and you can go Banishing Knack the Valley Floodcaller, then you cast your Mox Amber, whatever it is, and it triggers Valley Floodcaller to untap all of those types, which includes itself. So then you like tap your Mox Amber for mana, then you tap Valley Floodcaller to bounce the Amber back to your hand, then you cast Amber, it untaps the Valley Floodcaller, etc. You make infinite mana. There's also loops involving Archaeomancer that can get back cards over and over. And we've got Essence Flux as another way to just blink stuff. We also have like, because we have Naban, it means we get double triggers off of Archaeomancer. So we can, if we have like anything that blinks Archaeomancer, for example, like Essence Flux, we can go blink Archaeomancer and then it will get back both the Essence Flux and something else. And then the rest of the deck is like pretty straightforward, so mainly just to highlight all the little wizard synergies. So let's go subtype wizards. So this triggers off of wizards entering the battlefield, causing something to trigger. So Polywog Prodigy is a wizard, but it's not doubled by Naban. But there are other things that are doubled by Naban. So we've got Aether Channeler, Archaeomancer, Archmage Emeritus, Archmage of Echoes to copy permanents, copy wizard permanents, Baron, Dourport Mage, Harbinger of the Seas, Urkel, Micromancer, Narumeha, Polywog Prodigy, Poppet Stitcher, Serum Visionary, Snapcaster Mage, Sword of Temptation, Spellseeker, Tribute Mage, Trinket Mage, Trophy Mage, Valley Floodcaller, Venser. And one of the things we can do is if we ever have infinite mana and we've got Naban, well, if we have infinite mana, we can cast Naban. And then Venser can also be a win con here. Because if we've got infinite mana plus Naban plus Venser, we can go Venser, trigger, it can bounce itself and something else, go back to your hand and then cast it again. So it becomes infinite mana plus Venser equals bounce all of your opponent's permanents. And then they can never cast anything because you can always just flash Venser in to bounce their spells. So you win the game, basically. Building randomized stuff is cool, to be fair. I've been enjoying the ideas. I like the random stuff, but I'd prefer for you to focus on the requests if there are any. Gotcha. Might look at some of these lists for inspiration for my own takes. Random is cool because I like learning new commanders. Request is where it's at, though. Gotcha. I will say, though, I do want to finish all of these first before we get to the requests on the wheel. So the plan right now is go through all the rest of these, then we'll get to the wheel in your requests in the order I received them. And then if we're still streaming after that, then I'll go back to the random or you know, whatever requests maintain or come in after that. So after Naban, I hit Helga, which is one of the Bloomburrow commanders that I didn't build. So Helga is similarities to Selvala, Marwyn, like all of those add mana equal to the creature's power cards. The problem is it's very restrictive. The upside is you draw cards. So this is whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4 or greater, you draw a card, gain 1 life, and put a +1 counter on Helga. The big one there is obviously the drawing a card, although adding the +1 counter does mean that it will increase in the amount of mana that it's generating. Then it has tap, add X, where X is its power. Spend X only on creatures with mana value 4+ or with X in the cost. So right away, what this means is this can't go infinite with cards like Freed from the Real, for example, right? Because the mana that you're generating is not usable on anything else but those big creatures. And it's not on even on those creatures' abilities. It's only on casting them. And then the other thing is if you've got like lighter effects that untap Helga, like, you know, there's a million instants for 1 mana that untap Helga, you can't like chain them all together because the mana for this, again, is only usable on those creatures. So there are some creatures that are big things that untap your guys, but they're usually like one-off effects like Great Oak Guardian. So the main thing here was just to figure out how do we, it was kind of like building Selvala but in Bant, but with a big restriction on it. Because obviously all of the things that are like pump this creature are still going to apply. It's just you can only spend the mana on other big creatures. So pretty straightforward ramp. Obviously we have Kiora's Follower in here as another untapper. And then we also have Selvala and Priest of Titania as alternate cards that can benefit from the same kind of thing, the same kind of like untapping shenanigans that Helga can benefit from. And then I decided to include Legless Quick Reflexes because it's a protection spell that also untaps Helga, so that was fine. And then Guardian Augmenter was also one that I normally wouldn't include, but here Helga having higher power matters. So if we've got this in play, it both protects Helga and also pumps her. So from there, let's focus first on all of the untapping and pumping. So especially if they can do both. So we've got Groundswell, and then there's a bunch of other things. So Boon of Beseiju. There's like a bunch of cards that are pump plus untap. So this is at minimum +3 because Helga has 3, but if you've got a higher mana value card, it's bigger than that. We've also got Intruder Alarm. I figured if we're putting all this mana into playing big creatures, this would be a way to untap Helga, or all of our other mana dorks as well. Instill Energy, we can attach it to Helga and make her immediately able to tap, and it also just untaps her. And then I've obviously included the regular untappers like Quirion Ranger, Scrib Ranger, Wirewood Symbiote. Mind Over Matter is another way that we're going to be able to go off infinitely. We'll get to that later. Village Bellringer, obviously another infinite combo, and there's like Witch's Web. But as compared to a commander like Selvala, this is a lot less untapping than I would normally use. And we also have Chakram Retriever as another way of untapping Selvala. Or not Selvala, Helga. So the combos are mainly, we need ways of, essentially, as long as Helga can produce enough mana to cast the creature and we can put the creature back into our hand, and we've got a way to untap Helga, we can go off infinitely. So Ancestral Statue is a creature that can bounce itself, and Helga can pay for it. There's also Temur Sabertooth, which can bounce creatures back to our hand, and we've got Village Bellringer. So we've got Sabertooth plus Bellringer. Obviously, we can't spend Helga's mana on Bellringer, but we can spend it. We can untap any of our other guys like Selvala or Priest of Titania, or we can just like untap other things. And then if we've got Intruder, for example, if we've got like Intruder Alarm plus Temur Sabertooth, then that means as long as we are bouncing a 4+ mana card back to our hand, we can just keep casting it with Helga over and over because Helga will keep untapping. And if our creatures are expensive enough and we keep doing them, we've also got Mind Over Matter or Chakram Retriever to just keep casting, untapping Helga. Since Helga draws a card, we can always pitch that card that we're drawing to Mind Over Matter to keep untapping Helga. Also, Roaming Throne will double the Helga trigger, so we'll draw more cards. And then there's Displacer Kitten, which goes infinite with Teferi plus a 0 mana spell, and that can be another way to draw our whole deck. I do realize now that I've mentioned Great Arc Guardian, that Great Arc Guardian really should be in here because it would be a way to untap Helga. Oh, wait, no, but it doesn't come back to our hand, right? That's the problem, right? Great Oak Guardian is ETB, untap all creatures that target player controls +6. So it'd be like, assuming that you can tap Helga for a free or pseudo-free card, but we wouldn't be able to just keep bouncing it. Although that's definitely a consideration. Let me add that to the consideration pile. Great Oak. Anyway, the rest of the deck is obviously mostly built around the scaffolding of these combos and these untaps, but specifically the big creature payoffs that we're running, because we're not just playing like Eldrazi, right? I was trying to find the best creatures that cost 4 more that Helga could tap for that were still good, right? So in that regard, we have access to, starting at 4, we have mostly, these are like the combo or setup cards, right? But then I did find like Foundation Breaker as a way to cheat the cost. Then the rest of them are just mostly good things. So like Solitude is also a way to cheat the cost. Chulane is a good way to draw a bunch of cards. Elishnorn would play anyway. Consecrated Sphinx. And then we've got Hullbreaker Horror, which can obviously also be part of its own combos, and Nezahal. And Hullbreaker can also combine with Helga depending on how big you get Helga, because then you can use Hullbreaker basically as like a Cloudstone Curio loop for different 4+ mana creatures. That's mainly what I got behind in terms of building the Helga deck. And then in the considerations, so I needed to start making space for things. I ultimately wound up cutting Sanctum Weaver, Cutzel, and some of the other protection cards. And then Inga and Essica. This is creatures you control Vigilance and tap, add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast a creature spell, and whenever you cast a creature spell, if 3 or more mana from a creature was spent to cast it, draw a card. I ultimately felt this was probably too narrow. It needs like, obviously it works well with Helga, but it needs us to be in a very specific situation where this starts triggering. So ultimately cut it, but it would have been, like, if I didn't need the space, this would have made the deck. Then we got Lilah, Undefeated Slickshot. So this is 3 mana Izzet, Prowess, and whenever you cast a multicolored instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that spell instead of putting it into your graveyard as it resolves. If you do, it becomes plotted. So similarly to how we had to skew General Ferrous Rokiric into playing a bunch of Boros cards, here we've got to skew into playing a bunch of Izzet cards, even if they're not that good. So like most of the cards in this deck, the Izzet spells specifically, are cards that I probably would not have played in any other deck, but here, because we can basically get the ability twice, because they plot instead of exiling, and then we get them again, it essentially means like, you have a card that's like 2 mana draw card, well, that's not very good. Well, but now with Lilah, it gets plotted, and then we can cast it again, and then now that card generated 2 cards for us instead, and now it's actually worth playing. Also specifically, the cards are plotted, and therefore we can only cast those cards at sorcery speed off the plot, which means that counter spells, for example, are not going to be something that can be in the deck. So I would have included like a bunch of Izzet counter spells, but plotting them is irrelevant because we can only cast them on our own turn anyway. Or specifically as sorceries, so we can't even use it to protect stuff. Anyway, so the deck is mostly what you would expect. It's a bunch of Spellslinger stuff, and then Ramp, including every possible instance and sorceries cost less card alongside of that. And our payoffs are beatdown. So we've got Third Path Iconoclast, Shark Typhoon, Poppet Stitcher, Fiery Inscription, and Dika as ways of producing tokens that we can use to just beat down our opponents. Because I was looking for a specifically like an Is It spell loop that I could perform that was going to kill all of our opponents. And while some of the cards do burn our opponents, they don't burn them to a sufficient degree where we could just win off of that. So we did need some way of having a permanent way to continue hitting opponents. Anyways, and then also I wanted to be able to churn the cards as fast as possible, so I did include Bergie and Stormkiln Artist potentially as ways of continuing the cycle over and over. Regardless, our spells are, we go by color here, we have Arcane Infusion, look at the top 4, reveal an instant or sorcery, put it in your hand, and it has flashback. Blast of Genius, most of these are going to be draw cards and possibly deal damage, so that describes like 90% of it. Or Experimental Overload, make a big token, expressive. Flame of Anor, it really sucks that this cares about wizards and our commander is a human rogue. We do have a few wizards in the deck like Baral, but not that many. But even so, even if you don't have a wizard, I think it's still worth playing because you're paying 3 mana to do some combination of like draw 4 cards or shatter 2 artifacts or like shatter plus draw 2. Like the point is, Flame of Anor is good when you already have a wizard, and Lilah basically has the same doubling effect because we get to plot the card, and then if we have a wizard on top of that, oh boy, it gets even better. Then we've got Galvanic Iteration, copy spells. Gandalf's Sanction is a damage thing. Inside Out, this is mainly just here to be a card draw spell because it's 2 mana to draw 2 cards when we got Lilah in play. Is It Charm was the only counterspell I could find that did another thing. And is probably the best Is It spell in the whole deck. Then there's Master the Way, Practical Research, draw 4, ditch 2 unless you ditch a spell, Prismari Command, Prophetic Bolt, Ral's Outburst. Rush of Inspiration happens to be a land that we can just include in the deck that also does things. Flick Sequence, Steam Augury, Teach by Example, another spell copying thing, and Thought Flare. Again, 90% of these spells fall into the draw cards or burn camp. And unfortunately, none of them actually like just straight up kill the opponent or lead to any combos. Cards I considered that I ultimately wound up cutting was Young Pyromancer. I felt this was the worst token generator out of all of them, because the tokens are both small. The tokens are small, but unlike Third Path Iconoclast, that doesn't trigger off of all the non-creatures. Also, there was no spell that I specifically needed to go grab, so Mystical Tutor could be cut for room. Corporeal Projection gives something Myriad for the turn, and there was nothing I wanted to Myriad, really. Like, there were a few, like Myriading a Third Path Iconoclast might have been fine, but in general, didn't need it. Mox Amber, cut for space. Soul Clamp was something I dabbled with here and there because I thought, well, I can equip this to like the Pyromancer tokens. Once I cut Pyromancer, that meant the only cards that were making tokens that were really clampable anymore were Third Path, and then I figured it wasn't worth it. Magma Opus was another one where, sure, you can ditch it to make a treasure, but that's not very good. And then paying the 8 mana, although yes, it would obviously be great to double this, it's still 8 mana. And then Wild Magic Surge was another one, mainly because this doesn't get cheaper as a result of any of the instant and sorcery cost reducing cards. And we already have Chaos Warp anyway, so this was fine. I cut this as well. Again, this was like at the end of the deck where I just needed to make space. That was Lilah. Then I hit Nashi, Searcher in the Dark. The Nashi is 2 mana, 2/2 menace, and it says whenever Nashi, Searcher in the Dark deals combat damage to a player, you mill that many cards, not may, you mill that many cards. You may put any number of legendary and or enchantment cards from among them into your hand. If you put no cards in your hand this way, put a +1 counter on Nashi. So clearly, the 2 big things were we want to pump Nashi so that Nashi does more damage and thus mills more things and draws more cards. And we also want the maximum number of cards in the deck to be legends and or enchantments so that we can hit them and we don't just brick. With that said, this took me down quite the rabbit hole of trying to find a bunch of stuff. We also need Nashi to survive, clearly. So we want protection for Nashi. And specifically, since we're in blue and black, that means we don't have access to any of the moms. But what it does mean is we have access to some protection, but that's mostly in the form of counter spells, which we do have, or instant speed, this creature gets hexproof. But if we mill any of those cards, we don't get them back with Nashi. So this meant I needed to find auras that could protect them. Therefore, our protection mostly takes the form of auras that can protect Nashi. So Abyssin's Desire, Alexi's Cloak, Diplomatic Immunity, Faith Light. This is only a one-off though. K9, because it's a legend. It gives our guy Ward 1, which is not very good, but it's also just a 1-mana card that we can play the turn before we play Nashi. And it's also legendary, so we can get into it. It also does the important thing of the other aspect of Nashi, which is that we want Nashi to be unblockable. It does have Menace, but it's also a 2/2. So I also wanted access to making this unblockable if I could. K9's one way to do that. There's other, like Abyssin's also makes him fly. Robe of Mirrors is another shroud effect. Faith Flight gives him flying as well. So I wanted those kinds of cards. And then I wanted, obviously, our removal to mostly take the form of things we could hit. So Witness Protection, Enable to Scream, Eaten by Piranhas was another one. I did still include Deadly Rollick in here. This is just a nice way to just instantly kill something or get a blocker out of the way. Also, because of how this deck is built, we can play stacks cards in blue-black that we normally wouldn't be able to play. So all Planeswalkers are legendary, thus we can run Narset and Ashiok. Also, Chains of Mephistopheles. A big thing here is that Nashi doesn't actually draw any of the cards, it just puts them into our hand. So we can play anti-card draw that we normally would never be able to play in a blue-black deck. First Totem, because another thing we've got going for us is that our commander is only 2 mana. So therefore, we don't need like a bunch of ramp that we normally play. And if you'll come down here, we actually barely have any ramp. Very similar to Yuriko and how Yuriko barely needs any ramp. And then I also have like Torpor Orb, Overburden. So we can start playing stacks cards that are enchantments. So this is whenever a creature enters, the player has to bounce a land to their hand, which for us is not really a problem because the only creature we really need to play is Nashi. There is also Energy Flux. All artifacts gain sack this on upkeep unless you pay 2, which basically is like super Kataki. So people are not going to be able to keep their artifacts around. We also get to play Null Rod. This Energy Flux and our things obviously conflict with each other, but that's okay. I also got to play Tabernacle because, again, the only creature that we really even care about paying for is Nashi. And then we have a bunch of cantripping stuff as well. So I've got like Stratus Walk, Security Bypass, Rune of Flight, and Cartouche of Knowledge. These are all cards that give Nashi flying that also draw a card. There are cheaper auras that I could have played. There's lots of 1-mana auras that I could have played that just gave him flying, but I wanted them to at least draw me another card. That could be wrong, and it's possible that Nashi himself just draws us so many cards that it doesn't matter, in which case I would cut all of these cards for all of the 1-mana enchanted creature gets flying, although we've got a bajillion of those as well. So that's fine. Then we've got our card draw, which, so I did say that we have Chains of Mephistopheles. We do have some card draw, though, in the form of, like, Curiosity, Combat Research, Curious Obsession. Lord Skitter's Blessing was another card that we could play. Sleeper's Robe is a card that makes our guy both kind of unblockable. It's Fear, I believe, is what it gives him. And also, this is another Curiosity effect. And then we've got a huge stack of, here's all the things that make our guy unblockable. So we do have the 1-mana ones as well. Shadow Spear is amazingly enough legendary, which I did not realize, but this gave us a good Urza's Saga target that was important for multiple reasons. It was something we could grab off Urza's Saga that wasn't just like a Sol Ring, especially considering how little actual targets we have for it. Secondly, it made it so that we had a card that we could give lifelink to Nashi, which is going to be important. If we're just bashing people with Nashi, our opponents can start attacking us. And it's legendary Sagable. I also had Dark Favor and Sinister Strength as ways of giving Nashi +3. There was another one that I wound up cutting, which we'll get to. And then Bloodchief Ascension and Mindcrank wound up being the combo that I got, although Mindcrank does have the unfortunate downside of being an artifact, which means that if we do mill it over with Nashi, it's lost and we can't actually combo kill our opponents anymore. And I've got like Proph's Eidetic Memory, which is both an enchantment and legendary, and another way of just drawing more cards and making Nashi bigger. So lots of different things. It's possible that there should be a I really wanted to find like an enchantment or legendary combo that I could use to just kill people with Nashi, but I couldn't find one that was like reasonable. So there's obviously like Exquisite Blood Sanguine Bond, but I didn't want to run those. Also, so for considerations, Cover of Darkness was another card that I could have played to make Nashi unblockable, and there was also Curator's Ward, which was like the least efficient of all of the protection auras. Also, another card that I looked at was Unspeakable Symbol. So this is an enchantment that's pay 3 life any number of times to put a +1 counter on Nashi. I felt like this was probably just too much life to pay for the effect that it's giving you. And I looked at some other stuff. So it's possible that there should be like other things in here. I have Bolus's Citadel because it's legendary, so we can hit it off Nashi too. Mainly with this deck, I would be worried that either I've got too many copies of stuff, like too much evasion, like maybe this is just way too much and we don't need all of this. Also, once you have a single, you know, flying aura on Nashi, you don't need other flying auras. And so we've got a lot of redundant cards that don't really do anything. So let's say I've got Nashi in play and I've got, you know, Fly is attached to it, so it gains flying, right? And then we draw a bunch of these other ones that don't cantrip. Well, now those are just dead cards. We don't have a way of doing anything with them. So that's something I would want to look into in order to like fix this up and make it better. Another one would be just be find a combo that doesn't involve something that we can accidentally mill over and then can't win the game anymore. There's also not really a way in Dimir that we can get artifacts back from our graveyard. However, there is one way, and that's Academy Ruins. So this also led me down the route of, obviously, any lands that we're milling over are basically just lost, unless they're legendary or artifacts. Or not artifacts, enchantments. So this led me down trying to find all the best legendary lands, and that made me find Academy Ruins, Skyreach Sanitarium, which is a lock combo with Narset. There is Gemstone Caverns happens to be legendary. And there's also Minamo, Oboro, Odawara, Chizo, Takanuma, the Black Gate, Tomb of Arami, Frenzalore Clock Tower, the original Urborg, and then Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, and then Urza Saga is an enchantment, so we can also hit that one. And there was a whole stack of other legendary lands. The problem is that there are, do I have Volras in here? No, I don't. Yeah, the problem is that they're all colorless, right? And there's only so many colorless ones that you can run, so we already have Academy Ruins, and we already have Gyre Reach. And Urza Saga, right? And so I didn't want to just keep jamming colorless lands into the deck and like cutting colored lands. So there were a few others that had like, they weren't great. They had some okay abilities, but not anything amazing. So ultimately, these are the ones that I wound up settling on. And then the main thing that I wanted, Academy Ruins means that we can get Mind Crank back, right? So even if we happen to mill over a Mind Crank, we can still use Academy Ruins to put it back into our deck, and then we can get the combo. And specifically, if we happen to mill over Academy Ruins, we can get that back as well. So that's a way of preserving the combo. I feel like the music's a bit too loud. Let me turn that down. So that's where we're at. I can't think of a good way to like ditch all of our excess cards. The only thing I can think of is like Zombie Infestation, and I don't really want to pay 2 mana to discard 2 cards to make a zombie. So if anybody's got a suggestion for like a better discard outlet for all this excess stuff, I wonder if I looked that up right now, what I would find. EDH, ID, blue, black. It has to say discard a card, and presumably it's got to be cheap. We get 58 results. What are the best options? Crypt Breaker, Pack Rat. I would want something that I can get back with Nashi. So type legendary or type enchantment. Bloodline, Scuttle Tie. Yeah, mostly this stuff is just going to be bad, right? Card, 2 cards. That's just going to be Zombie Infestation. Why does Zombie Infestation not even... Oh, 2 cards. Yeah, Zombie Infestation. So yeah, I don't know a good option for getting around that. Anyway, that's Nashi. Then we hit on Trelasarra Moondancer. So this is life gain Voltron. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on Trelasarra and scry 1. So if we can gain infinite life, we can make Trelasarra infinite. We can also scry our entire deck. But more realistically, we're just going to have lots of life gain triggers. And it's important to note that specifically we need the instances of life gain to be different. Because it doesn't matter how much life we gain, we always only get 1 counter and 1 scry per instance. So we want lots of cheap cards that give us life lots of times. So with that said, here's our life gain. So we've got Johnny's. A bunch of them are going to be based on creatures entering the battlefield. So we've got a Johnny's Welcome. Archivist of Ogma happens to gain life, so that's good. Authority of the Consuls. Case of the Uneaten Feast. Essence Warden. Guide of Souls. Jodi Offshoot, which is landfall based. Lunarch Veteran, Oscillate Pride. Power Leech gains us life whenever an opponent taps an artifact for an ability. Sarah Ascendant, 1 mana, it can get us life every turn. Fine, it's kind of similar to Ocelot Pride. Shadow Spear, plus we will also, Shadow Spear not only gives lifelink, but it's important that Trelasarra, when she gets really big, she doesn't naturally have trample or any way of busting through the opponent, so we do need a way to do that. So Shadow Spear is going to be one of those. Soul Warden, Soul's Attendant, Spectrum Sentinel is opponents play non-basic lands equals life gain, and Thought Leech is opponents tap lands for island life gain. And then apart from Shadow Spear, we also have Rancor and Griftspoon as ways of making that Trelasarra can punch through. We're in green and white, so we've got a bunch of stacks because we're very focused on gaining a bunch of life. And obviously, wherever I could find creatures to have instead of non-creatures, we're going to do that because we want to have cards that trigger all of these creature enter the battlefield, you gain life abilities. Then I needed ways of having some sort of card advantage while also having taxing effects. So that led me to cards like Eladamri, where we can cast creatures off the top, and also Augur of Autumn. And then we've also got Toski and whatnot in here as well. A bunch of protection. And then I did include Conclave Mentor as a way to get +1 counters. I believe I had Hardened Scales in here before, but I cut it for space because I just needed to cut something, and I didn't need that many Hardened Scales effects. I would have, obviously, but what I'm saying is I would have included Hardened Scales if I had the space for it. And then, yeah, consideration. So I cut like 1 ring because it was a 4 mana card that would get hit by our taxing effects. I cut Hardened Scales. I cut some of the protection, and I cut Dawn of Hope because this was also not very efficient, even though it does allow us to draw cards off of our life gain. Oh man, Trelasarra. When I started playing MTG a few years ago on Arena, I only played white-green life gain in Historic. I took Spectrum Sentinel out of my deck because I don't know what that means. Don't want to keep track of every land drop people made. Sure, but it's, you know, it's a 1 mana spell that's going to gain us a lot of life, so I definitely would recommend this for all life gain related decks. Anyway, that's basically this deck. Pretty straightforward. There is no actual infinite combo here. It's just make Trelasarra really big and start punching people. And you mainly just curb them winning by staxing them out. Then we found another Voltron commander, Valduk, Keeper of Flame. So Valduk is at the beginning of combat on your turn, for each aura and equipment attached to Valduk, create a 3/1 token with Trample and Haste. Exile those tokens at the beginning of the next end step. Are there fling effects in white-green? No. There are effects that make your creatures deal damage to other creatures, but not to people's faces. So Valduk, unlike the previous one where we want to put all the counters onto Trelasarra, here we don't actually care about Valduk himself being big because he just makes a bunch of 3/1s. So what we want is the cheapest equip with the cheapest equip abilities possible and the cheapest auras possible, preferably that cycle themselves into more. And we obviously also need Valduk to not get killed by removal or whatever. So we're in mono red, so we can play all the Blood Moon bullshit as usual, and Torpor Orb because we're not running really much of that either. And then we've got Harmonic Prodigy doubles the 3/1s because Valduk's a shaman. Also, Breath of Fury. So this is a little bit awkward. Basically, if we've made tokens off Valduk, we can keep reattaching the Breath of Fury to take infinite combats, and we'll keep making more tokens. So this is an infinite combo. The problem is that We don't actually make the tokens until the beginning of combat, and this is an aura and can only be played at sorcery speed. So we need another creature in play plus Valduk needs to have the ability to make the tokens so that we can attach Breath of Fury to something that isn't Valduk, so that we can attack with that thing and then start attaching the Breath of Fury to the other tokens. And this deck has a very, very low creature count. So that was something to take into account. I also wanted something to do with all of these tokens that are entering the battlefield because we're going to lose them anyway. So I have some cards. The main one's Goblin Bombardment as a way to just turn them into something. I wish it was something better than this. There also is Dark Dweller Oracle as a way to impulse draw the tokens into more cards. And we've got Skull Clamp that we can start clamping them with, so there's that too. Then apart from that, if we want to take a look at the... there's a bunch of ramp, and then there's mainly a bunch of fast mana as well. So in particular, like Seething Song and Thicker Goblin are pretty good here, and Jessica's Will, because we can go make 5+ mana, play Valduk, immediately put something on it, start going off. And then we've also got a bunch of protection for Valduk, which most of it is not that efficient because obviously we're not white, so we don't have access to all the moms. But I did include some like redirection effects and some equipment that give hexproof or shroud or something. So then the main thing here, if we go to subtypes, is there's Blacksmith Talent as a way to, it puts an equipment into play and it also cheats equipment onto Valduk, so we don't have to keep paying for them. So the main thing is we've got some auras here, and apart from Breath of Fury, these are mainly based around recouping themselves. So Demonic Ruckus is potentially free. You can plot it for 1 mana and then cast it for free. Sticky Fingers makes treasures. Rune of Speed draws a card. Prophetic Ravings allows Valduk to rummage. And since Valduk himself is probably not going to be attacking, that's kind of the same thing. Dragon Mantle is in here just because it, again, cantrips. And then Grim Reaper's Sprint is an aura that gives us another combat step. Then I also have Runaway Steamkin as more ways of storming off. So we want to like get Valduk plus a bunch of stuff onto him as fast as possible. And then for the equipment, we've got, you know, the cheapest stuff we can get. Bone Saw, Shuko. Then as far as the ones that aren't super cheap, there is like Hero's Blade also just will auto-attach to Valduk when he enters the battlefield. So 2 mana, you don't have to pay the equip cost. Lava Spur Boots, Leather Armor is an equipment that has equip for 0. That's why we have that. Mirror Shield gives hexproof. Paradise Mantle is 0 and equips for 1. Shadow Spear, Shuko, Skull Clamp, Swiftfoot Boots, and Sword of Feast and Famine. One of the problems with Shroud is that if we Shroud Valduk, then we can't put other stuff on him. So this is one of the few decks where I actually thought Swiftfoot Boots was a good inclusion, and then we also got Sword of Feast. So that's the main things going on with this deck. I've been playing a bunch of Rule of Law effects in my aggro decks after I've been watching these live streams. Man, are they effective. Deafening Silence kills decks by itself. Yeah, that's... Rule of Laws are probably the best stacks cards. And I think that they're also good in terms of like... So, when you ask, you know, what is the main difference between like CEDH and other Magic or other EDH, right? You could say, well, it's the power level. I think it's mainly a philosophy of the more casual players, even the players that are playing higher power decks, really don't like infinite combos and stacks. And stacks specifically in the form of mana denial. Because I think both of those are hated because they kind of feel like they're the I don't get to play the game cards. Like if I'm playing a game and then my opponent just goes, boom, here's a combo, you lose. It doesn't really feel like I got to play the game. And it's the same way with like Armageddon and Blood Moon and all of those cards. However, Rule of Laws, while they do hinder decks in the sense that if you're playing like Is It Spellslinger, no, you can't just keep casting all of your cards. It means, did you cast a draw spell or a tutor? Well, you can't just play the thing that you got off of it immediately. But they don't stop you from playing the game. You still can cast a spell, it just slows you down a lot. And Rule of Laws are required in order to play aggro. Because if you're not running a combo, like if you're specifically not running a combo, then how are you going to win by dealing 120 damage to your opponents, right? You're never going to have the time to do that before they either combo themselves, or even if you're not playing combos, Like, if you're playing the aggro plan and your opponent has, like, Ulamog in play, you can't kill them, right? They can just have a board that's big enough that you can't even attack them anymore. So the rule of laws are there to slow them down so that your aggro plan can actually kill them. And the best rule of laws are, it's Deafening Silence, and then if you can run it High Noon, but you specifically have to be in Boros to do that. And then after that, the main ones are all of the rule of law creatures, which I would say the best ones out of them, it's probably a pretty close race between Archon of Emeria and Aethersworn Canonist. Aethersworn Canonist has the worst effect because it still lets them cast artifacts, but it's the cheapest rule of law creature at 2 mana. Archon's the best one at 3 because it also makes their lands enter tapped. But all of the other ones are good too. So then after that, if I want more rule of laws, and the rule of laws get better in multiples because it means your opponent can't just go, okay, kill your rule of law creature and then start casting spells. They have to kill multiple of them. So usually I have, it's like Deafening Silence, Canonist, and Archon of Emeria will be like my default 3. I'll play High Noon if I can. And then Phyrexian Censor is like the next one. After that is where I would start including Eidolon of Rhetoric and Rule of Law itself. It is a little odd that Rule of Law itself is actually one of the worst Rule of Laws, but those are typically like the tier ranking of how I play them. I usually won't play more than like 4 Rule of Law effects though. I feel like people are not used to complain about Rule of Law effects, at least where I play. They despise Thalia and friends, but they don't hate me as much. That's because Thalia specifically in a lot of cases prevents you from playing the card. Like, it's not, oh, I have to pay 1 more for this. A lot of times it's, oh, this costs 4 and I only have 3 lands and so I can't play it, right? Whereas the Rule of Law, like, you can still play the card, you just can't play multiple cards in a turn. Welcome, Skybase Gamer. I also like the Phyrexian Censor as it makes the creatures enter tap, so my beatdown creatures have an easier time getting in. Yeah, I would say if you're trying to build aggro, you have to have stacks, and the typical best one is you're in white, and you've got Deafening Silence, Aethersworn Canonist, Archon of Emeria, and Phyrexian Censor. Welcome, William Hayduk. We are going over a bunch of decks that I made off stream, and then after that, we are getting to requests. So we already have a request from Death Penalties to critique their Yidris Wheels deck, and we have a request from Chris98 to critique their Jasmine deck. And then if we're still streaming after that, we will go back to the Commander Randomizer to build random commanders, or if more requests come in after this, I will put those down here and we will go in order of the requests received. We just got done talking about Valduk. So now we are moving on to another deck that I built off camera, which was the Howling Abomination, which is a card I've never heard of. It is a 5 mana Gruul haste 5/5. It has trample as long as you've cast 3 or more spells this turn. Now, none of that matters. The main thing that matters is this final one, which is whenever it becomes the target of a spell, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn and deals 2 damage to each opponent. So, boom. Right there, we were off to the races. I wanted as many auras with enchant creature or instants and sorceries that target creatures that cost as little as possible and cantrip to draw me more cards, so that I could start burning opponents out. And I was going to make this into Gruul Storm. So I wanted to storm off and just keep casting targeted spells on the Howling Abomination over and over and over to burn out my opponent. Also, if we are casting all of these spells, Howling Abomination does have haste and trample and will become huge, so it alone also will just deal a ton of damage to my opponent. Can you look over my deck then? It's a Guildgate deck. What is your Moxfield username or Architect username or whatever it is? I can certainly do that. So obviously we need the combo enablers, and that is mainly Burgi. Where is it? Where's the fast mana? So yeah, Burgi, Stormkiln Artist, and Urabrask will trigger and generate red, or in the case of Stormkiln, treasures, in order to keep giving us more mana so that we can keep casting the spells. Also, Runaway Steamkin to a lesser extent. Also, I just have a bunch of fast mana in here in order to get the Howling Abomination out and cast more spells as quickly as possible. We're in Gruul, which means we do need protection. I do have Xantid Swarm in here, which is a little different than usual because I just want this thing that's cheapest as possible that's going to prevent our opponents from interacting with us. Could have played cards like Dosen and City of Solitude and Defense Grid, but I ultimately opted not to do that. And I want as many of cards as possible to be cheap spells that are going to trigger not only the Howling Abomination, but also Steamkin and Urabrask and whatnot. So we got all of that. I do need a little removal, like Lightning Bolt is in here specifically because if our opponent has like a Drannith Magistrate, we need to be able to kill it. And then apart from the Howling Abomination, there is no deterministic way of continuously storming through the whole deck, so we could brick at some point depending on what we have when we start storming off. So I wanted other ways of burning out the opponent without the Howling Abomination, especially if the Howling Abomination gets killed, and then we've got to pay 7 to get it back out onto the field. I wanted other ways of doing that, so we've got Fiery Inscription and Gutter Snipe to deal the most damage, and then Kedis as a way where if we make the Howling Abomination really big, we can hit, and then it will deal the same amount to all of our other opponents. And as far as combos actually go, Zada is essentially a way to multiply the amount of card draw that we get, because it means that we can target Zada with our cantripping cards, and then it will also target the Howling Abomination and all of our other things. There's also Season of Growth, which is whenever a creature enters, you scry 1, and whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, draw a card. So it's another way that we can generate more cards than we're spending. And then we get to what is basically the main instants and sorceries through the deck. So we've got Psychotic Fury, which is a way to cantrip and give Howling Abomination double strike. And then we've got basically as many 1 mana or less, basically 1 mana instant sorceries and auras that all they do is draw a card. Like, I basically didn't care what they do as long as they drew me a card. So Ancestral Anger, Artist Talent was a way just to churn through more cards because it's going to allow us to keep filtering. Same thing with like Dragon's Rage Channeler. That was a way to just keep filtering into the cards we actually want so that we can keep chaining through spells. Charge Through. Most of these, it really doesn't matter what they do. It's just that they draw a card. Crimson Wisps. Dragon Mantle, Expedite, Fists of Flame, unfortunately was 2 mana. I skipped most of the 2 mana ones, but there were some exceptions I made. Frog Tongue draws us a card, Irresistible Prey, Might of the Meek, Psychotic Fury, which we already went over, Renegade Tactics, Ryle, Zazakap's Brew, which is basically, Zazakap's Brew and Witch's Mark are basically Tormenting Voice, but they have another ability that targets a creature, so they would also trigger, and then Viridian Wisps. Again, most of these cards, it doesn't really matter what they do. It's just the fact that it draws us another card. The only real exceptions here are Zazakap's Brew and Witch's Mark because they're already Tormenting Voice effects, and Psychotic Fury because the double strike might matter. And then the rest of the deck is just ramp and protection for the Howling Abomination. And like all the regular scaffolding that you would need. So that was the main deal here. Did I cut anything? No, I don't think I did. Skybase Gamer, if you have tried to post a link, it has deleted it. So I just need your username. So if you've got a Moxfield user or an Architect user, I can search you up there. YouTube does not allow the posting of links, and it will seemingly eat things that are even close to links. So in order to post a link, you got to get really creative on how you type it in. Wow, I just realized this card procs of copies targeting it. Have you considered running Grape Shot? You don't need Grape Shot because you're just going to storm off. Okay, so if I bring this back up. Oh, I forgot to mention one of the specific cards. So it's not Grape Shot. Our kill is Ground Rift. So if we've already got Howling Abomination in play and we're going through the Storm loop, we can just cast Ground Rift. All the Storm copies target Howling Abomination. Boom, 2 damage per copy. And it's to everybody and not just a specific player. Whereas if we were trying to Grape Shot, we would have to get to Storm 120, which is not reasonable. Is there any requirements for the deck brew suggestions? There are no requirements. Username is Megafan7790. Okay, so Megafan7790. That is a critique request. I forget, did you say specifically what the deck you wanted critiqued was? Your Guildgate deck, gotcha. Your Gate deck. Gates critique. I see that tracks. Wait, I'm saying Grape Shot can be a second Ground Rift because the commander gets +2 tough. Oh, so you would just Grape Shot your commander? That would work too, but then you're spending 2 mana instead of 1. And we already have Ground Rift, so why? That's good enough. Although, yeah, the Grape Shot is an option. I guess it would depend on... I would need to playtest the deck a whole bunch. I would want to see... Well, let's add that to the considerations group over here. Yeah, I was thinking of shooting everybody else, but you're right. You can just shoot the Howling Abomination and that'll work. I don't think we need it, but it's something that I could definitely see adding as time goes by. And then there's also Underworld Breach in here. There is no specific like LED loop that you can do, but I figured we're going through a bunch of spells anyway, so may as well give us another way to like reuse spells if we ever brick on them. Although, so like there's not a... We're going to add a ton of fodder to our graveyard, obviously. I'm not sure how much we can add before we actually run out. I picked this one. There's a 5 mana. There's Past in Flames, and there's also a 5 mana enchantment that lets you cast spells from the graveyard. I picked Breach because it's the one that's going to... it's the cheapest out of all of them, basically. That's the reason I picked it. Past in Flames I also don't like because it doesn't apply to any of the spells that we cast after we cast Past in Flames. Although that it could have also been correct to run Past in Flames. So I guess we'll Past in Flames. I'll add that to the considerations board as well. Maybe that's important. What the heck is the enchantment called that does the same thing? It's a color equals red. It's an enchantment and it costs 5. I forget what the heck is it called. I think it's H something. No? Festival of Embers. That's what it's called. Where is that? Redundancy for the Grape Shot is nice, but I see your side too. Yeah. It could be correct to have Grape Shot as well. I think the fact that we've got Ground Rift and Underworld Breach means we don't need it, though. Because we've got the Ground Rift, and then if the Ground Rift itself was somehow not good enough, we can breach the Ground Rift back. Which, admittedly, is 1 mana more than just casting Grape Shot, but... it has Underworld Breach has much more utility. What are you using to test these decks? Untap, I'm willing to help test decks with you if need be. My gate deck against whatever my current gate deck that is. I am not testing them. I usually just build them and assume they will work, although sometimes I'll come down here. Sometimes I'll use the hypergeometric calculator to calculate numbers if I need to, or I'll just come down here and deal a bunch of hands. So particularly if I'm worried that like maybe the deck doesn't have consistent mana, I'll come down here and just deal a whole bunch of hands so that I can see if it does have a consistent amount of mana. I have not really played digital Magic outside of Moto and Arena, so I'm not familiar with those other... like, I know Cockatrice exists. I know some of those other programs exist. You guys would have to guide me through, like, how do I actually set that up? Because I would definitely be willing to, like, play online and just test EDH decks against each other. That sounds like a lot of fun. But you got to tell me, like, what's a good website to do that through. So after the Howling Abomination, we moved on to Shanna Purifying Blade, another life gain deck. And in this case, we specifically want to gain a lot of life and not necessarily a bunch of tiny increments of life. Although, so a card like Soul Warden, like hypothetically, could gain us, you know, multiple life a turn. But our drawing of the cards requires that we pay the mana. So what I would rather have is a card that's very cheap that either for free or like 1 mana gets us a bunch of life, and then we can just draw a whole bunch of cards, or, you know, for however much mana we have. So I do have Heliod Suncrown fit pretty nicely into a life gain deck, and then we can just throw Ballista in there as well. And we also have Rosy Cotton Scurry Oak. So these are like the main combos that we're trying to get to. Other than that, I packed in all the life gain I could find, mostly in the form of either it was super cheap and gave us a bunch of life, or it did something else and then incidentally we got life off of it. I play Cockatrice religiously. I could assist if need be. Untap is what me and my friends use. Cockatrice is my bane and delight. Basically, untap is free 10 decks to battle with. Why is it limited to only 10? You have to, like, is it 10... is it like you get a free account and then you only have 10 decks and then you've got to pay them like a premium to make more, or what? Basically, whatever allows me to, I just go online and I can just like search up, I can just make a lobby, or, you know, say like grab a friend group, and then we just play. I assume these programs don't actually follow the rules of Magic, and it's more like you've got to communicate with each other and say like, okay, I do this, your card should go to the graveyard now. I don't know, maybe they have rule sets. Just let me know. So yeah, here is, obviously, Serra Ascendant is great in this deck. It's 1 mana for 6 life gain that we can just keep doing every single turn at no cost. Shadow Spear is another great one. It's also good to just... Shanna herself already has lifelink, but this is good to just have as an Urza Saga target. And then, so the rest of the life game, we've got Blossoming Calm. So 1 for 2 life is reasonable, but then the Rebound is what I really like, because the Rebound is both free, and it means we can get 2 separate instances of this across multiple turns. Chaplain's Blessing is 1 for 5. First Break blows up an enchantment and we gain 2. Divine Offering blows up an artifact and we gain however much value it was. Festival of Troken is you gain 2 for every creature that you have in play. Fountain of Renewal is you gain only 1, but you get it for free on every upkeep, so it's a way to continue to do it. Fruition is you gain 1 for every forest on the field, which is especially good with Yavimaya. Guide of Souls is... So I mostly didn't want the Soul Warden effects, but I figured this one was good enough, and I just needed another life gain effect. Healer of the Glade, 1 for 3, and it's a creature. Ivory Tower is 1 for up to 3. It depends on what's in your hand, what your hand size is. Life Goes On is 1 for 4 or 8, more realistically for 4. Light of Hope is also 1 for 4, and this can also destroy enchantments. Lucky Offering, another one that blows up artifacts of a specific mana value, and then you gain life. Peach Garden is 2 for every creature. It's another Festival of Troken. Then there's Sanctify, destroy an artifact or enchantment, gain 3. Serra Ascendant, Shadow Spear, we already talked about. Soul Mender is just the creature version of Fountain of Renewal. Sunbeam, Spellbomb, and finally Sunspring Expedition, which is the one that takes the most investment, but has the highest amount of life per mana invested in it. So... Also, a deck that gains a bunch of life is also good about having life loss effects, like it helps mitigate them. So Sylvan Library I would have played anyway, but it means we can basically take the cards off of this every turn. There are unfortunately not like a ton of pay life to get value cards in Bant, so you know, the best ones are usually in black, where you've got cards like Bolus of Citadel and Necropotence, but we do what we can. The main thing here is just protecting Shanna and then using life gain as a way to draw cards and eventually find a combo. So that's what we got. You have access to every card in the game for free with Cockatrice. Make lobbies, invite whoever, but it looks like crap and everything is manual. I like it, but sometimes you meet idiots. I have a Shanna deck on the platform with all the Wardens. Yeah, I thought about the Wardens, but I figured that in order to trigger the Wardens, you need to play another creature. And so... It depends on how big is that creature. We obviously have a bunch of cheap creatures, like 1 mana creatures, but we also have more expensive creatures, and so it's possible that the Soul Wardens are better than cards like Fountain of Renewal and Soul Mender. I liked these mainly because they were free after the initial investment, and you can just keep doing them. But yeah, it's possible. There was other cards that like increase the amount of life you gain. Like I think it's Cleric class where you gain more life. I ultimately thought that those probably weren't worth it. So if you go down here to considering, like, I had all of the Warden up effects. I'd like Tamiyo's Safekeeping. Nature's Claim as a removal spell that also occasionally you can just target on your own stuff to gain a bunch of life was another thing I thought about, but I ultimately wound up cutting it. I mainly cut it because we had all of these other life-gaining cards that are removal where we don't have to point at our own stuff in order to get the life gain. Untap is a free 10, but if you want more, it is a premium, or you can just delete older decks. Just visit the site if you want. It does a lot more than just Magic, but yeah, it needs communication. So like Cockatrice, I assume that one also is manual, like it doesn't follow the rules for you. Thinking about it, it might be better to lessen the amount of Wardens because 1 board wipe is all it takes, and you get set back to square one, essentially. That's another reason. Untapped is Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic, Digimon, Chaotic card game, Duel Masters, Lorcana, Pokemon, etc. Just a bunch of card games. Yeah, it's a manual. Gotcha. So, Untapped is a website, right? Is Cockatrice is an app you have to install? Is that correct? Anyway, so that's the Shanna deck. So then we moved on to, I randomed into Cadira, Caller of the Small. So this is a Selesnya commander, and it is 3/3 trample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, for each token you control, create a rabbit. And specifically, that's each token. It doesn't have to be a creature token. So the obvious way forward was play a bunch of token spam, and we're in Selesnya, so obviously we're in Selesnya, and our plan revolves around hitting people and making tokens. So We're going to want our stacks as usual. I couldn't play taxes, though, because they directly interfered with what I was trying to do. Like, we need to play Parallel Lives and Anointed Procession and Mondrak in order to increase the amount of tokens. I also needed to make those tokens actually do something. It's not enough just to have a bunch of 1/1s, so we've got Beastmaster Ascension and Skyhunter Strike Force as the main beatdown. Also Concordant, so that, because we want to be able to attack with Cadira as quickly as possible. And we got all our protection and whatnot. Guardian Augmenter here again, because it's way better to attack with a 5/5 Cadira than it is a 3/3. So then I've got all of the token generators, which I don't have neatly in a bunch of groups, but we've got like Staff of the Storyteller. There's a bunch of things. Obviously, we're going to run Enduring Innocence type effects, the Welcoming Vampire type effects. And I've also got Cryptolithrite and Jaheira as ways of making our tokens be able to tap for mana so that they're more useful than just being 1/1s. But mainly, the tokens are going to be mostly copies of like a bunch of stuff that generates 2 tokens for 2 was the base minimum. So there's Kelon, specifically the adventure part, which is create X maps where X is 1 plus the number of opponents who control an artifact. So it's always at least 1, and then the odds of our opponents controlling an artifact are pretty high. There's also Astrid Peth, which makes a food when it enters and when it attacks. So it's essentially 2 mana for 2 tokens, because you're at least going to get 1 attack out of it. Aura Mutation, blow up an enchantment, make X tokens, where X is the mana value. Aura Shards is great in this deck, obviously. And then we've got Fists of Ironwood, 2 for 2. I don't care that it gives the enchanted creature trample, that's not the point. Killer Service is 3 for 3. You make foods equal to the number of your opponents. And then the other ability doesn't really matter. Mostly just 3 for 3. Raise the Alarm, Verdant Command, Clowning Around. Distract the Guards is 3 for 3 or 2 for 3 if you have free running, which means you hit your opponent with your commander. Gather the Townsfolk's 2 for 2. Hop 2, it's 3 for 3. Join the Dance, 2 for 2. Sapperling Migration, 2 for 2. And Servo Exhibition, 2 for 2. So basically, I set that as the bare minimum because I knew that was what we were going to get a lot, which is that if I'm paying 2 mana, I need to at least make 2 tokens. If I'm paying 3, I need to make 3. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. It's stacks, protection for Cadira, some beatdown stuff. Oh, I also have Adeline in here as another way of... It's 3 mana for 3 tokens, basically. Caretaker's Talent, another way to draw cards. That was Cadira. Untap also has an app. It's a phone app, but it has an app. Okay, so can I just play it on my desktop through a browser, or do I have to download it? You don't like the 6 token tripler? I don't. Yeah, OG attack, it's just too expensive. Why don't you play Vexillus Praetor over Guardian Augmenter? Vexillus Praetor? I do not know this card. What is this? Because it's 4 mana instead of 3. That's why. You can play through a browser. All right, is it untap MTG? That to load up. Is Cockatrice an app? That's another thing I want to know. So then we have Mangara of Corondor. This one was so difficult to figure out how to build. So Mangara is tap, exile Mangara, and target permanent. Now note where the colon is. It's after the tap symbol, which technically means multiple things. It means you can, if you have an instant speed way of doing this, you can untap Mangara at instant speed and then tap it again to get the effect multiple times before it exiles. But more importantly, you can tap Mangara and then blink it or phase it or do anything else that makes it so that the exile clause is subverted and do it again. Although if you blink Mangara, then you obviously can't activate it multiple times in the same turn. So, unless you have haste, that's the only way. So, importantly, I don't have Lightning Greaves in here because if I had Lightning Greaves on Mangara, I wouldn't be able to target it with abilities or spells while the Greaves is attached to it. So the one deck where we have Swiftfoot Boots and not Lightning Greaves. Otherwise, the deck is... So it's got a bunch of the typical stuff. Protection for Mangara, removal, etc. But mainly, we want haste and 1,000-Year Elixir because we want Mangara to be able to be activated immediately. We never want to play Mangara and then just wait. I don't want to go Mangara past the turn. Hopefully nobody does anything to this. And the other thing is I want haste out of specifically 1,000-year elixir being the one that actually matters the most, because I want to be able to blink Mangara and use them again immediately. So if we come down to our untappers, we have 20 untappers, and this is basically all of the 2 but preferably 1 mana cards that untap Mangara and instant speed. So we've got Acrobatic Leap, Active Heroism, Alarum, Blessed Alliance, Burst of Energy. Also, some of these cards will untap everything. Call to Glory, untap all creatures you control. So this will also combine with anything else that we have to untap, including like our mana creatures down here. Jeru's Resolve, Escape from Orthanc, Hope and Glory, Light the Way, Mage Right Stone, Rally of Wings, Rally the Troops, Refuse to Yield, Roar of the Caw, 1,000-Year Elixir, To Arms, Veterans Reflexes, Village Bellringer, which is going to be part of combos that we'll get to, and Wings of the Cosmos. Most of these cards, they don't do anything other than just untap Mangara, with a few exceptions like 1,000-Year Elixir, for example. We've also got Blink Flickering effects. While I do have some of these, I mostly avoided them and wanted the untap clause more. Acrobatic Maneuver and Scroll Shift, at least draw a card, although they are 3 mana. And then there's Cloud Shift and Ephemerate. And then more specifically, we've got Eldrazi Displacer and Gilrain, which will also combo with Village Bellringer when we want to, when we have 3 mana worth of mana creatures. So if we've got 3 mana's worth of mana creatures and Mangara who's not summoning sick, we can go activate Mangara, then we do the Bellringer loop, Mangara untaps, and we can exile all of our opponent's permanents. And if we have 4 mana worth of creatures, then we can go infinite. I also have Rings of Brighthearth in here to copy the ability on Mangara, and then I figured as long as we've got rings, we may as well have Basalt Monolith as well to have infinite colorless. Also, Sanctum of Eternity is a land that can bounce Mangara back to our hand if we really want to do this, although this is pretty inefficient to have to bounce Mangara and replay him. But this was the closest thing I could find to Karakas. And it doesn't cost us much to just have this as part of the land base. And then most of the rest of this is pretty straightforward. Nothing too great to see here. As part of our protection, I also have like Haystack, because that's a way to protect it where we can also phase out Mangara to use his ability. There was Robe of Mirrors was another one, but it was more expensive than just Haystack. And then, yeah, what did I have down here? So I didn't play every single blink spell that I could. I needed more room, so I just kept the best blink spells and cut these ones. Although it's possible that the cantrip ones are worse, but I think they're probably better than these 2 mana ones. Mangara is so dumb. I love him. I played him in the 99 of Marikari Barrett for another target of my untapped shenanigans. I want to remake my first deck I made, which was a Teysa Karlov deck, but I couldn't get the creative gears turning. The old deck had a combo to exile all of my opponent's decks with Bitter Ordeal. I do have a Teysa Karlov deck if you're interested. I think Teysa is one of the ones I have. I know I've got the Death Trigger one. Teysa. Yeah, the Death Trigger Teysa. Yeah, I've got this one if you want to take a look at it. Here is Teysa, and here's the link to it. Would you imagine if the unbanned Karakas... Yeah, well, a Karakas has to be banned, because a Karakas would invalidate commanders, or it would make commanders with ETB triggers ridiculous. How do you feel about Essence Reliquary for a repeatable way Mangara can escape exile? Whoops. Essence Reliquary. Turn another target permanent you control and all auras you control attached to it to their hand. Activate only during your turn. It just strikes me as being too expensive. Because not only do we need this, but we have to recast Mangara. As opposed to all of like the blink cards where it just immediately is in play again. Yeah, so there's this one, there's like Meticulous Excavation, Erratic Portal. There's a number of ways that we can bounce Mangara back to our hand, but then that requires that we replay Mangara, which is 1, too expensive, and 2, requires that Mangara come back into play and then can't be activated again. Like, that's the issue. Flicker Form is also great to do it at instant speed. Doesn't Flicker Form cost 4? That was another one that I looked at, but yeah, 4 mana is just too much. So that is Mangara of Corondor. Then, before we get to this one, I randomed into Miirym Sentinel Worm, which is, I already have a Dragon's deck with the Dragon, but this was just another way to build it. So, obviously, we want to get to Miirym as fast as possible, which means we have some ramp here. I also have some fast mana, but not a ton of it. And, you know, the typical stuff, some counter spells and whatever. And mainly, so Miirym copies dragons that we play. I also have Reflections of Lilah to do the same thing. We have Urza's Incubator to make the dragons less expensive. And then we've got all the dragons. So I go subtype dragons. So we have 15 dragons in the deck. I didn't want to play dragons that were too expensive. I wanted to be able to pretty realistically cast a dragon every time after Miirym. So I avoided the ones that were like 8 mana dragons, because I wanted to be able to go like 6 mana for Miirym, and then presumably we can like play another land and then cast 6, and then cast 7. If it was cheaper than that, also that's good too. So the 1 8 mana one that I have is Astral Dragon, because it's a combo with certain things in the deck. It has like a bunch of different combos that go with it. Then the rest of it was just like a bunch of value dragons. So we've got Bonehorde Dracosaur, Cavernhorde Dragon can technically be really cheap. Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest, all these obviously get great when you're multiplying them. Goldspan Dragon, Hulkite Tyrant, Plouth Unrivaled Ancient, Lathless Dragon Queen, Old Gnawbone, and Terror of the Peaks. Those are the big ones. And then the other thing is that one of our cards is Cryptic Gateway, which is tap to untap creatures you control. You may put a creature card from your hand that shares a creature type with each creature tapped this way onto the battlefield. So I wanted another way of cheating these dragons in other than just Miirym, obviously. And Cryptic Gateway was one of the ways of doing that. And specifically, I'm going to need cheap dragons leading up to the Cryptic Gateway in order to do it. So I also ran a bunch of cheaper dragons. So we've got Dragonborn Looter. We have Orlessa, which lets you cast dragons off the top of the deck, and Reckless Barbarian and Scaled Nurturer as just, and Swashbuckler Extraordinaire as just cheap dragons to enable us to then to use the Cryptic Gateway. If Cryptic Gateway was not in the deck, I probably would not play any of those cards. So it's possible that that's not worth it, and that it should just be like cut all 5 of those, 6 of those. Yeah, cut all 6 of those. But I wanted a way to do that. And then we've also got Roaming Throne, obviously, which makes another trigger on the Miirym so that we make even more dragons. Again, there's like a whole bunch of dragons that I didn't wind up playing that could have been like big ones to play. Also have Molten Echoes as basically, it's like a Kiki-Jiki for the dragons, essentially. Make another thing that's going to make more copies. Parallel Lives. I didn't play every single thing, so I don't have like Doubling Season in here as well. I just made the cutoff 4 mana. And I didn't play like all the most expensive dragons. Like I thought about them. I thought about Lathless and Balefire and all that. But ultimately decided not to go with those. And if you look down here and considering, so like Patron of the Arts was another one that I thought about, but I thought it was the worst out of all the 3 mana and lower dragons, and I needed space. And then Niv Mizzet was another one I thought about. I figured this one might be hard to cast, and also our deck is not built to use it. It more just punishes our opponents for casting spells. So I ultimately cut this one as well. What is your favorite monocolor to build? Oh, just monocolor in general. I don't really think about it that way. I mostly think about the commanders and what they do. So like Selvala was a card that I had in paper that I played a bunch that I thought was really fun. But as far as monocolor, yeah, I don't think I have a favorite color. I think I just have commanders that I enjoy, and I don't really care what color they are. I guess if you're talking about the general strategies that those colors have, I would suppose green and blue would be my favorite ones, because you get a lot more limited in what you can interact with when you're outside of those. Like green has all the best ramp, and then blue has counter spells and whatnot. And then like once you get to white, then you have to pretty much play stacks, which I don't really like. Red is also very limited in what it has access to, and black has a lot of pretty good card draw, and it has the black tutors, but it doesn't really have any great specific strategy. Also, when you get to black and red, you become very limited in the types of cards you can answer. So like black can't answer artifacts, red can't answer enchantments outside. Red has to play Wild Magic Surge and Chaos Warp in order to answer stuff, and those cards are not great removal. And black has to play Feed the Swarm and Withering Torment just so it can answer enchantments. Have you built the 3-mana Teysa? If not, I'd like to see your take on her. I've not built the 3-mana Teysa. Sure, we can add that to the list. 3-mana Teysa. Isn't there another 3-mana Teysa, or are they all different manas? So then this, so this was technically the last deck I built, but the deck right before this, and this is the deck that I really struggled with. Celestial Kirin. So Celestial Kirin's a 4-mana 3/3 flyer, and it says whenever you play a spirit or arcane spell, destroy all permanents with that spell's mana value. So if you're at all familiar with this card, it's probably from Modern, where you can pair it with Ugin's Conjurant, where you can just cast Conjurant for 0 and it'll blow up all the lands. So specifically, what to do with Kirin? Well, you can basically turn this into a command zone limited sweeper where your spirit and arcane spells can selectively wrath specific mana values. Now, what's the problem with that? The problem with that is that it's symmetrical and it will also blow up all of your own stuff. So how do you play stacks cards when all of your stacks permanents get blown up? How do you play ramp when all of your mana rocks get blown up? And in this regard, it's kind of similar to Child of Alara, where Child of Alara is a deck that I built that is specifically built around getting Child of Alara into play and then sacking it somehow, or just having it die, and then it will blow up all the permanents. But in that regard, Child of Alara is all the colors, including green, which means that you could just play land ramp, right? Because Child of Alara wouldn't blow up lands. It would blow up all the non-lands. So you could just play ramp spells that were like Farseek, Rampant Growth, Explore, and you would just put lands into play, and then it didn't matter that you didn't have any permanent-based ramp, because you could just play all the land ramp, and so Child of Alara wouldn't hurt you. Now, Child of Alara was still restricted because you had to play like indestructible permanents if you wanted to keep them around. But Celestial Kirin is limited in that it doesn't have any of the land ramp, and you want indestructible permanents in order to keep them around, but you're in one color. So how do we get around this problem? Well, we can play either permanents that are indestructible, which there are some, but there's not a ton, or we can give our permanents indestructible, but if we do that, they're either one-off effects or they're very expensive. Or we can have effects where we don't care that the card is getting blown up because we already got our value out of it. So that's another way to do it. So before I talk about all the spirits and arcane spells in the deck, let's just go through all of the other cards in the deck. So let's group this by subtype, I guess. So, or I guess just regular type. So as you can see here, I still have a bunch of protection, I still have some stacks, and I still have a bunch of ramp cards. So how can I run all of these ramp cards if I can't blow up any of my own stuff, right? And we've got removal and some other things, right? Also, another challenge is that Child of Alara, all you had to do was sack it and it would blow up everything. Herein, we have to play cards that are at specific mana values in order to blow things up. And if we ever play anything on 4, they also blow up Kirin. So how do we get around this problem? Well, if we take a look at our ramp, it is all based on ways of subverting the requirement for the card to be in play. So some of these are cards that I would never normally run. So land tax would be the obvious one, where it doesn't technically ramp you because the lands go to your hand and not into play. But we got to find some way around this problem. So we've got cards like land tax, and I don't really care if my land tax is blown up later in the game because presumably I at least got 3 planes off of it, which is good enough. Apart from land tax, there's also Gift of Estates. And then let's go through the cards one at a time. So there's Archaeomancer's Map, which gets us 2 planes, and they go into our hand, but then it's like a burgeoning-esque card where we can potentially put cards onto the battlefield. You might be wondering, why in the world do we have fetch lands in our mono white deck? Well, we have them for 1 card, and that is Brought Back. So if we are in a position where it's turn 2, we can go like turn 1 fetch land, turn 2 fetch land, and then fetch both, and then Brought Back both of them. Or if we can just go like plains plus fetch land, fetch, Brought Back can sort of be a ramp spell in that regard because we get the fetch land back into play. Chrome Mox is here because it's just really good, so it's fine. Flame Jumper goes and gets us a land. A lot of the white cards specifically have the problem of they only get the land if an opponent has more lands than we do, like land tax. So this is unfortunately a necessary evil that we have to accept if we're going to run the deck like this. Then we've got Darksteel Ingot and Skyclave Relic, which are indestructible. Deep Gnome Terramancer, which requires our permanents to basically fetch lands in order to get the ability. I'll skip this for now. We've got Knight of the White Orchid, which again requires an opponent to have more lands than us. Loyal Warhound is the same thing as Knight of the White Orchid. Mox Diamond, because it's really good. I'll skip this for now. I'll skip this for now. I'm skipping anything that's spirits or arcane spells for the most part. Restoration of Agonjo is not exactly a ramp spell, but it can technically function as such. It goes and it fetches a land into our hand, and then on the second chapter, we can discard a card and we can reanimate a permanent with 2 or less onto the battlefield, which can be the plains. We can discard the plains and put it back, or we can reanimate a fetch land or whatever. It does come in tapped, so it doesn't immediately ramp us, but hey, whatever. And then we've got Wayfarer's Bauble. And then I'll skip this for now because it's spirit, so we'll talk about that later. Then on the stacks front, so this is not a lot. We mostly don't have... I guess I'll talk about these later when we get to spirits. Boromir is a card where I wanted it because it's a creature that we can have on the board and we can sacrifice to give all of our stuff indestructible. So if we are in the situation of having creatures and we need to trigger Kirin, but it's going to blow up creatures that we don't want to blow up, this is an on-the-board way of giving indestructible. It means that we can pay for Boromir earlier and then not have to hold up mana and have, like, I cast this thing that makes all of my things indestructible, and then I have to also cast the spell that's going to blow the things up. I just have it on the board so it doesn't cost me anything. Same deal as Selfless Spirit down here, which also counts. So I also do have Avacyn as a way to just break parity, but Avacyn's 8 mana, so, you know, we're not getting to that for a while, especially if we do wind up blowing the lands up. And then I also, I can't really afford to run, you know, Giver of Runes and all those cards because they're permanents that are going to get blown up. So I need spells that protect Kirin. So I need Blessed Breath and God's Willing and all of those, and Lauren's Escape and those kinds of cards. And if these cards can double as also giving indestructible, that's good too. I'll also, you will notice that Blacksmith Skill isn't here. That's a deliberate choice. There's a lot of things in the consideration section that we'll get to as cards that I cut. I do want Grand Abolisher, though, because I do need a way of pushing through counter spells. So Grand Abolisher, Defense Grid, and I don't care if I blow them up later because I already got Kirin into play. And then there's also Galadriel's Dismissal, which hypothetically we could also potentially have 4 mana and phase out all of our stuff while the trigger's on the stack. But mostly it's just here to be another protection spell. And then there's Flawless Maneuver so that we can get indestructible with our whole board without having to pay for it, because we can just have, it's free when Kirin's in play, so we can just use this as another way of protecting our board. And then Gideon Blackblade is a permanent that during our turn is indestructible, and it can give something else indestructible as well, and we don't have to pay for it after it's already in play. And specifically, another card we have is Audric. So Audric is basically the better version of Avacyn here, because it, as long as one thing that we have is indestructible, it duplicates the indestructibility to everything else. So it alone doesn't protect our board, but it can protect our whole board once we get indestructible. And then the other card to talk about is Darksteel Plate, which is mostly here to just equip to Kirin so that Kirin doesn't blow itself up, but it obviously also works with Audric. Now, I had Mithril Coat as another card in here, but I needed space. So Mithril Coat would be cheaper in terms of just attaching to Kirin, but I wanted the versatility of being able to attach to other things as well. So that's why it's a Darksteel Plate, even though it's obviously very inefficient. Can I make a suggestion? I love the OG creature planeswalkers like Chandra, Flame of Kaladesh. I'd love to see you make Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Sure. Okay. I'm going to veto JVP, and the reason I'm vetoing it is because if you want a 2-mana blue legendary creature that loots, you already also have access to Rona. Rona is in 2 colors, so immediately you also get access to black. And Rona also has untapped combos, so you can combine it with Retraction Helix, and Banishing Knack in order to go infinite. Whereas JVP doesn't have the same options. JVP is not exactly the same because you can flip it into a Planeswalker to Snapcaster Mage back spells from your graveyard, but that is nowhere near as good, I think, as Rona. So if you were going to build a 2-mana looter commander, I would just build Rona every time over JVP. So if there's another one of them that you want to suggest besides JVP, that's fine. Or if you can make a case to me that JVP is like has its own strengths that make it, even if not as good as Rona, like worth building around, I'll consider it. What about Endless Horizons? Dumb planes from your library, wipe lands, cast planes, drops for the rest of the game. Well, we don't want to do that, because we still want to be able to play our other spells. So Savin's Reclamation is another card. Well, it's technically not ramp. It can technically function as that, where on 3 mana you can get a fetch land back from your graveyard, and then it's basically a ramp spell. So do I have it over here? I'll consider it a ramp spell just for this deck, whereas you never normally use it as a ramp spell. Then I also have flicker effects, where the cards don't come back until the end step. So unlike cards that blink immediately, these can also act as protection. So Eerie Interlude and Ghostway and Otherworldly Journey. And Eerie Interlude and Ghostway specifically because, unlike a spell like, say, Dawn's Truce, which would be 2 mana, give our entire team indestructible, but that's a card that we have to cast on our own turn. Whereas Eerie Interlude and Ghostway, we can, on an opponent's end step, do this, and then do stuff on our own turn. We do technically have to have multiple, like if we want to trigger Kieran, Ghostway applies to everything. Eerie Interlude only applies to certain stuff. So let's say that we have Kieran plus there's some other creature that we want to keep in play, and we know we're going to cast a Spirit or Arcane spell that's going to blow up that creature. We can end of turn for the opponent who's about to pass to us, cast Eerie Interlude, exile the creatures that are going to get blown up, go to our turn, cast the spell, blow all of that stuff up, and then on end step they all come back, right? Maybe Kithian, Hero of Akros. I don't see a good way of making that wrong either. It's just a beatdown creature, and it's not even a particularly good one. I'll take a look at the Flipwalkers, though. So let's say one of the Flipwalkers from Origins, requested by William Haydock. Three mana OG Teysa. So the next thing, so now that I'm looking at it, Ghostway should probably get cut. We'll figure out a replacement for that. Anyway, also in the land base, I don't think that the Ugin's Conduit and blow up all the lands thing is going to happen that often, although it is obviously an option. So we do need lands that can persist, that have a way of getting around this. So one of them is Darksteel Citadel and Cascading Cataracts are indestructible lands. Another one is Flagstones of Trocaire. When you blow it up, you go fetch a plains. Outside of those three, there's no options for lands that mitigate the blowing up all of our stuff. But those are ones that we should be playing anyway as a way to mitigate that problem. Then the next thing is we do need some way of winning that isn't just beating our opponents down, especially when we keep blowing the field up. So Heliod Suncrown is an indestructible permanent, so this doesn't get blown up, and then it's easy enough to just slot Ballista into the deck as a way to win the game. Now, after that, everything else, basically, and there's stuff like Recruiter of the Guard, where I don't care if this is blown up because we already fetched the creature off of it. So after that, now let's talk about the Arcane and Spirit spells. So we have 9 Arcane spells, 19 Spirits, and there is also... if we can find it somewhere. No subtype. Where is it? I'll just find it here. Crib Swap. Crib Swap is a tribal instant shapeshifter changeling. So it's 3 mana, exile a creature, and replace it with a 1/1. But it's technically a spirit, so this one counts. And the other thing to note is that when we're talking about the Arcane and Spirit spells, technically, so the things I want are either things that are reusable, things that are Spirits and Arcane spells that are already good anyway, that I would have wanted in the deck regardless, or that have some other use, because we can't just entirely depend on Celestial Kieran. We do have to have ways of actually progressing our board, drawing cards, somehow winning the game even when Kieran isn't in play. So I want those effects, and I want things that are instant speed or have flash, so that we can do stuff at instant speed potentially when it's another player's turn. Like, it's always better to be able to be like, oh, you played that 2-drop and that 2-drop and that 2-drop on your turn. Well, now I'll cast this instant speed arcane spell and blow all of them up. As opposed to, oh, you have a 2-drop, I'll cast this 2-mana spirit, blow it up, and then pass the turn, and then more 2-drops get played, right? So if it had flash, or if it was an instant, an arcane spell, I prioritized those as well. So with that said, they ultimately wind up being, most of them are bad. Let's just get that out of the way, but some of them do have some ability. So Blessed Breath is a protection spell, so we can potentially protect Kieran from a removal spell or some other creature. Candle's Glow is in here purely to be an instant speed spell. Then we've got, oh, I should sort these by their mana values because the mana values matter. So there's only 2 1-manas. There's more than 2 1-manas that exist, but I didn't feel that having more than these 2 was necessary. Quiet Purity, blow up an enchantment, that's fine. Candle's Glow, irrelevant. Otherworldly Journey protects a creature, including Kieran, for 1 turn by blinking it out. Plow Through Rado. So this is returning a number of planes you control to owner's hand, and then the ability is irrelevant. So the pump is irrelevant. The main thing here was that, again, I just wanted a 2-mana instant speed spell that could trigger Kieran, but importantly, the fact that we can pick all of our lands up means, let's say I'm in a position where I've got this and I also have Ugin's Conjurant, and I know I'm going to blow all the lands up immediately. What I can do is I can cast this, pick all of my planes up, then cast Ugin's Conjurant, and then the Armageddon effect was basically asymmetrical. I still have to replay all of those lands, but at least I saved them. Shining Shoal was unique in that it's the only scalable one. So it's the only arcane or spirit spell that's got X in its cost aside from Conjurant and Omarthus. And it's the only one that's instant speed that has X in its cost. So this one is one that we can either just cast it for 2, or we can scale it up to the exact mana value that we want. We can also hypothetically cast it for free, although I'm not exactly sure what its mana value is if you pitch a spell for it. I think it's whatever the mana value of the spell you pitched is. Then there's Clean Fall, destroy all the enchantments. Tarashi's Grasp, which is destroy target artifact or enchantment, although it's only a sorcery. And then Charge Across the Araba. This is 5 mana, and like Plow Through Rado, it allows us to pick all of our planes up in the event that we know that we're going to Armageddon the board. Did you get the Untap website? I have Untap over here. Is it untap.in? Because if it is, then I've got it. So apart from the arcane spells, we then move on to the spirits. So Omarthus and Ugin's Conjurant are essentially irrelevant as far as what they do, but what they allow us to do is they allow us to cast them for 0 to blow the lands up. And we can also scale them to the exact mana value that we want. Then apart from that, we've got Kami of Ancient Law and Keening Apparition as sack, destroy, and enchantment. So we've got lots of enchantment hate in our deck. Kataki, pretty straightforward. Rescuer Chingwa bounces another permanent, which means we can maybe save something that we know that we're going to blow up in the future. And it also has flash, so that's important. Selfless Spirit is a spirit that also has the Boromir effect of potentially being able to save our entire board. Spirit of the Labyrinth. We don't have that much that actually draws cards. White Orchid Phantom. So this is a blow up a land and its controller goes and gets a basic. And the reason this is in here is because hypothetically, we can use this as a ramp spell. If one of our lands is Flagstones of Trocare, Darksteel Citadel, or Cascading Cataracts, we can target our own land and ramp. So that's why this is here. Then we get to the 3s. Bygone Bishop, all 3 mana and less creatures that we cast generate clues, generate clues. So it does something, potentially draws cards. Eidolon of Rhetoric was the only rule of law effect that was in spirits. Nico Anna is ETB, destroy an enchantment, but also whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, you can bounce it back to your hand, which means we get to not only save it from any 3 mana sweeps, but we can reuse it over and over. So we can keep sweeping at 3 mana. Then we've got Pilgrim of the Ages. This is one that goes and searches for a plains and puts it in our hand, so that's why we have this in here. Also, if it's in our graveyard, we can pay 6 to return it to our hand, so it's also reusable. Skyclave Apparition, also a 3 mana kill spell. It's a spirit. Blinking Spirit is a 4 mana spirit that for 0 bounces back to our hand. So for 4, we can just infinitely keep having 4. Although once we get to 4, that's where this blows up Kieran. So Kieran does have to be indestructible for us to use this. But aside from that, we can keep reusing it. On 4, we also have Drogskell Reinforcements. Other spirits you control have melee and prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to spirits you control. So this is the only, like, beatdown card that we can have access to. One card that I did cut was Mirror Entity, which is a 3-mana spirit. I cut it because I didn't want to invest all the mana into activating it, but that's a potential card. Like, that was one that I struggled with to cut. There used to be a lot more spirits and arcane spells in the deck, and I had to whittle it down to getting to an actual playable state. Karmic Guide, I wanted at least one card that could trigger on 5, 6, and 7, because it's possible our opponents could have, like, some big bomb or something. So, Karmic Guide, 5 is fine. Then there's Shepherding Spirits, which is mainly here because we can Plane Cycle it, and then Eternal Dragon, which is also here because we can Plane Cycle it, although we can also pay 5 and return it to our hand from the graveyard to keep reusing it. And then I didn't feel like I needed anything that cost 8. It seemed fine to stop there and not have any more. So that is ultimately where I wound up. I made an Excel spreadsheet of all the mana values and tried to whittle it down to, I knew I obviously wanted the most at 2s and 3s, with some options on 1 and some options at 4 and up. So then if you come down here to the considering, this is mostly the spirits and arcane spells that I wound up cutting. I think the best of them is Mirror Entity, but mostly this was fine. A lot of this was also ramp that I wound up cutting, either because there was a bunch of, like, 2-mana cards that all they did was, like, Ambitious Farmhand, go grab a Plains and put it into your hand, which I ultimately determined to not be that great. And then there was a bunch of them, like Burnished Heart and Canoptic Wraith, where you basically had to pay, there was these ones, there was Navigation Orb, where you basically had to pay more mana than I wanted to pay, especially because being on 3, this is only 1 mana short of just being able to cast Kirin anyway, so I didn't really need a whole bunch more mana after that. Let me sort this by type and tags. And then I cut a bunch of the protection. Some of them was even stuff like Guardian of Faith, where the problem with this card, so this card seems obvious, like, oh, it's a spirit, it phases out your guys. The problem is that when you cast this, it's going to trigger the Kirin anyway, so you can't save anything that you want when you cast it. And it also, it could hypothetically work in the sense of cast this on an opponent's turn to phase out your stuff and then cast the instant speed spell that's going to blow it up, but it has the problem of you can't do it on an opponent's turn and then come back to your turn because everything is going to phase back in. However, now that I look at this, I do want this over Ghostway, so I'm going to switch those out. I also cut Moonlight Strider on 4. Like, yeah, technically it can protect Kirin, but if this is in play, then that means I already had to protect Kirin anyway. I cut Flare Fortitude because I have to sack a creature in order to use it. Blacksmith Skill, I cut the Moms because I just was not going to wind up using them. Rebuff the Wicked. A lot of these were for space. Strict Proctor was one that technically could have been a, you know, Torpor Orb type effect, but wound up not using this. We also do have our own ETB triggers, so this is not very good. A bunch of these are just like bad spirits. Faithbound Judge is something that could potentially kill somebody very, very slowly. So I did consider that as a win condition, but ultimately I just don't think it's that great. It also can only really kill one player because you can't use it multiple times. Eldrazi Monument was something I considered to make all of my guys indestructible, but we don't really have a way of continuously putting creatures into play, which means we'd have to sack them. Wisp was one of the spirit cards that I figured would be really good because we can use it to tutor for stuff. The problem being that there was no auras that I actually wanted to tutor for, so that wound up getting cut. There were some lands here that I thought I might be able to use as ways of protecting our creatures, like in particular Plaza of Heroes, but it's just so much mana that I would rather have and also there's a lot of cards that search for planes in my deck, so I wanted like the maximum amount of that possible. I cut Reprieve, and then there's like all these other ramp spells, like Navigation Orb that I wound up not using, Clay-Fired Bricks, Mycosynth, Wellspring, and then we don't have enough artifacts from Mox Opal to be consistently online, so that had to go too. So ultimately, this wound up being the most difficult to build deck that I've ever tried to actually build because there were so many restrictions on what you needed to do in order to make the deck function. And after all of that, I still think the deck is probably not that good. And it also, unfortunately, has the problem of it's not even like a great casual deck because a part of the plan is constantly blowing up everything, including blowing up everyone's lands with Ugins, Conjurant, and Amarthus. So that makes the deck mean-spirited, Badum-tish. But in the end, I mainly built it because of how much of a challenge it was to finish. So yeah, man, was this hard to build? Yes, absolutely. All right. So let's head over to the requests. So Yidris wheels, death penalties. We've been going for 3 hours already. Wow, that took a lot longer than I thought. Okay, death penalties. Ba-da-da-dum, Yidris. So I obviously built a Yidris deck. I think it was specifically on your request as well. So this is specifically trying to wheel. So, all right, let's just look at this. Is it tagged? Yes, it is tagged. All right. Waste not. You also have Treasure Cruise. Okay, that makes sense. Prosper. Archfiend. Whenever you cycle or discard, put a -1 counter range creature your opponent's control. Cars. Rich cars? Really? Okay. Bring to light. Do note that if you have Bring to Light, if you ever cascade into it, you don't get to do anything with it. So, I don't know how many cards in here you have that cost more than 5. You do have some, but that's one of the reasons I specifically omitted Bring to Light from my Yidris spec, which is that, yeah, if you go like, Yidris is in play, you trigger it, you get the cascade, and then you go like Pyrokinesis or whatever, and you cascade into Bring to Light, it will just brick and not do anything. Also, let's see, this stuff. Glenelendra Archmage, there's a lot better protection spells that you can run, like permanents, like Guardian Augmenter as a way, or I guess Guardian Augmenter doesn't do exactly the same thing, but there's other like counter stuff that's in play cards besides Glenelendra. So the only way that I would run this is if you're specifically using it because of mana considerations. Like if you've mapped this all out and you need a certain amount of 4-drops, that would pretty much be the only reason I would run Glenelendra Archmage. What else? Yeah, Profane Tutor, sure. Fury, Ingot Chewer, Null Drifter, Shriek Maw, that's all fine. This is less ramp than I would like. I would like a lot more than this, specifically because you're trying... Well, a lot of your deck is very expensive, and you're especially trying to get to Yidris as quickly as possible. So I would like more than just these. Also, if you're already running Growth Spiral, I don't see why you're not also running Explore. And then, I don't know if top combos with anything. You've got Citadel. I don't know if you've got Reservoir. Or, you know, top is, I guess, also good because it's something where you can always know that you're going to cascade into a 1-drop, I guess, if you cast 2 mana spells. I guess that's fine. And then, what else do we have? Pyro, Deadly Rollick, yeah, Snuff Out, Curtain's Call, And then here's all the wheels and wheel-related things. So, Darkdeal, Echo of Eons, Fell Spectre. Whenever an opponent discards a card that player loses to. How many of these wheels actually wind up discarding the cards, though, right? Because some of these shuffle them in. So Darkdeal discards, Reforge discards, Wheel of Fate discards. You're not running Wheel of Fortune. I assume that's for budget reasons. And Whispering Madness discards, so that's 4 of them. And Windfall discards. Actually, is it every single one? No, it's not Echo, but it's all the rest of them. For a deck that cares about wheeling, you have surprisingly few wheels. I guess the main thing in here is that you're trying to wheel your opponents specifically. I think you have more... Oh, Jace's Archivist. I didn't see that one. There's also a red mage that casts Wheel of Fortune, if you're interested in that one. I feel like you have more things that punish people from you wheeling them than actual wheels. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wheels, and one of them, all your wheel punishing effects punish people for discarding, except for Bowmasters, which is based on drawing, and Shieldred. What does Raider's Wake do? Whenever an opponent discards, they lose 2. Gotcha. You can lose more life based on discarding than you can based on drawing. Because Underworld Dreams and Fate Unraveler only do 1 damage per draw. And you've got Blood Chief Ascension. Do you have a combo category? Seemingly not. I feel like if you already have Blood Chief Ascension in your deck, it's easy enough to just jam Mind Crank into the deck and have a combo. Although if you're specifically not trying to do that, that's fine. Prosper, whenever you play a card from exile, create a treasure. Not really sure why Prosper's here. You also have multiple extra combat steps. Yeah, I looked at these ones too. I don't remember if I determined whether Fury of the Horde was good enough or not. Okay, so I think the main problem is if your plan is built on wheeling, then why isn't this commander just Nekasar? Because Nekasar is a commander that's already in Grixis, that already punishes your opponents from wheeling, and you're not gaining anything by being green that you would lose with Nekasar. So obviously you would lose the mana ramp that's in green, but you're already not even playing most of the 1-drop green creatures, so you could just play the Mana Rocks. And then, like, Bring to Light Rishkars, Destiny Spinner Rhythm. Like, most of this stuff is pretty replaceable. So it's a question of, like, why is it Idris instead of Nekasar? You stream on Twitch. I have streamed on Twitch before. I'm currently streaming on YouTube. I would stream on Twitch if I was streaming something that wasn't Magic related, because I wouldn't want to be like, hey, people who are subscribed to a Magic the Gathering channel, here's me streaming some random other thing that has nothing to do with Magic. So yeah, I mainly just question, like, why does it have to be Yidris and not Nekasar instead? Because Nekasar would be the better wheel commander. Other than that, yeah, I want more ramp in the deck, and there's just like a lot of decisions that are weird, I guess. How does this compare to the Idris deck that I have built? Is there anything that you're blatantly missing that should... Obviously, you've taken it in a wheel direction and not in a cascade direction. Yeah, I was playing cards like Spelunking and Trail Tracker Scout so that to take advantage of all the mana that we're spending. Averna. I've got Submerge and you don't. Yeah, and Force of Vigor and you don't, as a way of cheating costs into whatever. You have Profane Tutor as your 0 mana thing to hit, and I have Inevitable Betrayal. I think between the two, Inevitable Betrayal is probably better, but fine. I have Scroll Rack and you don't. This is mainly to move things around. Contagion as basically another effect like Fury and Pyrokinesis. And Lorien revealed. Yeah, I have Guardian Augmenter in mind. I would take a look at just these cards and figure out if you want to have any of this. Although, again, you're obviously more in like the wheels direction than you are in the cascade direction. Also, because you're wheels, let me compare this to my Nekasar deck to see if you're missing anything there. That's probably actually the better comparison. So Nekasar, you're not playing Notion Thief, which seems crazy to me. You're also not playing Turgrid. It also seems crazy. Let's see. Time Spiral is very expensive, so I understand why you don't have it. Winds of Change doesn't actually cause anyone to discard, so you would only get value out of it via Bowmasters and Eldred, so I guess that's fine. Dothy Voidwalker as a way to pairs very, very well with your opponent's mass discarding. What else? Burning Inquiry is another pretty good one. Time Reversal is another one. Time Twister's obviously crazy expensive. The Fairy's Puzzle Box doesn't cause discarding, but it does cause constant redraws. And then you're also not running Narset. So you're just not running the anti-draw clause cards. You're only running the cards that punish players for drawing a bunch. Molten Psyche is another one, although this one's shuffle and not discard. And Wheel and Deal is another one that you might consider as well, although you don't get to wheel in the case of Wheel and Deal. But those are basically the ones I would look at. I'll go back and look at the cards. Never played a wheel strat, so I'm not familiar with the cards. Yeah, I would look at Nekasar, and I would look at my Nekasar and Yidris deck to see which cards you're missing, because a lot of this is going to apply to the wheel strat. I want to make something that feels unique but still strong. Also, let me go back to your deck. Okay, I understand why you've got cards like Raider's Wake and Fell Spectre. These feel pretty bad at 4 mana. So I would look to see if there's other cards that do something similar, but aren't this expensive. Let's take a look. Let's see. It has to be an EDH card. It's ID, I guess it's in 4 colors, so red, blue, green, black, Rugby, and then, or Goober. And then whenever, how are they worded? Is it a player, an opponent discards? Whenever an opponent discards. Whenever an opponent discards. Whenever an opponent discards. Okay. Whenever an, let's just say, opponent or player discard, and then less than 4, 3 or less. Opponent discards get plus. You've already got Liliana's Caress and Miirym. Whenever an opponent is dealt 3, no, that's not right. You have Waste Not. Korok is whatever. Opponent discards plus. Okay, so there isn't anything else. What about on 4? So Sheoldred's obviously the best one. Whenever an opponent discards, you may draw. Geth's Grimoire might be something you would look into. Although if you're wheeling, that means you're already drawing a bunch of cards anyway. I think that's a good enough critique. I think we covered most of it. All right. Then moving on, Chris wants Jasmine. So, wait, did you want a critique? Yeah, you wanted a critique of Jasmine. Okay, Chris 98. Jasmine. What does Jasmine do? Jasmine, Boreal of the 7. 3 mana. It taps to add green and white. Spend only on creatures with no abilities. That's going to be pretty difficult to make good. Creatures you control with no abilities can't be blocked by creatures with abilities. You have to be playing all vanilla. And specifically, your commander wants to ramp into vanilla creatures. How big are even vanilla creatures? Does Tarmogoyf count as a vanilla creature or not? Is vanilla Tarmo? It does not. Okay. How many vanilla creatures are there even? 167, of which I'm sure most of those are atrocious. Okay. So, I know there's also, aside from Jasmine, there's Maragon to Petroglyphs to give everything +2. I don't think there's that much more that cares about vanilla stuff. But let's take a look at your deck. So, once again, 37 lands with a bunch of MDFCs is not good on all these basics. And then you're playing like War Room and Bonder's Enclave and Demo Field. Like, just get rid of that stuff. I think, was it you who specifically said you have Demo Field for a particular reason, though? So that's fine, but just get rid of War Room, get rid of Bonder's Enclave, and then fix your fixing so that you're not playing so many copies of Plains and Forest. And cut the amount of lands down. And then, is it tagged? It's tagged. All right, how much ramp you have? 15. That's on the lower end, but you also have a ramp commander, I guess. I do see most of the mana dorks are in here. That's fine. Elvish Pioneer, I really question, unless this is in here for some kind of loop, because I know there are Elvish Pioneer loops that you can do with like Cloudstone Curio. Sky Shroud Ranger. Do you also have... Yeah, Sakura Tribe Scout. So you've got all the land stuff. Okay. Board wipes. Azuri's Predation and Vanquish the Horde. Evasion Giver. Ruxa, Patient Professor. When it enters or attacks, return target creature with no abilities from your graveyard to your hand. Creatures you control no abilities get +1, and you may have creatures you control with no abilities find their combat damage as though they weren't blocked. And we got Beast Within, Generous Gift, Stroke of Midnight, Swords Path. Get rid of Path. If you want a quick, easy one to switch this with, it would be Get Lost. Then Rampaging Baloths. And then we've got Untagged Creatures, which I'm assuming these are all the vanillas, right? So Miirym Petroglyphs, Return of the Wild Speaker, Ruxa, Tribute to the World Tree. If we just want to beat down, why not Beastmaster Ascension or Skyhunter Strike Force? And we got Shepherd of the Flock for whatever reason. Make a Stand. If the main thing you're interested in is your guys get indestructible, then I would play Heroic Intervention and not this because it's cheaper. Unless the +1 matters for some reason. We've also got Toski, Guardian Project, Beast Whisperer, Elemental Bond. And then Stacks Creatures. How many Rule of Laws is this? 4? Yeah, okay, that's good. And the Taxers. And then I assume these are all the vanillas, right? So Alpine Grizzly, Blade of the Sixth Pride, Canopy Gorger, Cowl Prowler, Garrix Gorehorn, Gigantosaurus, Hindercatch, Knight of Nubenalia, Leatherback Baloth, Nyxborn Colossus, Arazka Frillback, Panther Warriors, Primordial Worm, Prizefighter Construct, Terrain Elemental, Twin Veil Treefolk, Vorst Claw, and Watchwolf. Didn't she say, creatures with no abilities can't be blocked by creatures with abilities. So presumably all of your opponent's creatures will have abilities. So this makes all of your team unblockable. All right. So the main problem here is that I don't think there's a good enough payoff for having creatures with no ability. There's many problems. One is I don't think there's a good enough payoff for having creatures with no abilities, because the only cards that you have besides your commander is basically Ruxa and Miirym Petroglyphs, right? And even these are not great cards. And are those the only ones that are vanilla payoffs? I think that's it, right? And then the other thing is that the vanilla creatures themselves are just not very good for the most part. In particular, I would skew more, like, obviously the ratio is high power, low mana values is what you would want. And the further that you get away from, like, the 2-drops, I think the worse it's going to get. The other thing here is that I feel like you have missed a big opportunity, because there's plenty of creature tokens that have no abilities that you could be creating off of cards that make creature tokens. Now, obviously, Jasmine's mana wouldn't pay for those, but I feel like you could still find some pretty good token generators where the creature tokens themselves are vanilla creatures. So that would be a direction I would want to take this in. So I'm going to build this. It sounds like a pretty... Like, to make this good sounds like it's going to be a real challenge. What does your description say? Play Ramp on turn 1, play Jasmine on turn 2, play 6-drop on turn 3, beat face. Back Considering. Oh, Considering is Austere Command, Scroll of Mom. You definitely should be playing the protection cards for Jasmine. So yeah, definitely the Moms and like Grand Abolisher and whatnot. Reconnaissance, I don't see why you'd need that. Your creatures are unblockable anyway. And then Are these vanilla adventure creatures that are vanillas? Interesting. Ramoka Warrior, Expedition Envoy, Glass Golem, and Colonian Tusk. Why would you consider like Expedition Envoy and not Isamaru? So from 3 to 6, so thus the 6 drops. I imagine Gigantosaurus would be pretty difficult to cast. You need the mana from her plus another 4 green. So that means basically none of your lands can be white. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Who's my commander? Why, it's Jasmine Boreal, of course. Actually, before I do that, let me just check. He says no abilities, right? Yeah. Oracle text is no abilities, and it is a commander. Is she the only one? Okay, there's also Ruxa, but that's not in white as well. So, Jasmine Boreal of the 7. What a unique commander. All right, add in the starter kit, the 2-color mana base, protection for Jasmine so she doesn't freaking die. And we don't really need haste. Possibly card draw, although I imagine most of our vanillas I'll want to have them be more than 2 power, but we can potentially have some of the card draw in there. That's fine. And then ramp. And that's probably good. Yeah, that sounds fine. Something I missed was you asked that I was missing a bunch of 1 mana green rocks. Too many 1 mana dorks ruins a lot of cascades, right? Yes, but so one of the things in the deck is you do have to balance mana values, and that's why in like my Idris deck, for example, I'm running cards that I would never run otherwise, like Llanowar Visionary that draws a card. Mainly the thing you want is you want cards that are going to do something when you cascade into them, right? Because it sucks when you hit a 1 mana dork. But the thing is, if you cascade into like 3 visits, then what's the difference? That card is also basically just the same thing as if you hit a dork. In fact, it's actually worse than a Mana Rock, because if you cascade into a Mana Rock, you can tap that Mana Rock immediately. So the main things you want in the ramp cards are it does something when you hit it, which is why like Explorer and Growth Spiral are better than they normally would be. The other thing is, if I'm going to ramp into, or rather, if I have ramp cards that you can cascade into, and they don't also draw a card, then I may as well just play the cheapest ones instead of the 2 mana ones, so that I can get to my commander as fast as possible, so that, you know, my ramp is as cheap as possible. I might still play like, you know, the best rocks like Arcane Signet and Felwar Stone, but I would tend towards wanting more. I want more green mana dorks in basically most decks where I'm ramping. I forget, what was my ramp package in Idris, if we pull that up? So, Idris. In Idris, I have 19 ramp, and part of that ramp includes Uro, Trail Tracker Scout, Spelunking, Risen Reef, Llanowar Visionary, Growth Spiral, and Explore. But then the rest of it is Mana Dorks. I think I cut all the, like, only produce green stuff, right? Yeah. I don't have Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic, or Findhorn. So this is the ramp package that I went with. But I still have Deathrite and Birds and Carpet of Flowers and Ignoble Hierarch and Ragavan. But you'll notice I don't have Arcane Signet, I don't Felwar Stone, I don't have 3 Visits, Nature's Lore, Farseek, I don't have any of that stuff. I have the stuff that's either 1 mana, or it's like really good, like Fanatic of Ronus or Bloom Tender, because they can produce more than 1, or it like draws a card. Nice for sure, thanks, no problem. Okay, So reprieve what I want. Okay, we don't care about explore or monovault. Let's get rid of that. And let's see, City of Solitude and Dosan. I basically always cut those to the point where I'm wondering if they should even be included in my list of protection. You know what? They're just not going to be. Or I always cut them. So let's get rid of. I guess I can have a considering tab here, right? Get rid of this and get rid of Dosan. Let's see, defense grid, we don't need when we're in green, I think. And we're not really comboing. So let's get rid of defense grid. Let's get rid of dismissal, silence, Lego's Creek Flexes. Then the rest of this is probably good. We've got 2 things that protect our guys from being countered, plus Grand Abolisher. Hutzel, Guardian Augmenter, I don't need this one. And then that can just leave us with Greaves and Sylvan Safekeeper and the Moms to protect Jasmine. Oh, we can get rid of Xantid Swarm too. Then let's get rid of most of the ramp. So all the ramp rocks. Basically going to cut probably most anything that's 2 and up. So Devoted Druid, Ebony Fly, the Medallions, this one, Fanatic Aronis. Our commander doesn't have high enough power. Although we could have vanilla power guys, but I'm probably just going to get rid of this. Farseek, Felwar, Fertile Ground, Fractured. Get rid of these 3 drops. Goldmer, Greenweaver. This one, Incubation Druid, that's gone. Get rid of all of this. All of this must go. Mox Amber, our commander's 3 mana, that's fine. Opal, this one. Priest of Titania, we'll probably have a bunch of elves. This. Sanctum Weaver I keep usually. And this one. Somberwald Sage. We're probably gonna try to hit like 6 mana vanillas, right? I think Somberwald Sage is keepable. And Thought Vessel, Iron Crag, 3 visits, Trail Tracker Scout, that can go. Whisperer, Wolf Willow, Worn Power Stone. How much are we at? 22. Oh, Talisman, get that out of here. Florahedron, that's gone. And Wild Guide, that's gone. 19. Everything costs 1 or it produces more than 1. Fine for now. Let's get rid of... I don't know how big the creatures are going to be, so let's get rid of Reprieve. I'm going to keep all of the card draw equals you draw more cards stuff until I know otherwise. Same thing with like all of the Beast Whisperer effects, probably, until I know otherwise. Let's get rid of Mangara. Oh, I need stacks in the deck. Forgot to add stacks. Let's add stacks. We're definitely getting rid of Last March. Yeah, and then if we're doing stacks with vanilla creatures, we're probably playing taxes, right? So that means we're not going to want all of the spells. Okay, so Garruk, Greater Good, Guardian Project, Life's Legacy, Momentous Fall, Mystic Forge. Oran can stay, maybe. Turn of the Wild Speaker, Rishkar, Season of Gathering. Lamp is fine. Sylvan Library is fine. Great Henge is maybe good. I don't know. One Ring, Kazia's, Hosky, Trouble in Pairs, and Welcoming Vampire. And then let's see, removal. Obviously we get rid of Fragmentize. We don't need that when we're in green already. And then I can get rid of Stroke of Midnight, and this is probably fine. Let's get rid of Force Figure. Penrith, yeah, that can go too. All right, the orbs. Definitely Winter Moon is gone. Do I want Winter Orb? We're gonna have a lot of mana dorks, including our commander. That's fine. Get rid of Trinisphere. Maybe, I don't know. I think the Rule of Laws are probably better than that. Corporate Orb, we do have ETB triggers potentially. Depending on how many vanillas we wind up playing, I can get rid of like the Mentor, the Meek type cards. Stony Silence in Null Rod and Collector Oof are all fine. Cursed Totem, we obviously have to get rid of that. We have to get rid of... I guess we don't have to get rid of the Armageddons. And then... we'll come back and revisit the Torpor Orbs. Definitely Tabernacle's gone. Spirit of the Labyrinth. Rule of Law itself, along with Arbiter. We have fetch lands, so we can't play Arbiter. Hockey. Alishnorn. We probably don't have enough to justify this, though. And then I need to fix my lands, too. Bloodstained Mire has to go out. Scalding Tarn and Delta. And obviously Urborg, get out of here. And then that leaves us with 32. One of those is Gaia's Cradle, so let's cut Reflecting Pool. And 31's pretty good. All right, so what does this leave us? What does this leave us with? So refresh, we have 101. So obviously he's got to cut a bunch more stuff. I'll figure out what exactly we're doing. There's a bunch of cards that are going to get cut from card draw, and a bunch of cards that are going to get cut from the stacks pile. A Disciple, that's fine. Okay, so now advanced search, white and green identity with says no abilities. It's just these three, eh? ETB or attack, return target creatures with no abilities from grave to hand. If creatures assign combat damage as though they weren't blocked, but our creatures are already unblockable anyway. And the returning a single thing from the graveyard doesn't sound that great. And Muragon to Petroglyphs giving +2 also just doesn't sound very good, especially for running taxes. So I'll just put these into considerations because we're probably not going to use either of them. And then we've got to search for, and then we have criteria is or vanilla, I guess. I don't know. I can search this up differently. Okay, so yeah. Is vanilla. $167 results. Does that match this? Yeah, okay. 167 results. So the best ones are going to be the ones where we either play them prior to Jasmine and they have the highest power for the least value, or they're the ones that are on like 5 or 6 so that we go ramp, Jasmine, big thing. So let's see. So like a 2-mana 2/1 is not something I want. A 2-mana 1/4 is also not something I want. If that was reversed, I would definitely have it. Let's go with Alpha Tyrannax. I probably don't want this. Brontodon is too expensive because it doesn't curve right. And there's this one. This one is a 4/6 for 5, so we're only getting 4 power for our 5 mana. That seems really bad. Same thing here. This is 7. So I don't want anything that's 7 and up. 2/2, 2/2, 6/4 for 6 is worse than Alpha Tyrannax. Although it's also 6 drop, so I guess we'll include it for now. No. Okay. Cards that have adventures on one side are more attractive, but the adventure on the other side sucks. And it also sucks, so no. All right, Blade of the Sixth Pride. 3 power for 2 mana, sure. Then 5 for 4, nope. This one's 4. This one is also 6/5 for 6, sure. 3/3. Tiki Mouse is just something gets +1, right? And it can't be blocked by whatever. I guess it's a Savannah Lions stat, so sure. And then there's Cliffhaven Sellsword. 5 for 5 is not good. Okay, Cowl Prowler, then Crawworm is worse. I think we're probably wanting to be on 6 and not 5. So unless the 5 was as good or better, I'm probably just going to ignore all of those. This one's 2. Curious Pair. I don't care about making food tokens. All right, 2 mana 3/1, 2 mana 3/1. That seems to be the standard. Eager Cadet Elite Vanguard, sure. 3 mana 4/1, which is worse than the Alpine Grizzly, which I didn't wind up using either. 7 mana 7/7. Well, it's 7, so I don't really want anything that's on 7. Expedition Envoy. 5 for 5. 4 for 4. What a weird art. Caregiver. Something gets pumped. Nope. All right. 5 for 7. Excellent. Gigantosaurus. Also good. 5 for 6. We're good there. 3, 2, 3. 1, 5. That's in the wrong order. All right. Here's Outrider. I would have to test how often you actually have 6 mana on turn 3, but I'm going to proceed assuming that we're doing that. Hexplate 7. This is a 5 mana 5/5. It's no mana required, so not that one. 2/10, but it's toughness, not power. Isamaru. There's also 2 mana 3/3, double green, sure. 6 mana 6/6. Another 3/1. Baloth is 3 for 4. That's still just the same as Alpine Grizzly, so not that. 1742, 3215. Memnite is technically vanilla. Do I want this? I would want it if I was playing like Springleaf Drum or something, but I'm not. So I don't want it. 4511, 36, 33, 35, 33, 43, 12, 67. All right, that one. 2, 4, 6, 36, 4, 2 for 3. Another 2 mana 3/1. Panther Warriors is 6 for 5. Okay. Hulk. Walker. 6 mana 7/6. Awesome. And then Prize Fighter Constructs is 6 for 5. That's good. Another 2 mana 3/1. Another 2 mana 3/1. There's just a million of these. 7 mana 8/8. Okay, no. 7. No. 3/6. 3/6. 3/4. 4/4 for 4. Another 3/1. Another Savannah Lions. 8 mana. All right. This guy technically has another ability, so he's the best 2 mana 3/1 of all the ones we've seen so far, because he's got an adventure spell. 4/7. Squire, the worst one of them all. Two mana 3/2 that has 2 toughness, okay. And this one as well. Five, 3, 1, 2. 6 mana 6/5 that has an adventure spell. All right, and another 6 mana 6/5 and a 6 mana 5/6. Nope. 6 mana 7/7. That's the best one so far. Watch Wolf and 3 Woil. Yoke Docks. Okay, so that's all the best ones. How many does that give us? That's a lot, right? Yeah, 35 creatures. Way more than I want. So the basic question is, do we want the smaller creatures or the bigger ones? I would assume the bigger ones. So if we're doing the bigger ones, then we're not gonna run the Mentor of the Meek type stuff. So let's add in the card draw. Let's add the card draw back into the deck. And I'm gonna cut probably all the 2 mana 3 power creatures. So get rid of this. I don't know if I want to get rid of Savannah Lions type. No, we probably want to get rid of Savannah Lions type cards. There's just no way we're gonna be able to chain enough of them together. Well, maybe. I guess, like, would I want a card like this if it just straight up said, if this is a 2/1 unblockable creature, right? That's another way we could take it. Whenever, so we can have like Toski being in here. ID green and white, whenever deals combat damage, creature. Yeah, there's Toski, Frostfang, then there's the equipment. Cutzel cares about that, so if we have a way to mass pump the team, Cutzel draws cards as well. The swords are really expensive, though. Let's say Team sees 4 and not an equipment. Yeah, most of this is not great. Ever A. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, put a point counter on this, and then if you have 10 counters, remove them all. That player loses. We have to do this 10 times, or 10 different instances of creatures hitting somebody. And it's only that one player, we don't just win the game straight up. Oh, I completely forgot about the thing I actually said, which was the thing making tokens. I feel like 2 for 3 is not a good rate, so let's get rid of all of those at the very least. All the Watch Wolves, all of those ones. We can get rid of these. Shepherd. This one, this one, this one. Onion Tusker. Close. Knight of Analia. Alright. So that leaves us with the Savannah Lion statted creatures and the 6 mana or less 6 power and up creatures. Which we're also going to cut a bunch of, but before we do that, I need to figure out I need to know what I'm working with here. So white and green, Oracle text is creature token. There's going to be so many results. So many results. A 1,000 results. That is more than I was expecting. All right, let's do this via Scryfall. So, create creature token, and I want it to not say token with, because then that means the token has an ability. 731 cards, and I don't want the ones that are like Beast Within, where it, you know, goes over to the opponent. I guess Landfall with Scute Swarm could potentially work. Same thing with like Avenger of Zendikar. Rampaging Baloths. Yeah, it's a... It itself isn't a vanilla creature, but it makes vanilla creatures. Boy, that's slow, but okay. Rampaging Baloth. Adeline also makes 1/1s that are unblockable. That seems decent. Scute Swarm doesn't seem so decent. Battlesphere, yeah, Planeswalkers that make tokens. Ugin. Ugin's a pretty good one. Because the 2/2s that it makes... So it doesn't make a big creature, obviously, but it's a removal spell that also continuously puts tokens onto the board. I feel like if we're doing this, though, we either want to make a lot more tokens than one, or the token needs to be a lot bigger. Tanya makes 5 3s. Titania, and it's also right in the range of what I would want to cast. Titania, what is she called? Protector of Argoth. Martial coup, OG attack. Whenever Miirym attacks, create one X11s, where X is the number of soldiers you control. So she's a soldier, and you might have more than that, but probably not. Garruk makes 3/3 beasts and draws cards equal to power, so we definitely want Garruk, although I would have added him the card draw. That's fine. And then makes 2/2s on landfall. You had Azuri's Predation in yours, although it's 8 mana. I feel like that's above the amount that I actually want. And what else do we have? And the spawn tokens have an ability. Tender Shoot Dryad keeps making 1/1s. Okay, yeah. Tender Shoot Dryad. Not secure. Not just any of these big X spells. Pest Infestation. They have abilities. Yeah. Not that. Divine Visitation to turn our tokens into 4/4s. We have to have enough things that make tokens in the first place, though. Also, wait, the tokens have Flying and Vigilance, so they don't count. Mycoloth. No. Whenever land enters, create a 3/3. That's similar, although these are smaller than the Baloth tokens, and they're smaller than the Titania's tokens, so I don't really want them. 1/1s, no, this is too expensive. Suryoke, Maja. Whenever land enters, create a 1/1. Nissa. Nissa does make a bunch of big token creatures. Alright, yeah. Nissa, Ascended, and Animus. Nissa, Ascended. Aura Mutation does make 1/1 creatures. Aura Mutation. Sandworm Convergence, too expensive. Finale, Emir's Call. Tokens with, let's get that out of here. As long as it's your turn, creature tokens get +1/+4. Okay, not that. Exile target player's graveyard, gain 1. What does this do? Makes 2 bears? No. 4 mound makes 1/1s. This kills everything. 10/10 Eldrazi, but it's also a 10 mana card. Beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1. Whenever another elf enters under your control, you gain 1 life. You gain life equal to its toughness. So this is basically a 1 mana more Tender Shoot Dryad, and also the tokens don't get pumped. So assuming this survives 1 rotation around the board, we get 3 tokens that we can attack with. Like reasonable, I guess. Wolverine Riders. Oh, do we have manlands with no abilities? Probably none of them that are powerful enough. Gargaroth makes 3/3s. Let's see. So Rail makes 2s, but only when we draw the second card. And then later on we can boost the whole team. Sure. Joel Rail. Poly Recluse? Other artifacts, at the beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1. Other artifact creatures control get +2/+2 as long as you have the city's blessing. So this is sort of like Tender Shoot Dryad. What's it called? Illustrious Wanderglyph. Not this dude. Queen All in All, no. Caretaker's Talent. I don't know if we're going to have enough things that produce tokens. But tokens is probably the way to go. Enters, exile any number of other non-lands. Yeah, so Agile Adrian. I don't think we want to do combo loops, because then why did we pick this commander in the first place? X is the number of attacking creatures. Ocelot Pride. The 1/1s are just 1/1s, right? If you gained life. I don't even know that I'm going to keep the Savannah Lions I have now. I'm probably not. So I think not that one. Bath of Titania. Creature gets +X equal to forests. Equip creature attacks. Create a Dryad Arbor. Harriet makes 2/2s. So I feel like, yeah, our curve has got to be early or late so that Jasmine can hop to the card. Becomes monsters, create XXXs. So this is Jasmine, we cast this, and the next turn, we can't spend Jasmine's mana to activate it. So we've got maybe at most, what, like 3-4 mana? It's not going to be good enough. If you cast a creature, make a 3/3. These squirrels get +1. This vanishes. So this is 8 power of unblockable creatures, but this goes away. The tokens stick around, they just don't get pumped anymore. So in terms of rates, this is the best rate out of all of them, because I think all of our 6 mana creatures and under are only 7. I think one of them was 7 power and the rest are 6, so this is actually more. So deep, forest. Titan of Industry 7, so we'll ignore that one. All right, Jasmine can't actually tap for these though, right? Spend this mana only to cast creature spells with no abilities. So turn 1 Dork, turn 2 Jasmine doesn't mean we can turn 3 one of these other cards. That's the problem. I guess they're still worth playing otherwise, but we have to mix and match them amongst our vanilla creatures. Cast creatures from the top, create a 3/3. Put your choice of a counter on it. So the counter means it's still a vanilla creature, because it has a counter that's giving it the ability. And Jasmine can't tap for this, and we're paying 5 for 3. Also, that one might be okay. Vivian, Monsters Advocate. Sunmare makes 5/5 horses. But we have to have gained life, which we don't have much of a way of doing. This is 1/1s equal to our devotion to white. Not great in this deck. You may play forest from your graveyard. Whenever a forest you control enters, create a 5/3. Whenever an elemental you control dies, mill 3. Tanya, Natures. Do I have a way of converting the mana from this into other mana? Omnath can retain the green, but it's still restricted by whatever it was restricted by before. I don't think so. Garrick that untaps lands. This is going to be difficult, isn't it? An old one-eye enters, create a 5/5. Okay, not that. I think we stay away from most of this. So I can't imagine these Savannah Lions statted creatures being any good, especially when in the early turns we want to just be casting like Lano or Elves and that kind of stuff and not creatures. So we probably don't want any of these either. So let's cut all of these 1-drops. I also don't know how often Jerail's even going to trigger, and if she does, you just make a 2/2, so who cares? So get rid of that. And then I assume the amount of creatures that we have that are going to trigger Welcoming Vampire and whatnot's not that high. It's basically all of our Monodorks plus these guys, right? So type creatures. Obviously, we got to cut a lot of this down. Right now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, that's like already at a good enough rate. If I'm playing all these big creatures, I want things that are power related, which is like all of these draw cards equal to power cards, and therefore I don't want those cards taxed. So let's get rid of Wingmare, Thalia, and a Glow Rider. I also don't want all my lands blown up if I need all these lands for all this expensive stuff. So Armageddon and Ravage is out. Then there's the Null Rod effect. We've got Soul Ring, Amber, Diamond, Chrome Mox. I don't necessarily need Amber. Out of all of those, that's 4. It's sort of Mystic. That stops the One Ring and Lightning Reeves and Skrelv. They stop some number of things, but not like a huge amount. I don't think we need 3 of them, though. I think Oof Stoney's fine. Here to Null Rod and Kataki. Or just do Kataki plus Oof, and then that's fine. Probably fine. And obviously we need to get rid of the Thorn of Amethyst. And how many ETB triggers do we have? It depends on whether we keep the Welcoming Vampire cards or not. All right. Of these 21 untagged creatures, how many of them are not vanilla? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I missed get rid of Mangara. Let's get rid of... We're obviously not having a bunch of small things attack, so Frostfang, possibly Toski. Root of Nature. Done this only on vanillas. Yeah, I guess I don't want Winter Orb either. Let's get rid of that. How many creatures now satisfy these conditions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14. Go to Toski. 13. 14, 15. 16. 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, it's tough. All right, so we're not cutting those, so we're getting rid of the ETB stuff. So Torpor Orb, Doorkeeper, and Hushbringer, all of those are out. Oh, wait, I also have some vanilla artifact creatures. Okay, well, then I don't want Kataki, so let's put Kataki. All right, card draw. Lamp. We have a fair number of this. We also have 1/1s that we generate off of multiple cards. Lamp's probably fine. Let's get rid of... We're gonna have a lot of things that draw cards. Trouble in Pairs. Great Henge. Guardian Project, Beast Whisperer, get rid of those. So now that I realize that I can't cast these off of Jasmine, let's get rid of some of these. Wolverine. This Titania, that's 6 mana. Balwaths. I'm okay with the 5 mana ones because they're reasonable to get to. And then it's just a bunch of vanillas. So what are the actual breakdowns here? So we're obviously not cutting any of the 5s, right? So if we discount Deep Forest Hermit, there's 16. Yeah, you know what? We probably need to get rid of this. This plan might just not be good after all. Thundershoot. I like the idea of having a bunch of unblockable 3/3s. I think that's fine. And this is good too, because she does other stuff. Alright. Where are we at deck-wise? We are at 114, so that's a lot of cuts left to go. Nissa. How many cards in our deck are actually creatures? 56, although we're cutting cards, so this one won't be as good, but it'll probably be good. Card draw, let's get rid of some of the worst of this. So we've got stuff that cares about high power and stuff that cares about low power. Return of the Wild Speaker. This is really good with pumping the team. Let's get rid of all and possibly Greater Good. I'm not sure. Many creatures are clampable. 1/1 tokens from Adeline. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12. $13, $14, $15. We just gotta cut stuff, right? I guess Return of the Wild Speaker is the most expensive card out of all of these that also doesn't do another thing that makes up for it being more expensive because it's a modal spell. All right, let's put that on the back burner. Well, I would rather draw like a whole bunch of cards all at once than these fewer cards one at a time, but I don't know. Where else can I even make cuts from? Protection for Jasmine. I don't need Lightning Greaves. Then we've got some redundancies, so Grand Abolisher is better than Destiny Spinner when it comes to our opponents not interacting with us, but when it just comes to getting creatures through, it's fine. Also, Destiny Spinner is an enchantment which counts for Sanctum Leap, but I don't think that's enough of a tip. And Cutzel can maybe draw cards when creatures get bigger, although not that many of them get bigger, so maybe we just cut Cutzel. And how many of these do I want to get rid of? Probably like 6 of them at least. I want to be able to go Dork, Jasmine, and Vanilla. So if we've got a 99 card deck and we have, let's say, we have 16 of the vanilla creatures, right? For all vanillas. And then we're going to draw our 7-card opening hand. What's the odds of having one of these in our hand? 72%. What about by turn 2 when we have 9 cards? 81%. I probably can't cut from there. So I probably do have to just cut the token makers, eh? Such a shame. Or maybe I just make cuts from elsewhere. I don't really need even Mind Sensor. We can get rid of this. And Vala. Half our deck for Ricken. There's also just a lot of card draw. Let's cut the Welcoming Vampire stuff. This. Problem is we can't really cut this stuff without being down too many cards. I guess the fact that we only need one of them and then all of our card draw can go find more is one thing. Cutting the amount of creatures, that means Vivian's gonna get worse too. Sword of Vivian, and then Anya brings back a fetch land. 7 fetches. The odds in 7 that we get one in 50%. So half the time this card's not even going to do anything. Alright, get rid of Ziatora. I do still like Tender Shoot and Illustrious Wanderglyph. How many artifacts do we have? We got 6. Along with Skreld. 7. I guess strictly speaking, I don't need Adeline, maybe. I do like Adeline, though. Alright, what are the worst vanilla creatures here? So, First Claw is the best one, right? 5, 6, 5 with an adventure. 6-2 for 5. 7. One's also 6 for 5. 7, 6, 6. 2 for 5, Gigantosaurus. 7, 3. 6, 4, Crawworm, and 5. 4, Barb. Okay, 14. And then 99 cards. Alright, now I'm real curious. What in the world is PH Rec going to suggest? Because there's so little that goes with her. It's just going to be all the vanilla creatures plus Rux and... Oh, manifesting stuff. That's another way of doing it, right? The manifest creatures don't have any abilities. They are vanilla creatures. Roll of Fate gives us a unblockable 2/2 every turn. I don't think that's great. Whisperwood Elemental. Another one that gives us a 2/2 every turn, but not a 3/3 like these guys do. Because we'll hit City's Blessing pretty quickly. Pass that one up. That was an interesting direction to go in, for sure. You're going to Petroglyphs, Roxa, and then, yeah, there's just all the vanilla dudes. They also have Cutzel. I assume because they have Miragonda. Alright, and then we want Beastmaster and Skyner Strike Force. Beastmaster Ascension. Sky Hunter. Well, we don't have a lot of tiny things attacking other than these 1/1 generators. Okay, just to have that one. What else do we have? All the vanilla and beast. Kowski and card draw? I did not. Yeah, seems to be the same kind of ideas, and then just with pumping effects, basically. Kona to get your vanilla guys out faster, I guess. And yeah, this is all pretty straightforward. Basically what we saw already. Create X 3/3 beasts, where X is the number of artifacts the player controls. I mean, it depends at what point in the game you are and how many artifacts do they have. Make it 3. Utility artifacts. Not particularly interested in this stuff. And just various anthems to make creatures bigger. Eric and Elspeth, and then a bunch of utility lands, and then that's it. Wow, yeah, there's not a lot to do here. Well, I think I got this to be the best it could be. There's obviously a different direction you could have taken this in, which is instead of all these big vanilla creatures, rather play a bunch of small vanilla creatures and then just use Toski and Oran Frostfang and all of the, like, when this thing deals combat damage to a player, to be more aggro rather than this like top end and then draw cards based on the power type thing. Yeah, I think we got that to the best it could be. So this is Jasmine. Here's the link. All right. Gates, requested by Megafan7790. Mega's Gates deck. 9 Fingers Keen. I actually do have a 9 Fingers Keen deck myself. So none of this is tagged, so let's do it by types. So 24 lands. 24 lands. Okay. If this is 24 lands, you must have just a crazy amount of ramp, which it doesn't look like you do. So let's see. Let's count it. 1. I'm not counting anything that's 3 and up because we're not guaranteed to even get there. So 1, 2-ish, 3. No, 3, 4. 5, 6, sort of. 7, 8. Creatures. 9. 10. Yeah. Okay. So 24 lands is not enough lands, like by a mile. And you also need to be playing more ramp and less ramp that costs 3 and up. Now, as for the rest of this, I feel like you just took any card that said gate on it and just jammed it into the deck, because like Gatebreaker Ram, for example, is just not very good. I feel like the best way to win with 9 Fingers Keen, or Gate specifically is to just win with Maze's End. Oh, one of these lands is also Maze of It that doesn't even tap for mana. So you have 23 lands, really. There's also obviously the problem of having all your land, like almost all of your lands entering the battlefield tapped. You also just have a bunch of cards that are just straight up bad, like Putrefy. You can play better removal than Beast Within. I notice you don't have Abrupt Decay here, for example. What else? Like Winged Boots, Trailblazer's Boots, like you don't need this. Owler's Helm, it's just the strangest, like, trying to make your creatures unblockable cards when there's, and even among these ones that you're choosing, there's better ones. Yeah, Glaive of the Guild Pact. This just feels like, yeah, you just took every single card that said Gate anywhere on it and just jammed them into the deck. Rites of Flourishing. This is also really bad because you're helping your opponents. Zendikaar's Royal. Are there combos in here that I'm not aware of besides just win the game with Maze's End? Scapeshift here? No. Scapeshift is not here. Temple Discovery is also bad. Reap and Sow. Reshape the Earth. 9 mana to do this. I don't see where you're getting tons of lands into your graveyard. You've got Life from the Loam and you've got the Head Shredder. What is milling you that you are putting lands into your graveyard? I don't see a single card in here that either self-mills or like sacrifices lands or something where you want to get lands back out of your graveyard. You even have like Ramanov Excavator with no fetches. Okay. Yeah, you have too few lands. How many actual gates do you have? Subtype. You have 14 gates. You don't need 14 gates. You only need 10 gates to actually win with Maze's End. Now, if you want to play like a little bit more, like 11 or 12 gates, just so that you've got a little, you know, cushion there, just in case something happens, that's one thing. But 14 is playing more gates than you need to play. Also, I don't know if you're missing any gates here. I'll check when we compare the decks. Figure out what is your primary way to win, because if it's Maze's End, you need to be in on that, whereas you have like all these other beatdown cards in here, and you also just have a lot of cards that are just straight up bad. Also, it is Planar Nexus here. Okay, Planar Nexus is here. There's so many cards in here that are just terrible, like Zendikaar's Royal. Just, you're slapping every single card that says Gate anywhere on it into the deck, regardless of whether the card's any good. Not enough ramp. Ramp that's 3 mana and more when it shouldn't be, and like you can cut all that easily. And just a lot of cards that are just straight up not good. Is there some kind of combo that I'm just straight up missing here? Let me check. Because a lot of these choices feel really weird if that's not the case. There's the deck list. Paste. Submit. You've got white plus retreat plus Zendikaar's Royal. Okay, so that's combo 1. Springheart, Nantuko, and Skewed Storm. So it's white plus retreat plus something that gives you a combo, and then reshape the earth if you have and okay, you reshape the earth instead of Scapeshift. Sure. But there's still, even beyond those, just bad cards like Renin 7. You even have like, with 24 lands, and you have these cards that care about whether you have lands, like Dryad of the Elysian Grove, Explore, Renin 7. Yeah, it's pretty problematic. So let's compare 9 Fingers Keen or decks. 9 Fingers Keen. What am I running that you're not running? Probably a lot better ramp and whatnot. Disorienting Choice is a sort of removal / ramp spell that can go grab your gates. I have that in here. Our Paradise is another thing that can grab gates. What else? I specifically have stuff like Arkelos to untap my land so that I can scape shift and just do it immediately. I think you have stuff like that too, though, so it's fine. What else? That's like mainly the difference, other than that I'm just playing like higher quality cards in a lot of cases. I also have more stacks and whatnot you don't have, which is fine if you don't want to take it in that direction. That's more to counter mill decks and read Gone Gate. Add one mana of any color at gate. Oh, gates enter untapped, yeah. And you also have like a lot of redundancy as well, like Crucible and Ramanop Excavator. Like, you don't need both of these, for example. Or you've got AC and Tatyova. And again, not enough lands to justify having both. Forcers sucks. And if I was going to play a card that allowed me to play lands off the top, why not play Augur of Autumn, since that card also allows you to play creatures off the top sometimes. What else? Like Gatekeeper, Gargoyle, Gateway Shade. That's another one where if you want like big beatdown creatures as well, just pick like one or two of them. Like Gate Colossus and Ram are probably the best ones. Fade is terrible. Is this just a Magpie? Yeah, that's not great either. Gretchen, I would cut that too. I would cut Lotus Cobra. So this is, Omo just makes all your stuff gates, right? Page of the Maze. There's Tiller Engine. But not Amulet of Vigor. That's another weird thing. Because Amulet of Vigor is better than this, unless creature synergies of some kind, like you want to tutor for a creature. This stacks a creature to get a land. There are any possible tutors. I don't see any tutors in here at all, so I don't think that matters either. Yeah, get rid of Rites of Flourishing. Isn't Retreat to Coralhelm the only one that actually combos? Retreat to Kazandu is bad. Propaganda, you also don't need this. Phyrexian Arena, eh. In fact, you barely have any black cards in here at all, right? The actual amount of black cards you have in this deck is 1, and this card sucks. 2, okay, this is your combo piece. 3, 4, 5, and Putrefy is not good. 6. You don't need Feed the Swarm if you're in green, because you have access to Naturalize effects, so it's not necessary. 7. Don't like Mithril Coat, don't like Heat of the City. Glaive Pact is bad. Prowler's Helm. Trailblazer's Boots. Yeah, a lot of this is quite confusing. Yeah, get rid of Lantern and Sphere and play 2 rocks or creatures, or 1 creatures. The creature has Ward 2 and is an assassin, and you can equip to a legendary for 1. This is also bad. This is the same mana as Swiftfoot Boots, and you don't even have Swiftfoot Boots. I guess it's and can't be blocked, so it's not quite the same thing. I tend to avoid stacks if I can, but like having Elesh Norn, Mom in a Zinnia deck I could see myself doing. Yeah, I don't know what more else to say. I would say, like, you know, main thing is to fix your lands and ramp, and then there's just a lot of bad cards and a lot of redundant cards that need to get cut and moved around. Maze's End is 10, right? So basically Reshape would be Reshape plus untap effects so that you can go grab all the lands, immediately untap them. And one of those lands presumably is Maze's End, and then you'd activate Maze's End and win, right? I feel like you can just accomplish the same thing with Scape Shift, but for way less mana. Yep, so that's what I've got to say about this. So thank you for sharing at least. And requesting a critique. 3 mana OG Teysa, and this is build the deck. I'm going to skip you, Chris, for right now because you already had a request looked at earlier, and I'm going to go straight to William Hayduck because they haven't had anything built yet. So the Flip Walkers. Will, does it have to be the original Origins ones, or can the new ones be included as well? So it needs to be a creature and a planeswalker, right? That'll cover it. Because like technically Nicol Bolas is a Flip Walker, as are a bunch of the other cards from Modern Horizons 3 and Mila. The newer ones can be used too. Okay, so which one's the best one out of all of these? I already said not JVP because worse than Rona. Liliana Heretical Healer is whenever another non-token creature dies, exile it and return to the battlefield transformed into zone control. So you just have to kill something and then it comes back as each player discards turn target non-legendary creature card with mana value X from graveyard to the battlefield and then emblem. Okay. If you're doing this, it would mainly be to sack a creature and then start plussing it, and that's just the same as every other Tiny Bones and Tergrid discard deck, and probably a worse version of it, so not that one. And then Valky mainly, well, Valky doesn't transform. Valky is just 2 sides that you can play. So I wouldn't really say that he's like the same thing. Same deal with Mila, right? Mila doesn't transform. It's just pick a side. So it has to say transform. Yeah, get rid of those. Nissa is whenever land enters, if you control 7 or more lands, flip it. So that would just be ramp a whole bunch. And then the Planeswalker side is reveal the top card if it's a land, hand, otherwise. If it's a land, battlefield, otherwise hand. Or just make a 4/4. Pretty lame. Nicol Bolas also just kind of becomes everyone has to discard their hand deck. That's the same thing as Tiny Bones and all the rest of them. Although you get access to more colors. Because the other ones have just been either mono black, which is multiple different Tiny Bones and Tergrid, or it's Nath of the Gilt Leaf, which is part green. The Bolas does give you blue and red. What's he do on the other side? Draw 2, deal 10 to something, reanimate something, and then an ultimate that's relevant. Then we've got Sorin, which is at the beginning, so he's got Extort, and so Extort right away says if you have any sort of infinite combo that involves like Cloudstone, Curio, and mana, you can just kill your opponents immediately. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, if you gain to 3 or more, transform. And then the transform still has Extort, create a food, deal damage equal to the amount of life you gained this turn to any target. But only one target at a time. Well, the only part of this that I care about is the Extort part with infinite loops, and you can do that on either side of him. So that also does not seem to really be factoring into the whole transform aspect. Chandra it has to deal a bunch, right? If you cast a red spell, untap and deal 1 to target player, and then if you've dealt 3 or more, flip into deal 2 to a player, deal 2 to a creature, or an ultimate. Yeah, that's also pretty lame. What does Grist do? Whenever another creature enters under your control, if it entered from your graveyard or you cast it from your graveyard, pay green to flip. And then it flips into create a 1/1, then mill 2, put a death touch counter on a token if a black card was milled this way. Destroy target artifact or enchantment, and then an ultimate that doesn't matter. Okay, that seems pretty numbersy for 1v1. A Johnny is other cats die, flip them. And then he flips into put a +1 counter on your cats. Create a 2/1. When you do, if you control a red permanent other than him, he deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to any target. Again, that's 1/1. And Pythian is indestructible, or you attack with a bunch of creatures, flip over, and then he forces an attack, or something gets indestructible, or he becomes a 4/4. See, I think one of the problems is that these cards were not really designed with EDH in mind. They were more designed to be just little like number tweak things for 1v1 formats where they're much more based on like tempo and getting little incremental value in certain ways. Jace is probably the... Actually, no. Nicol Bolas and Jace are probably the best ones out of these in terms of EDH play. What else do we have? Ral is a cost reducer. I think I have a Ral deck, actually. And then he flips over, and then his first ability reduces costs, right? Yeah. So he's just... You always reduce costs in the command zone. I know there's also loops that you can do with Ral. So it enters the battlefield with an additional loyalty counter on him for each instant sorcery you've cast this turn, and it's -2 mini Electrolyze, and then -8. So technically you could ult him immediately if you'd cast 6 spells. Exile the top 8 of your library. You may cast an instant or sorcery from among them without paying for it. And then you'd have to randomly have that, or you'd have to like Mystical Tutor the card to the top of your deck and then get it. And then even then, I don't think there's a way to just win by doing that. And then that leaves us with Tamiyo, which attacks and makes clues. And if we draw a bunch of cards, which we can do easily, like a single Brainstorm triggers this, it transforms, and what does the Planeswalker side do? Until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks you or a Planeswalker you control, it gets -1/0 until end of turn. Okay. Turn target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. If it's a green card, add 1 mana. And then an ultimate. That is also irrelevant, because we're not getting to that. Yeah. I feel like none of these are really great to build around. The main ones would be... Well, scratch that. They're fine to build around, but I don't think they lead to anything that interesting, or they're just worse than other cards. So, as far as having any of these be ones, I'm pretty sure I have a Ral deck built, so I can at least show you that. Ral Monsoon. Yeah, here's Ral Monsoon. And so it's basically just, you know, Baral exists, but Baral isn't also red. So here's a way to have Baral, but now you also have red mana, and so you can do... You get access to more cards and more combos as a result. So, if you're interested in that, here is the Ral deck. So, Ral Monsoon Mage. Go if you want to look at that. And then Chris wants Teysa built. So... So yeah, they printed this new one, but he means the original. So Teysa Orzhov Scion. I could have sworn that I had this one built too, but I guess I don't. No, I really don't. I didn't realize these would be that bad in EDH play. Yeah, they're much more for like slow incremental advantage things in 1v1 formats. But Ral is the one that like bucks that the hardest, because it just says in your command zone you always have Rant for all of your spells. And then he also has like card advantage when he flips into his Planeswalker side. JVP is also good, but is just worse than Rona. And then Nicol Bolas is also good, but specifically only in a force your opponents to discard a bunch of cards deck, which is just the same thing as all of the other discard card decks, except in different colors. And I don't really feel like building that right now. In fact, have I built it? I don't remember. I've built a lot. Nicol Bolas. No, I don't have it built. Maybe I'll build it at some point, but I'll build it if it comes up on the randomizer. And then Soren's probably fine to build, but only as a just figure out how to make his extort ability go infinite, and that's basically it. It would just be an extremely linear deck all around only. Just get him out and get out a... You have to be able to cast spells infinitely, so I imagine it would have to be Cloudstone Curio plus some cheap cards and then some other like cost reduction where you can just keep casting the spells over and over, so... The Cloudstone Curio can't mount artifact creatures, so it would have to be like... I'm not sure what you would do with it. Soren... What is the Soren even called, anyway? Soren of House Markov. Soren of House Markov. Goes infinite with Revival, Revenge, and... this thing. And you have the mana to cast it. Yeah, okay, so infinite with that, and the result is... Almost kill everybody. Oh no, almost kill one player. And maybe Cheerios? Yeah, but you can't use artifacts for that, for Cloudstone, so... There's no 0 mana non-artifact creatures, right? And you're in Orzhov, so... you don't have, like, Burgi or any of those cards that can generate mana for you when you cast something. The closest thing I can think of is, like... reduce the costs of white spells and then play White Mane Lion that can just bounce itself over and over, but even then, you're still paying for the White Mane, and you're still paying for the extort cost. Yeah, it seems like these are the only combos with Sorin. Is there even an infinite mana combo in Orzhov colors? Let's see. 2 cards is in Orzhov. And the result is infinite mana. There's ones that do colorless. Metalworker Staff. We need colored mana. Gilrain and Gilrain and Bellringer, or Eldrazi Displacer and Bellringer. And then having creatures in play, at least one of which produces white. And then on top of that, you would still need a way to cast spells infinitely. So it would be... that would be how you generate infinite mana, and then you would need, like, White Mane Lion to just keep playing a spell over and over. So a lot of pieces to come together, and the whole deck would just be built around doing that. Oh, Extort's also black, right? So you could do, yeah, Magus of the Coffers plus an Untapper, sure. Although, if it was an Untapper, you'd just use Umbral Mantle, right? And then you'd produce infinite black, or you could just use Staff of Domination and produce infinite, and then... or I guess you could do, if you were willing to play more than one card, you could do Deserted Temple plus Rings plus Cabal Coffers. Generate infinite black. And then you need a black card that bounces itself, or Ancestral Statue can bounce itself over and over. All right, how about I do build you this deck? We'll come back to Chris. Make sure I don't have a build already, right? I'm pretty sure I don't. Sorin. Sorin of House Markov. Infinite mana to... infinite mana plus loop spells to infinitely extort. DH starter, 2 mana. Sorin has to not die, so we need protection. And let's add all the ramp in here. Then we're in white and black, so let's stacks our opponents, but we can't stack with Rule of Law specifically because that screws up what we're trying to do. So let's get rid of the spell ones, but keep Thoughtseize and Duress. Not Imp's Mischief, I don't think. Yeah, because we have access to the Moms, so we keep the Moms. Then Lightning Greaves and Defense Grid is also fine. Okay. And then, since our combo loop is going to be done without the mana rocks and we need the mana creatures, we're going to cut most of the rocks, probably all the rocks actually. Our commander is only 2. Oh, we need fast mana as well, so let's add that. All right, get rid of most of this. Keep the creature, get rid of Hireling. Heartless Summoning kills our guys, so we're not doing that. Both those fine. Monacan, Marble Diamond. Amber's also good because our commander's 2 mana. Opal we'll probably have enough for, so get rid of this. Palladium Nerd? Do I want Palladium Nerd? No, we got enough without. So 14 ramp, one of which is Lotho, so that's 13 artifacts. And then as far as ramp goes, it depends on exactly how expensive the rest of the combo is, right? So hello again. Welcome back, Dante. We are building one of the flip walkers on request of William Haydock in the chat. Okay, let's fix our lands. So we've got, as usual, 3 fetches that are not in our colors. The backside of Sorin is white, right? Yeah, okay. All right, so that's Tarn, Misty, and Foothills. And then obviously Yavimaya is not relevant here. Let's add Cabal Coffers to the deck. Get rid of, we have 31 lands, so we... What's our worst land? It's probably Tainted Field. Or get rid of Tainted Field. Okay. And then for ramp... let's see, not Metalworker. I don't know. Is Metalworker okay? No, we need to make infinite of colored mana, not just colorless mana. So, I'm gonna do Eldrazi, Displacer, and Gilrain, and Village Bellringer. So, when we have this combo, we need 4 mana worth of creatures, and those creatures, one of them at least has to be either Goldmer or Ledmer or Ornithopter of Paradise. And if they're not, we can't win. We cannot go infinite. And even if we do have one of those, we then probably need another one. So I assume like White Mane would be the easiest one to go infinite with. And then we're combo deck, so obviously I'm going to want Imperial Seal. Probably Beseech the Mirror. And then we're already going to play Citadel, so this is easy enough to add. It's like an easy combo that we can just add to any deck. Are you doing the wheel again? That was a fun stream. Are you doing critiques or just deck building? Well, I am doing requests right now. So we had a request for build one of the flip walkers. So we're doing that, and then we're going to build the original Teysa Karlov, and then probably end the stream after that because it will have been a while. But if not, then we can do more requests or go back to the randomizer. So let's see. That's our ramp. We don't need a lot of it. We need mostly stacks. So what do we not want? We can't use any Rule of Law effects because we need to keep casting spells. So this has to go. Probably get rid of this too. I will not use Mind Sensor because Opposition Agent's already going to be in the deck. Probably don't want anti-card draw given what we have. We definitely can't use Cursed Totem because that's part of our combos. Thothy's not necessary. Get rid of this. ETB triggers. That also blanks Village Bellringer, so we get rid of that. Drawn on the Wall is fine. This is fine. Get rid of this. Elishnorn, sure. Aether Sworn, get out of here. Taxing effects. Depends on what our other combo pieces are. Hushbringer out. Kataki out. Leonin Arbiter out. We don't need Tulin Valas, so get rid of this, this, keep Thalia, get rid of Tabernacle, Horn of Amethyst is fine, Torpor Orb, out, Trinisphere out, Winter Moon and Winter Orb out. Okay, that reduces the stacks by a bunch. And then fast mana, I probably can get rid of Vassal Thrall, Blood Pet, Rain of Filth I don't think I'm going to want, and our creatures are not going to be big enough for sacrifice to really matter. That leaves Culling the Weak, Dark Writ, Mana Vault Grim, Lotus, Cabal Ritual. Teysa Orzhov Sign is my pet commander. People usually hate playing against it. Too slow for CEDH, too good for casual. There is time. I'd like to check out Kayla. Took a lot of your advice to heart when building this deck, as well as looked at your Kayla deck. Sure. Kayla, crit T. Jalen. What's your username again, Jalen? Just remind me. Rank to C, right. Do I need Lightning Greaves? I don't think so. Rid of that. Okay. Deluge, we can get rid of that. The taxes will stay in until I am satisfied that our combo pieces are not going to work with them in play, or are going to be significantly harmed. All right, what are the other infinites? It's that's infinite things. Okay, Bellringer, we got that. Magus of the Coffers is 5 mana. Technically does work though, but it's just so inefficient. Alright, so Magus of the Coffers. Oh, I should have an expedition map in here. And then let's add Rings of Bright Hearth and Deserted Temple. And then since I added Deserted Temple, I don't know, 31 lands is good enough. Oh, one of those is Coffers. Yeah, that's good enough. So then we can use... It always has to be colored mana because we always have to be able to pay the extort. We can do Ancestral Statue. Okay, so combos so far are Eldrazi Displacer or Gilrain with Village Bellringer. Assume we have creatures that are able to tap for a combined total of 4 mana, at least one of which must be white or black. And it can't be Mer Convert because that card damages you when you tap it. Then we can win, if we have 2 white and or black, we can flicker, we can rebalance white main line over and over and over until Sorin wins the game with Extort. We can also flicker Ancestral Statue over and over and over. Then we also have the combo of Deserted Temple plus Rings of Bright Hearth plus Cabal Coffers, or Magus of the Coffers with Urborg in play plus Village Bellringer as well is another way to do it. I might want Palladium Mer just because it's a creature that can produce 2, so it helps get us to where we need to go. I think those are all the infinite mana combos we can do in this color, and then we need the infinite storm stuff. So Cloudstone Curio could do it by looping other things. So Cloudstone Curio should be in the deck. Because we have like 1 mana creatures in, you know, Giver, Mother, Skrelv, so those will already just work for what we're doing. Esper Sentinel, anything that's 1 mana, you can just keep flickering. Is there a 0 mana creature that is not an artifact? Is this going to show me like the backside of a bunch of stuff? Endless one, but it dies. Amarthus and Cryptolith and Ugin's Conjurant, but they all die when you play them. That doesn't work. Unless you had an Anthem on top of this so they don't die. Alright, so creature, and then it has to... I guess it doesn't have to be a creature, right? It just has to be any spell that can keep bouncing something. So like Meticulous Excavation would also work. Right? Bounce a permanent, and then we can just keep doing it. We do have to cast the spell. Alright, is Meticulous the only one that does that in Orzhov? So let's look for... Return. Owner's hand. There has to be a colon. Colon, space, return. Chthonian Nightmare. We have to have a way of generating mana. What about Priest of Gix, right? It's Chthonian Nightmare, right? So Chthonian, Priest, so it's a 3-card combo. Chthonian, Priest of Gix, something else, plus another prerequisite? What is the other one? You have at least 3 energy. You get 3 energy by playing Chthonian, right? Yeah. So you loop these, and then you're always replaying Chthonian. So that also does it. So, Chthonian Nightmare, Priest of Gix. And then what's the other one? You need Freebooter or Shambling Ghast or Cathodian. One's dies, scry 1, make a treasure, and this one is our creature gets -1 or make a treasure. If I'm already in the middle of comboing, I guess it doesn't matter. All right, Greedy Freebooter. Greedy Free. Okay, so that works, and then what's our actual card count right now? We're at 101. My removal. I probably have too much removal. A stroke. We're at exactly 100. Is there anything else that I'm unaware of? One way to loop. Contains less than 4 cards, and the result is Infinite Storm, and it's in Orzhov. Bolus top, altar, Gravecrawler, Phyrexian, altar, plus another zombie. How many cards do we have in our deck that are actually zombies? If any. None. We'd have to add a zombie specifically for that. Mystic Forge top, Foundry Inspector. That sounds like a better way of doing it than Cathodian Nightmare, honestly, because we already have top in our deck, and then these other cards actually have more use than those in the Chthonian Nightmare loop. So let's head back here, and then, although I do like the fact that Chthonian Nightmare can get back a creature that may have died that is part of a combo that I need. So it's Foundry Inspector, Mystic Forge. Our artifact count. We've got 18 plus some creature, plus a bunch of creatures that are also artifacts. So I'm gonna guess it's around like a third-ish of our third or so of our deck would be hittable off of Mystic Forge. Yeah, Rings Basalt Senseis, but that's colorless mana, right? Oh, we can add Basalt really. Basalt. All right, I'm gonna cut the stacks cards because I feel like they're interfering now with what we're trying to do. Like they're gonna interfere with Chthonian Nightmare, for example. So let's get rid of all the stack stuff, the taxing stuff. Cloud Key. I guess would I prefer Cloud Key over Foundry Inspector since it can be killed by fewer things? I guess so. Where's Foundry? Cloud Key. Forge, Ugin. This is the Gravecrawler loops. Okay, this is probably fine. And what other permanents say bounce stuff back to your hand? Flickering Ward. Flickering Ward's 2 white per loop, whereas White Main Line's only 1 white per loop. So this is worse than White Main. And Batterskull is more mana to bounce and replay than Statue is. Although I guess that doesn't really matter if you have infinite, but there's not too much of a difference between them. All right. Not lands. Erratic Portal has to tap, so that doesn't work. Meticulous Excavation. Yeah, there's this one. That was basically just worse than Flickering Ward. All the auras that do it that require repayment. One has to tap. Brightling's another one, which is triple white, so even less usable. And then there's Blinking Spirit, which is just worse than Ancestral Statue. Okay, so that's good enough. Any combos that I haven't looked at from here. Find the combos, clear the deck list, paste the URL, submit the URL, refresh the page, and it's going to show me, okay, we've got 9 combos in our deck, and then potential combos that we could add with other stuff. So Priest of Gix, Dino DNA, Elishnorn is... What are we doing? Create a token that's a copy. Okay, but this doesn't storm off, actually. It's just infinite tokens. Gambling Ghast, that was the other piece of the Gix puzzle. We don't need multiple of them. Flesh Raker with Forge and Top is not necessary because we've already got the other combo. And then Revival Revenge doesn't actually kill everybody, nor does Beacon of Immortality. Cathodian's just another replaceable piece of various combos. Paradox Engine's not legal, so I don't know why that's showing up here. Stone Calendar is a worse version of other cost reduction effects. All right, that looks fine. And are we forgetting anything? Thorin of House of. Is there anything really obvious that I would want in this deck that I just don't have in the deck? Ripghast for the mana. Not in particular, although the fact that it also has Extort means that if our commander dies multiple times, we have another card that can actually win. Okay, yeah, so sure, Ripghast. That's probably the best card with Extort besides Sorin. You gain life, each opponent loses life. Don't need this. Campbell, also not necessary. So yeah, I assume they're doing a bunch of Exquisite Blood combos, which we don't really need to do. We can ignore basically most of these cards. Yeah. Eldred would be just a generally good card to have in the deck. Bowmasters would be another one, although I cut that too. Dothy, like there's plenty of just generic good stuff cards. I'm more looking for, is there like something really big and obvious that's like an incredible combo piece that I just neglected to have in the deck? And it doesn't look like it, at least until we get to artifact and enchantment section. So utility artifacts. Yeah, there's Citadel, Reservoir. We don't need the medallions because we're 2 different colors. Do I have Skull Clamp in this deck? No. We have a decent amount of Skull Clamp creatures, but not like a ton. No sack outlets, that's fine. Bantu's Monument lets us do what? Nothing that we can't do when we already just have Extort anyway. And the enchantments, and this is also pretty stock what I was expecting. Alright, seems fine to me. I guess the main thing that I'm missing that I would like to have is some way of recycling the graveyard. So like, just in case, I mean, we have a lot of redundant combos, so we don't necessarily need any of those cards to be safe. And Chthonian Nightmare can get back dead creatures. I'm more thinking about like Cabal Coffers, like if someone blows up our Cabal Coffers, we have no way of getting it back. I don't know that there's even a way to do that in black other than shuffling our graveyard back into our deck, or white, rather. Black or white. I think this is fine. This looks like a pretty good way to... Just lots of combos with Sorin and protecting Sorin. So... Here is the Sorin deck for anyone who wants the link. And then Chris for Teysa. So I know there's definitely combos with Teysa. So Teysa, Orzhov, Ion. The ones that make all our guys black, right? Yeah. So Teysa. Where's the awesome OG art? Yeah, this one. All right, so starter kit, same thing pretty much here. 2 possibly fast mana, ramp, fast mana, and stacks cards. That everything? I think so. So fixing up the lands, Misty, Tarn, and a Wooded out of here, Yavimaya out of here. And we've got 30 lands. Whenever another black creature you control dies, put a 1/1 into play. And you can sack 3 white creatures to remove a creature from the game. Okay. Ramp, we don't need the creature versions unless we're doing Bellringer loops again, but I don't think we need to do that. And then let's get rid of a lot of the stacks. So Armageddon, Chains, Curse Totem. Probably don't want that with Teysa. Don't need Dothy. ETB triggers, depends. Get rid of the taxing? I don't know. Not Arbiter, because that's going to screw us up. Not Kataki, not Null Rod, not Stony Silence. Planar Void, Ravages. Tabernacle, Sphere, Winter Moon, Winter. And original Rule of Law, don't need the second Linvala. We're making a bunch of tokens, so we probably want the white card draw. Let's get rid of Basilthrall, Blood Pet, and then the rest is probably fine. Rain of Filth, Sacrifice, and we're probably not an Ad Naus deck, so, well, let's not get rid of it immediately. Altar, Archivist, Black Market Connections. The token is colorless, but that's possibly fixable. Bob, Cyclobolus, get rid of this one, and then Gix is fine. Gara, that. Mindblade Render, get rid of that. Get rid of Mystic Forge. Here. Actually, let's get rid of... Yeah, that's Yawgmoth. That's also fine. Yeah, we're definitely not going to be in decks. Let's get rid of that. Whenever another black creature you control dies, make a 1/1. So we have loops that involve both of those. Let's get rid of Stroke of Midnight. If I am doing this, I'm going to want the creature versions of the ramp. So keep only the best non-creature ramp. So Arcane Signet stays, but most of the rest of this can go. this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Felwar can stay, get rid of this. From Hirelings, fine. Get rid of this. Definitely don't want Heartless Summoning. This, get rid of Torque can stay. Get rid of Lotho, keep that. Marble, Mindstone, Amber. Our guy is only 3 mana, so that's fine. Opal stays. And Convert, Ornithopter, Signet, Palladiumer, Pearl Medallion, Planar Atlas, Prismatic Lens, Ruby and Sapphire Medallions, obviously. Smothering Tithe can go. Hierarchy could probably go, but let's see what we're at after I get the Iron Crag, Thought Vessel, Worn Power Stone. At 20, yeah, okay, we Talisman. Actually, just because we make tokens doesn't necessarily mean that Grim Hireling's actually good. We'll come back to that. Anyway, let's make sure that the combos are in here. So, combo number 1 is Darkest Hour. So this is all creatures are black. So basically, whenever the spirit dies, we make another spirit. So we have infinite. So this is a combo piece. And then we just need any sacrifice outlet. So Viscera Seer. And then finally in that loop, we need, yeah, that's fine. So that's infinite Death, Sack, and Scry. So then aside from that, there's also Nether Trader plus Phyrexian Altar. Then there's Darkest Hour, Phyrexian Altar. Yeah, so those overlap. Blasting Station. Yeah, I definitely wanted the sack outlet that also just kills my opponent. So Blasting Station. Okay, multiple of our combo pieces are actually spells that have a 3 or higher cost, so we're not going to want taxing effects. So get rid of this. Oh, and we're definitely not going to want Torpor Orb if we've got these ETB trigger guys. So we'll get rid of this one. And we got a bunch of card draw, so let's get Spirit of the Labyrinth out of here. Thalia, Hushbringer, Glow Rider, and Doorkeeper Thrall. Get Aven Mind Sensor out because Opposition Agent already takes care of that. And Eidolon of Rhetoric, we don't need that many Rule of Law creatures, or Rule of Law effects rather. And it's the worst one of the 5 that we still have. Okay, so Darkest Hour plus Altar of Dementia. Actually, that one's cheaper than Blasting Station. Altar of Dementia. Painter's Servant plus Altar plus other stuff. So that one's, it's basically Painters instead of Darkest Hour, right? Darkest Hour is one cheaper. Painters is an artifact, which in this deck doesn't matter, although the fact that it's a creature kind of matters. So Painter's Servant. What is the requisite here? It's we need Teysa, Painter's Servant, Phyrexian Altar, and you've chosen black, and you have at least one other creature. Fine. That can also combo with Viscera Seer, Ashnods, Altar of Dementia, Cairn Feeder is the other sack card, and then after that we're just getting worse and worse, right? Like Woe Strider is the sack outlet. Okay, that's fine. So they all involve those loops. Oh, I didn't add protection to the deck, did I? Need to add that. Protection. So we can get rid of Dismissal and... I want Silence. Let's get rid of Imp's Mischief, but the rest is all good. Lightning Greaves is whatever. That. Get rid of Deluge. So yeah, here's our combo pieces. They all involve... They don't all involve Darkest Hour, but they involve various parts of this. Root of Reprieve. And then... we probably don't need Grim and Monovault, right? Those are... I don't also know that we're going to be able to fill up the graveyard enough for Cabal Ritual to matter, so let's get rid of that. Mainly these ones that are what we're going to use to get into play faster. Okay. The Black Market Connections is a way to draw cards that can also just give us a token if we need an extra creature lying around. For Teysa, although that alone is not that great. Neither is Bob. Let's get rid of Bob. And then we got Gix, but again, I don't know that we're actually going to be attacking our opponent very much. So let's get rid of Gix. I think Tymna's really, really good though. So keep Tymna. We can keep all the rest of this probably is all fine. Card or token we put in your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Okay, well, so that Necrodominance breaks our combo, so we got to get rid of that. And then what is our card count right now? We are at 98. So, yeah, this seems fine. Can't wait to try this out. Thanks. No problem, William. So yeah, we only have 2 cards left that we haven't... Oh, we're going to get rid of Grim Hireling because we're not going to use that either. So the only reason I've left Liquid Metal Torque here is because we have cards like Fragmentize and Lauren that occasionally we may be able to, like, your thing becomes an artifact and then I blow it up. So it has a little bit more utility than all of the other non-creature rocks, basically. All right, what does EDH Rec have to say is in Teysa decks? Teysa, Force Off Sign. Yep, there's all that. Teysa Karlov is not really necessary for what we're doing. And we don't really need Marionette Apprentice, right? It's more just... I guess if we have Viscerous Ear plus Darkest Hour, that's not actually a win, right? It's just... we just scry our whole deck and go to the card we want, but we still have to draw that card and win the game. If we've got Altar plus Nether Trader, that also doesn't win. So we actually do need a Death Trigger card in some circumstances so that we can win when we have certain of our loops that don't actually cause... yeah, certain loops won't actually cause our opponents to die. So Alter Dementia is the best one because it's both a sack outlet and a way to kill our opponent. And then there's also Blasting Station. Viscerous Ear is the cheapest. Alter's required for for some of the combos. So rather than Marionette Apprentice, it would probably be better to just have Blasting Station, although that's 1 mana more expensive. If I have Yawgmoth, I can just draw a card and get the card. If I have any card draw, I can just draw the card and get the card. Okay, Blasting Station. Back in the deck. Let's see, Skull Clamp, we got that. Warren Soul Trader makes a treasure token. Reassembling Skeleton, which requires certain things. Yeah, then there's all the Blood Artist effects. Marionette Apprentice. We could just have it in the... that's fine. Marionette. One other thing I thought is... so all of the combos involve this ability here. There's like the sack 3 white creatures part, which hypothetically we could have Cormus Bell, which would turn all swamps into 1/1s, and we have Urborg, so we could turn all of our opponent's lands into 1/1s and then exile them all. But that would require some way of creating infinite white tokens, which it looks like none of the combos involve that. Like Darkest Hour turns everything black. Painter Servant, we need to turn everything black. So I don't think that's actually a way to do it. All right, we've got Indebted Spirit. Why this? So there's Nether Trader. There's a bunch of other stuff that's irrelevant. Making more tokens is also not relevant because all of our combos don't require us to have more tokens. Delny, so that Teysa combo or triggers more times, is again not necessary. It just isn't necessary. Then there's Instance, which is just removal spells. Yeah, okay, this is fine. Do I have a way of getting stuff back from the graveyard if I need it? So Nether Trader already comes back from the graveyard, and we've got sack outlets that aren't creatures, and we have multiple of them. Probably not necessary. All right. Tutors, do we have Beseech the Mirror? Oh, no, we don't have that, nor do we have Imperial Seal. Those should definitely be. Imperial Seal, Beseech the Mirror. Let's cut stuff out. Cut snuff. All right. Back here, anything else we need? Doesn't look like it from this list. What about utility artifacts? There's Altar. Okay, maybe there's some Death Mantle loops that are less efficient than what we're already doing. So that, I guess Wishclaw Talisman would be another one. Do I need Elishnorn? Not really. Pop. I'm not going to have that combo in the deck. It's fine. Altar of the Brood. All right, we don't need Marionette Apprentice. It can just be Altar of the Brood. And Altar of the Brood is Saugable and cheaper, so that's fine. Caretaker's Talent. Grave Pact. If we're comboing off, we're winning the game anyway, so we don't need this stuff. Yeah, all right. I'd say that's the end of that. All right. There's the Teysa deck. So Teysa, Orzhov, on here. Link. I realize I need to go back and in Sorin, I need to add Wishclaw to the deck. And cut something else. I don't know what. Ramp, no. Probably Cabal Ritual. Alright, so that's that. And then critiquing the Kalia deck. Ranga's the X. Angel, it's not that one. Kalia, there we go. The goal is to draw tutor as much big creatures as possible, as well as cheat them out with additional combat phases. Everything but lands are tagged. So 31 lands, all right. Excellent. Let's see. I don't like your choice of lands in a lot of cases, but I understand there's budget concerns here. So like, Scoured Baron, for example, is not great. Get rid of Seraph Sanctuary. Just don't play this. Bad. I understand why you have Arena of Glory. I would just caution you that I don't know how usable this is going to be without a lot of mountains. How many actual fetch lands are in your deck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're missing 1, or I miscounted. And then you've got Sacred Foundry, Savai Triome. Is Godless Shrine's not a mountain. What's the other mountain? It's Blood Crypt. And Blood Crypt. Okay, so you've got 9 mountains in your deck, basically. Yeah, these colorless lands are just so bad. Like, who cares if you... Also, who cares if you gain 1 life when an angel enters? Like, that's irrelevant. So, this is better off just straight up being a basic land if you don't have anything else to replace it with. I also think, like, these other tap lands, like Path of Ancestry and Scoured Barrens, are just so horrible that they're probably... Given how much fixing you have in the rest of the deck, they're also probably better off being just basic lands. They're also better off being basic lands considering that you are running check lands in your deck, like Dragon Skull Summit and whatnot. But if you're really not going to make them basics, there are proper legal common dual lands that enter the battlefield tapped but are both the land types, so I would replace this with that at least. just like the Orzhov equivalent that is a plains and a swamp. Let's see. This is probably mostly fine other than that. It's weird that you've got Ancient Den, but not Vault of Whispers or Great Furnace as well, because... So the only reason I would usually run a card like this is for some sort of artifact synergy, usually Mox Opal, and if it's not Mox Opal, it would be like Goblin Welder or something, and I can't imagine that this deck even wants most of that, much less even has it. It doesn't look like you even have those cards anyway, so I don't know why this is Ancient Den, if that's the case. Maybe that'll be apparent if I go through the rest of the deck. I feel like this should just also be a dual land or a plains so that your check lands don't come in tapped. All right, so let's look at the tags. So we've got Control. All right, Angelic Arbiter, Dralin Vala, Gisela Blade of Gold Knight, Grand Abolisher, High Noon, Lisa, and Valgavoth. Okay, let me just go through all the cards first. Blast Furnace Hellkite, Artifact Offering. What is that? You have to stack an artifact or a number of artifacts, and then it like reduces the price of the card based on the artifacts, which would mean Ancient Den's not relevant. All right, creatures attacking your opponents have double strike. Drakoseth, Relentless. Let's see. Drakoseth, Relentless Assault. Avacyn, Flawless Maneuver, Flowering of White Tree, High as Ghost Form, Lightning Greaves, Mithril Coat, Mother of Runes, Teferi's Protection. Persian, Primeval's Glorious Rebirth, Reanimate, Rhea Dawnbringer, Rodolph Duskbringer, Flying Death Touch Lifelink. Whenever you gain life, you gain indestructible. Beginning of your end step, you may pay 1 and a black. When you do, return target creature with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. X is your life gained. Ilgengar, sacrifice another creature, create a blood token. If you sacked an angel this way, create a number of bloods, and then you can pay 3 hybrid to do something related to sacking blood tokens. All right, Teriel, reanimate something at random from your opponent's graveyard. Valgavoth. All right, then we got Demonic Council, Demonic Tutor, Diabolic Tutor, Grim Tutor, Forwarding Broodlord, Razaketh, and Runescar Demon. Hellkite Tyrant, Master Cruelties, and Terror of the Peaks are under win cons. Counterspells, Deflecting Swat, and Flawless Maneuver. I would quibble with your terminology, but fine, whatever. Mana, Ancient Copper Dragon, Mana Flare, Storm's Will, or Jessica's Will. 12 ramp spells. One of which is Chromatic Lantern, and one of which is Demon Lord Belzenlock, which is by no means a ramp spell. So 11, not 12. Removal, Indulgent Tormentor, Ruinous Ultimatum, which I would call a sweeper, but sure. Vile Mutilator. Aggravated Assault, Aurelia, Fervor, Peregrine, Sword of Hearth and Home, okay. Ishin, attacking you, cause a triggered ability, sure. Kalia, Kai's Ghost Form, Lisa, Relentless Assault, Savage Beating, Scourge of the Throne, Stronic Resonator. Card draw, Esper Sentinel, this one, Rakdos Patron of Chaos, Ilgengar, Storm, da-da-da, okay. And then, is that everything? Cavern Souls. All right. Let's do type, because I want to mostly go through the creatures. But we'll come back. First of all, yet again, you don't have enough ramp. You're trying to get a 4-mana commander into play as fast as possible. You need more ramp spells. You need to guarantee that you're going to get Kali on turn 3. So only 11 ramp is not enough. Secondly, you need... So you do have haste for Kalia, and you're using it in... Your picked Arena of Glory, that's fine, but Fervor sucks. This is just too much to pay for haste. And there's so many other ways that you could pay for haste. So the best one would be Mass Hysteria, because it's 1 mana. I don't know how much Mass Hysteria costs. It is $5. So it's not even that much. But even if you didn't want to do this, there are like literal common bulk cards that are better than Fervor. So like Bitter Reunion, for example, would be better than Fervor. Or Torch Courier. Or like there's like a million other haste cards that are better than this. And I would want more haste than this because I want to guarantee that when I play Kayla, I attack with it immediately. I never want to play Kayla and then pass the turn and give my opponents opportunities to kill Kayla. So I always want to be able to immediately attack with Kayla. Which means I want more than just this. And there's a bunch of haste spells that are 2 mana and less that are not even expensive that you could run. Another one is I want way more stacks. 1 High Noon is not enough. I want a lot more Rule of Law effects at minimum. Kaya's Ghost Form is not a protection spell for Kayla. Not at all. First of all, this means that you need 1 additional mana up in order to then cast this and put it on Kayla. Secondly, there's tons of removal that doesn't like involve the creature dying or get put into exile, right? That's going to be a lot of it, but there's also cards like, you know, Submerge, Snap, just bounce spells that are going to stop Kayla. There's plenty of, you know, Witness protections that are, they're just going to put it on Kayla and then Kayla is dead. You need actual protection. So Shroud, Hexproof, protection from color. Kaya's Ghost Form's not going to do it. Mana Flare is terrible. You never want to play this ever. You're playing this card that not only is it benefiting your opponents, but it's benefiting them before you benefit from it. Because you play Mana Flare and then you pass the turn and then everyone else gets to deploy their double mana before you get double mana. The Fairy's Protection's too expensive. Again, you're going to play Kayla. You're probably going to have no mana left over. If you do have any mana left over, it's probably going to be like 1 mana left over. You're not going to be able to hold up 3. Whereas Flawless Maneuver is more viable, but even this I don't like because, again, it's indestructible only, and cards like Swords to Plowshares just get around it. Or Savage Beating, right? Don't really like that either. Then there is Whisper Silk Cloak. I have no clue why you're playing this. Kayla already has flying. You don't need to give Kayla unblockable. Most of your other cards are also going to have flying. You don't need unblockable. And if you are just looking at Shroud, Hexproof, etc., there's cheaper ways to do it than Whisper Silk Cloak. Next is, so Strionic Resonator and Ishin. I don't like these cards because, well, first of all, I don't like Strionic Resonator because I got to pay 2 more. But I don't like either of them, including Ishin, because I feel like once I deploy a giant creature with Kayla, that should already be good enough. These are basically win more cards. They require that you have them, then you have Kayla, then you've got to have 2 bombs in your hand that you can deploy. I feel like one of them alone should be good enough. Mithril Coat, same problem as a lot of the cards I've highlighted. Sword of Hearth and Home, same problem. Don't want any of that. Primeval's Glorious Rebirth, you don't need this at all. This is too expensive and it requires that you have a legend in play, so sometimes you're just not going to be able to cast it. And if you really want something that's going to mass reanimate your board, even something like Living Death would be better. Yes, it also Living Deaths your opponent. In general, your giant bomb creatures are going to be better than whatever they have. Or you could just play like... It doesn't even necessarily have to be bring everything back. It could be something as simple as like Victimize or Balthor. Balthor reanimates all the red and black creatures. Relentless Assault also, yeah, again, like I don't know why you're trying to play extra combat spells, especially how expensive they are. You don't need to. Kayla just swinging and putting a creature into play is good enough. Now, and also Diabolic Tutor sucks, don't play this. Next. You have a lot of creatures that are either just straight up bad or they don't work the way you want them to. So Kayla puts the creature onto the battlefield already attacking, which means anything that has an attack trigger will not trigger, which means that you have to wait all the way until your next turn in order for that creature to then hit your opponent. I want creatures that have an immediate ability. They either have an ETB trigger, or they trigger when they deal combat damage to my opponent, or they just have some static ability that is always in effect. So like Ancient Copper Dragon's fine. I tend not to like the randomness of this, but getting an average of 10 treasures is fine. But then like Angelic Arbiter, this card's not good. Nobody actually needs to win in combat anymore. I remember when this card used to be good. Those days are long gone. Aurelia the Warlier won't trigger because it triggers on attack and it's going to be put in attacking already. Avacyn, that's fine. Blast Furnace Hellkite, if this is the first creature that I'm putting onto the battlefield, then it's giving itself and Kayla a double strike, which means I'm taking 5 damage and making that 14 damage. To me, that's not very good. I want to deal a lot more. Demon Lord Bells Unlock, I don't even know what this does. ETB, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land, then put that card in your hand. If the card's mana value is 4 grade, repeat until, and then deal 1 damage for every time. Okay, so I don't know why you have this classified as ramp at all, unless that's like a misclick. I would classify this as card draw, if anything. The problem with this card is that, let's see. Where's your mana values? So it's 4+, right? So you have 31 lands and so let's see, 30, 61, 66 cards. So 66 of the cards in your deck are not something that Bells Unlock will do again. So on average, you're going to hit 1 card and that's going to be it. Sometimes you'll hit 2. It's very unlikely you're going to hit more than that, which means you just put a 6/6 into play that's going to draw 1 or 2 cards. Doesn't seem that good to me. Next, Drakoseth, same problem, has an attack trigger. Drana Linvala, this is fine. This is a card that you would play anyway that can also be cheated in, and even cheating this in might be pretty detrimental for your opponents. Esper Sentinel, obviously not applicable. Gisela has the same problem as Blast Furnace Hellkite. These, like, you just deal a bunch of damage cards are not necessary. You can win the game off of tons of your creatures that are just going to do tons of damage that have other abilities that are good. You know, if you're attacking your opponents multiple times with Alia and gigantic creatures, that's going to win the game. You don't need to give them double strike or whatever. Unless the amount of damage you're doing is so much that you're going to kill your opponents in like 1 or 2 hits. But these cards are not necessarily doing that. Grand Abolisher, sure. Hellkite Tyrant, this is good because it's a deal damage to them trigger. So you steal all of their artifacts, that's fine. Hoarding Broodlord is fine, but you typically want some sort of combo with it. It's the typical one is you grab Saw in Half Sacrifice and then you go grab Peer into the Abyss, but that's a different kind of deck. But regardless, I would want something specific that I'm grabbing. I guess this is essentially the equivalent of Runescar Demon because it tutors a card essentially, so that's fine. Indulgent Tormentor is bad, right? At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card unless target opponent sacks a creature or pays 3 life. So they'll just pay 3 life so you don't draw a card. And even if you do draw a card, you're drawing 1 card to turn off this 5-drop. That's bad. Ishin, I already talked about that. Kalia, this one is random cards off the top. That may not even be good. Not really a fan of it. Like you, or rather, that may not be good, but you may just brick on it. Or you may get 1 card. Lisa also doesn't do anything I want to do. Like, not good. The other Lisa is also not good. Master of Cruelties is a card where the problem is they can just block it. So they can just be like, okay, sure, I'll chump block this. Mom, I like Mom. You should be playing more Moms to protect Kalia, because Kalia really needs to not die or get countered. So that's another thing. You need to be playing a lot more protection. So you've got Grand Abolisher, you've got Mom, you've got Deflecting Swat. This is not enough. There needs to be more. Rakdos, what does this guy do? At the beginning of your end step, target opponent may sack 2 non-land, non-token permanents. If they don't, you draw 2 cards. So again, we're drawing 2 cards off of this, which is okay. This is one that I would say is more defensible. I personally wouldn't run it, but it's fine. Razaketh's also good. Rhea Dawnbringer, I don't really like because it's not only not very big, but it just takes a long time to do anything. So for example, let's say this is the first creature you hit, right? You have Kalia and you put Rhea into play, and then it comes back to your turn and you have nothing to reanimate. Speaking of that, by the way, that reminds me, you don't have Faithless Looting or any other way of churning through cards. There's going to be problems where you just have like a bunch of big creatures in your hand and you don't need all of them. I would at least play Faithless Looting, you know, some way of getting through cards. Bitter Reunion would be another way to do that. Rodolph, Duskbringer, this card is also bad. Am I really going to have 2 extra mana lying around after I Kalia this into play, right? Maybe, but maybe not, and it's also not doing anything that good. Runescarred, that's fine. Scourge of the Throne is... Sometimes we get an extra combat after this, but not all the time. Bilgengar is also bad. Teriel is also bad. Again, it comes in tapped and attacking, right? Tapped and attacking, so we can't even activate it the first time it comes out. Fair of the Peaks, that's fine, but I would prefer to have a bigger creature than this. Valgavoth's good, and, you know, it's huge, it's really hard to kill, it has a static effect that's detrimental to your opponents, that's fine. Vile Mutilator is not good, and Villas is good. So, compare to my Kalia deck. So you're missing like some of the best ones. Like, so just some examples. I'm not saying you have to play all of these cards, but Ancient Brass Dragon, Sire of Insanity, Obnixilis, Cavern Horde, Incinerator of the Guilty, and Balefire Dragon. That one's really, like, really good. And Ancient Gold Dragon. Like, these are all examples of fine things to cheat in. You'll also notice I have more haste. I've got Ashling's Prerogative, Mass Hysteria, also Sneak Attack. You don't want to only rely on Kaalia to cheat things in. What happens if Kaalia gets countered or killed? Then you're just stuck with a bunch of expensive cards in your hand. You want other ways of getting your creatures onto the battlefield. Sneak Attack is probably the best way of doing it in Mardu. Or you could play like Quicksilver Amulet, although that's really expensive, but it's another way of getting there. And you'll also probably notice I have a lot more ramp than you do. I also have a reanimate thing going on here. Because, yeah, we've got a bunch of really big creatures. Reanimating them is another way of cheating them in. And I have, like, Defense Grid so that we can get Kaalia into play without it getting killed. So, when I have a deck and you have a deck, I'm not saying, like, your deck is bad because you're not playing exactly my list or because you're not playing these cards, but I would say I have reasons for why all of these cards are in here, and so you should take those reasons into account and figure out, like, okay, should you be playing similar cards? Like, I even have Hall of the Bandit Lord because it's so important to haste Kaalia. So that's the feedback. Hopefully that was helpful. Still need to go over Edward Nigma's Cube whenever they're free. But for now, that would appear to be all of the requests. So it's streaming for 5 hours, 41 minutes. We can do one more thing. Let's do a randomizer. I will probably veto a lot of cards that come up, though. I will also probably veto, like, anything that is Doctor's Companion, Partners, Backgrounds. There's just a can of worms, and it's like, okay, which one do you build? I would rather just have, this is the commander, build around it. So, what will our random card be? Altanak. Okay, well, the say its name thing doesn't work because this is EDH. Also, this would be in the command zone, so even if we could play 3 say its names, we couldn't run this. So this is basically just a big creature, and we can discard it to return a land from the graveyard to the battlefield. So we can pseudo use it as a ramp spell by returning a fetch land from the graveyard to the battlefield. Oh wait, no, we can't even do that because it's in the command zone. So we actually just really can't do anything with it. It's just a 7 mana big creature. No problem, Jalen. Yeah, I'm going to veto this. I can't think of anything. Like, the discard part of it is irrelevant. Other than there's a handful of cards that move your commander from the command zone to your hand, but... and they're all expensive. Yeah, I can't think of anything to do with this that's not just, it's a big creature. It's a 7 mana big creature with trample, which is a million things. And it's not even anything interesting. So, that is vetoed. Move on to the next one. And our random commander is Nekasar. I already have Nekasar built, so we're going to do another one. Random me. Whoops. It skipped one. Bladewing Deathless Tyrant. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, for each creature in your graveyard, create a 2/2 with Menace. All right, it has haste, it has flying, so it hitting our opponent is not a problem. The problem is more so going to be, how do we get this 7 mana creature out in a timely manner? And we also need... we're going to need a lot of ramp. We're going to need ways of protecting this. We're going to need a way to put a bajillion creatures into our graveyard so that we are generating enough zombies, or zombie knights, for this to be relevant. I will also want a combo that instantly wins the game, so I never want to... let's say, hypothetically, we can put a bajillion creatures in our graveyard, attack, we make a bajillion zombies. I don't want to go like, okay, pass the turn, hopefully I'll untap with these zombies. I want to be able to just immediately sack all the zombies and win the game or something. Which I think we have ways of doing. The bigger problem is just going to be, how do we get a sufficient number of creatures into our graveyard in the first place? So, you know, I can think of, we have like looting effects, or we have, what, creatures with cycling, like Street Wraith, or There's like Buried Alive to put 3 creatures into the yard. But I can't think of anything that's just like go through your deck and pick out a bunch of creatures and just bin them all. But it's doable. It's maybe doable, so let's try it. I reserve the right to delete this deck if it turns out to not be any good. So it's Bladewing. What is it? Bladewing Deathless Tyrant. All right. So before I even get into the adding all the packages in, let's just figure out, are there actually enough things to do with it? So ID is red and black, and there's obviously a bunch of cycling creatures. So creature cycling. There are, if Scryfall will load, there are 47 cycling creatures. Although some of their cycling abilities cost more than I would like to pay in order to cycle them. Preferably, I would like to be able to cycle the creatures either for free or for 1. If I'm paying more than that, that's pretty inefficient. The next option would be just play a bunch of like Faithless Looting effects. I'm also interested in search your library any number. Okay, goblins to the top. No. Secret Salvage. Search your library for any number of cards with the same name. Shadowborn Apostle, same name. Dwarven Recruiter, like puts the dwarves on top of our deck. There is a name death aspect, which I built as a commander all on its own. So we could go like in name, but then we have to have a bajillion spirits in our deck, most of which suck. Myr Incubator. Search for any number of artifact cards, remove them from the game. Okay, not what we're looking to do. Same thing with Skyship Weatherlight. It exiles them. So I don't think there's any way to search up like a ton of creatures and put them in the graveyard. I don't think this deck can get there if the deck is just looting. If it's just cycling and looting, that seems too inefficient. All right, I'm going to immediately go to Rec just to see, is there some card, because I don't even know how it would be worded if I were to do a Scryfall search. So, is there some, like, you know, rare sorcery or something that says, you know, search your library for some amount of creatures and just like put them all in the graveyard or something? So yeah, here's like all the cycling creatures. There's Evoke, yeah, Evoke, Mill, self-mill. We're not going to be able to self-mill in black too much. Like there's Stitcher Supplier and that kind of thing, but there's Stitcher Supplier. Ripples of Undeath. Like, how much are we realistically going to be able to do here? Dredge? We could do Dredge. Huh. Alright, what if let's see. Like, realistically, then we're gonna hellbent ourselves and be unable to do anything? That sounds bad too. Like, let's say hypothetically I have Stinkweed in, right? Then I'm casting looting effects, and then I'm milling my graveyard. That's not even that fast, and I'm just hoping to hit a bunch of creatures. And there's no red dredgers, right? Here. Doesn't look like that's anything relevant. Utility artifacts. Guess I could play like Wheel of Fortune. I could try to do some kind of storm thing where we just like cycle through a bunch of cards really fast. If I'm doing that, why am I not just playing Underworld Breach? It's the same thing if I'm binning a bunch of creatures, why am I not just playing Reanimate? Enchantments. Do, 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 do. Mortal Kombat. I expected that to be there. It's not a lot to work with. Okay, which cards have Dredge? Thinkweed's the best one. We're not in green, so we don't have access to any of those ones. Thinkweed, Thug. The rest of them have very sharply diminishing returns. The problem with Dredge is, like, it's not free. We do have to sacrifice cards in order to do this. Can play, like, yeah, Troll and Oliphant. Street Wraith's free, so that's 3 that I would be willing to play. Then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's pretty bad. I can make the deck, it's just gonna suck, right? It's just not gonna be good. We have to do all this setup work to get all of these creatures into our graveyard, because there's no scape shift or, you know, there's no play this one spell, bin everything, right? It's all a bunch of setup cards, which means a ton of the cards in our deck have to be ways of cycling through more cards. Then we need also a bunch of ramp because we have to get to Bladewing. Then we need a way to protect Bladewing so that when we cast it, it's not going to get countered. It also has to hit our opponent, so it has haste, so that's fine. So hitting our opponent's probably doable. Then it triggers and makes a bunch of zombies. Then we need yet another card that is going to presumably sacrifice all of those zombies, although I guess it could be based on something else. I guess it could be, we could just have Purphoros in play and it would trigger on all the zombies getting created. We need something like that that's going to trigger on all of that. On top of that, if our opponents have a Dothy Voidwalker in play, then this whole plan just explodes. This seems bad. Oh, man. But it doesn't seem unbuildable. All right. So needs to be a creature. Actually, I guess it doesn't have to be a creature. I want to see the ones that say when you cycle, blah, 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 do something. You may cast spells that have a cycling ability from your graveyard. If a card that has a cycling ability you put in your graveyard from anywhere and it wasn't cycled, exile it instead. Okay, well, we obviously can't use that. And they have to be creatures that exile. Okay, or that cycle. So do it from here. Desert, Ceradon, Granite Stinger. That's not a creature. Cycling abilities, you activate cost up to 2 less to activate. I don't think I'm going to play enough cycling for this to matter. Even if I included the more expensive ones, I don't think I will have enough for Fluctuator to be a decent card in our deck. So let's just keep going here. This one. That one. Carabid. This one has a cycling ability that I actually kind of like, but it costs so much to do that I don't really like it that much. Street Wraith. Cycle this, create 2 treasures. Like, kind of reasonable. What's a creature in our graveyard? Gives us some treasure tokens that we can hopefully use to accelerate to our commander. All right, I'll play Then there's swamp cycling here, and this one. Did I pass Oliphant? Yeah, I don't remember adding that one. Where is it? Yeah, Oliphant. There we go. All right, what about instead of cycling, what about channel? DRC could be a way to just put stuff into the graveyard more, although it requires we play non-creature spells, and we want most of our stuff to be creatures so we get the maximum value. I guess it depends on how many non-creatures will ultimately wind up being in our deck. Let's just add it for now and then cut it later if it turns out to be a problem. Alright, so I'm assuming most of the channel cards are going to be pretty bad. Two mana, discard, draw, so that's basically just cycling. I don't know why it's not called that. Then yeah, twin shot, sniper. Yeah, those are all bad. Alright, I guess these are technically tutors for land. I guess we can just consider these lands because they go and get lands. Then, one, cantrip, cantrip. 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 All right. And let's add Faithless Looting. Stinkweed Imp. Golgari Thug. Then I don't want any of the other dredge cards because they're not going to dredge enough cards for it to be worth it. So that's fine. And then, let's see, self-milling, Stitchers, Supplier, Undead, Butler, right? Yeah, mill, ATB mill. When it dies, exile it when you do return. Okay, now Stitchers can mill 6. This only mills 3. What else? Okay, so let's add in our starter kit. Let's add in our 2-color mana base. Let's add in haste. Let's add in protection so that our guy doesn't get killed. And let's add in ramp. And then I'm going to skew all the ramp towards creatures so that we can mill those over, hypothetically. Anything else I need? Maybe stacks, maybe not stacks. Stacks usually doesn't go too well in Rakdos. That's fine. So let's see. This doesn't count. Ooh, fast mana? Fast mana. Okay, so not Stormkiln Artist, and let's see, not Trickery. We're not going to be able to hold up stuff to not get countered. All right, lands. What do we got? So let's see. Let's cut... I guess I could play the lands that are also creatures, right? Spirit of Fell and Pinnacle Monk's good. And then we have 3 fetch lands we need to get rid of. Misty, blue and white flooded. And what's the last one? Green and white windswept. And then get rid of Yavimaya. Tainted Peak is also going to be... So we've got 34. 2 of those are our cyclers, though, although those kind of count. All the Bandit Lord. Which cards here do I not want? I don't want... Probably Tainted Peak and Reflecting Pool are not as great as the other things we have access to. The 32, including the 2 land cyclers, that's fine. Oh, do I not have a... No, I do have a mountain and a swamp. That's good. Hey, thanks for your feedback on my Alara deck back then. I took it to my local and won multiple games. The deck was great. You're welcome, Tien. Glad it worked out. Glad that I'm also getting some feedback that these decks are actually, like, good. And that I'm not just throwing ideas into the wind, hoping that they work. All right, we're not going to use Bergie. Yeah, we're not going to use Bergie. And Jessica's will. And we can't use Necropotence, right? Because it exiles anything we discard. So yeah, we can't have Necro. All right. So our ramp. Let's get rid of most of the rocks. So get rid of this, this one, this one. I'm ignoring Felwar and Arcane for now. We'll see what we're at the end of this. Fractured, Grim Hireling, Guardian Idol, Heartless Summoning. Yeah, it's going to kill our Monodork, so that's a problem. Jet Medallion, get rid of this one. Amber obviously goes. Opal, possible. I don't know how many artifacts I'm going to have. Get rid of this. Keep Palladium Myrrh. Get rid of Pearl. Planar Atlas. Prismatic. Professional Facebreaker is no good here. Rakdos, Signet, Ruby, Sapphire, Talisman, Iron Crag, Thought Vessel, and I kind of want Worn Power Stone because it helps us get to our commander. That's 19, of which 17 are artifacts, so Mox Opal's probably okay. Then, let's see. Oh wait, I don't need haste because Bladewing already gets haste. Oh, yeah. All right, so we can just get rid of all this. Get rid of the haste. That takes out a land because we had... it takes out 2 lands because we got rid of Arena of Glory and Hall of the Bandit Lord. Okay, that's... next, cycling creatures stick in fast mana. So we want to go higher, and we want to go higher by a lot. So Goblin, so Sticker Goblin is we add 2 to our pool, basically. And let's see, Vassal Thrall is essentially the same thing, but it's delayed. Get rid of this. We're not going to have the stuff that we need for Burnt Offering. And Cabal Ritual we will, though, because we're going to get Threshold. We'll have the creatures for Culling the Weak. And let's see, Dark Ritual. Desperate, get out of here. Grim's fine. Infernal Plunge is okay. Jessica's Will. Lotus Petal's only a 1 of. Mana Geyser is mostly red, so let's get rid of that because we need 1 more black lying around if we do this. Heretic, Reign of Filth. I guess technically if I'm confident that our guy's not going to get countered, that can be a way of stack a bunch of our lands and go, but pretty risky. Rite of Flame can go. We're not going to use Steamken or Urabrask. Reasonous Ogre would be a way to do it. Strike It Rich, Skirk, Spirit Guide, get out of here. Sacrifice, get out of here. And then Songs of the Damned, because we're going to have a bunch of stuff in our graveyard. We're probably going to cut down on this, though, because this seems like a lot. And then I guess we don't... No, we do need creatures in play. So Deluge is out, but Fire Covenant can stay, because we do need to kill them. And as much as possible, we want to shift our spells into being creatures. So... we are a dragon, so we can play Ravaz as another ramp spell that specifically just casts our commander. What else? Do I have sack outlets for Stitcher? Oh, I should add Phyrexian Tower into the deck. Phyrexian Tower. What about the creatures that are also lands? So they're, what is it called? Bogart something or other? Bogart, I don't remember. The one that's also a land that like exiles the graveyard. Bogart Trawler. All right, let's add that. I'm not going to add the ones that enter tapped though, because they absolutely. So 32 lands, including 2 land cycler cards. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and add Mortal Kombat as another way to win. What did I put in my Name Death Aspect deck? Because I imagine there's going to be a lot that's like that. Let's have Balfour as another way to like be an alternate win condition. Because we don't want to just rely on our commander. So we can have Balfour mass reanimate all the creatures that we're binning. I don't think that we have any way... Let's see. By the time we cast Bladewing, I may not even have additional mana open. So I would rather have... like the hand disruption ahead of time, and it's possible we don't even want Duress or Thoughtseize, and we want the creature versions that do this. I've got Chaos Warp, Wild Magic Surge, Deadly Rollick definitely needs to go. Okay. Yeah, so what's in the Iname Death? What did I put in my Iname Death aspect deck? Iname. Now, not a lot of, not most of these will overlap, but there's going to be some things that might. So yeah, a bunch of creatures are obviously not going to overlap. Cabal Coffers. Oh yeah, we don't have Cabal Coffers. Add that. That would be another way of getting a bunch of. Crypt of Agadeem's another good one. Lamp. Not really necessary. Don't need to change creature types. Cave Expedition map to go grab Cabal Coffers seems fine, as does Urza's Cave. But then we need to actually cut some lands down. That's the case for doing this. Alright, that seems good enough. Each opponent loses X for X is the number of creatures in your graveyard. I mean, if we're ever at a point where... Yeah, I guess we can use this too. What is the one that says for each creature in the graveyard? Because I know it's not just Season of Loss. There's another creature that does the same. Maybe not here. All right, back to the list. Living Death. Another way to do it. Season of Loss. Need to get the wording. Number of creature cards. Graveyard. All right, so there's a bunch of ones that are big. What about actually... Corpse Augur, that requires a little bit of workaround. Setup, rather. Hacks or dies, choose a card at random. Okay, costs... Exile any number of creatures from your graveyard. We don't want to do that. Graveblade Marauder, yeah, that's whatever. Yeah, none of these are really good. Even Seasonal Loss isn't great, but that's at least playable. Okay. So we're putting a bunch of zombies into play. So Purphoros is the obvious one. Whenever a creature enters, actually, some of them are creatures themselves, and they say another. So whenever a creature enters. All right. What do we got? That's 1 damage at a time. Make a bunch of mana. Not really anything to do with that. Why is Agate Instigators and Impact Tremors not here? Oh, because they're going to say creature you control enters. That's why. Right, there we go. Impact Tremors, Warstorm Surge, Terror of the Peaks. All of these are worse than Purphoros because they either do less damage or cost more. I'd be willing to pay to play one that costs more if it did a lot more damage, and I could guarantee a win off of it. Ayara, whenever it or another black creature enters under your control, each opponent loses 1. Sacrifice, draw a card. No. If we are ever getting all these zombies, it's because we already hit our opponent, so anything that is triggering to give them power is not relevant. Molten Gatekeeper is interesting because it's a way that we can unearth it from our graveyard, right? So we can go like unearth this and then Blade Wing hit our opponent if we have 8 mana. That doesn't seem great to me though, and we're still only doing 1 damage per creature. But it does seem like something that... I like that I have the option of doing that. So sure, let's do Molten Gatekeeper. I don't think anything else is really going to do it for us. But yeah, then the next one would be sacrifice a creature. And then by sacking a creature, we can have... I guess I could do Altar of the Brood to mill our opponents as well, but... Hang on. Whenever a permanent enters, you control enters. Alter the Brood, and that's it. And we're not going to mill enough cards for that to be relevant, so yeah. Sacrifice a... We want a colon, and we want it to either... We need this to be something that kills our opponent. So it either needs to say deals, or loses, or mills, or exile. Right, damages them, makes them lose life, mills them, or exiles cards from their deck. Any other way to win here? I think those are all the main ones, right? 116 cards, let's say, not a land. Yeah, instants and sorceries. Well, actually, instants and sorceries, yeah, let's get instants and sorceries out of contention as well. There's Goblin Bombardment, but again, that's only 1 damage per creature. There's Altar of Dementia, which is only 2 mills per creature, and it's not even to all opponents, it's just one of them. Let's see. Siege Gang, no. Grinding Station is only triggers on artifact creatures, and it's only 1 opponent at a time, so not this. Blasting Station, same deal, it's only 1 at a time. Are the creatures tapped? No, they're not tapped. So we can't use Throne of the God Pharaoh in this scenario either. One more artifacts. Leave the artifacts. Leave the battlefield. Okay, so that's not relevant. There's got to be some sort of like back thing that goes off, right? Back at Goblin. These are zombie knights, so that's not applicable either. Some of these have taps in there. I need to get rid of the tap symbol probably too. I don't know. This is not that much to go through. Back another creature or artifact. Deal 2 damage plus the sack permanent mana value to any target. Activate only once. Yeah. That. Sacrifice another, but it has to tap. Yeah, I don't know that there's anything that actually does it. We can't pass the turn. We cannot pass the turn. So, I don't know. What's the average amount of creatures that we're going to have? Let's say it's 20, right? If it's 20, then Purphoros will kill all of our opponents. But if it's less than that, then it won't. I guess I can also... Yeah, Agate Instigator with... I forgot. Agate Instigator, when you offspring it, is the same amount. So we should have that in here too. The people demand a Tasha deck review, all one of us. I've already done a Tasha review. Do we need another one? Move cards, that's not relevant. We did Tasha? Yeah, we've definitely done Tasha. Here's Tasha. Tasha. Boom, Tasha the Witch Queen. Here is the link. Resack a permanent, target player loses, target opponent loses. How long ago? I don't know. When was that deck built? 4 days ago. Yeah, there just isn't anything, is there? Unless EDH Rec is going to tell me that I'm missing something. Because right now, one of the other problems is we just don't have a way to win with our commander without passing the turn and coming back. Oh, yeah, I want to find creatures that take cards out of our opponent's hands. But every creature that does that, when the creature dies, they get the card back, right? So, type creature. When enter either look or reveal, and player or opponent, and then it's going to be discard or exile. And preferably not incredibly expensive. Yeah, Grief. I don't really want to pitch a card to do that, though. Then there is Kite Sail, Deep Cavern Bat, Brain Maggot. Thanks, I'm going to go compare it to mine right now. You're welcome. I want to exile a creature. Yeah, we don't need to get rid of creatures. We more need to get rid of non-creatures, if anything. So there's, yeah, Kite Sail, Deep Cavern Bat, and Brain Maggot. There's Mesmeric Fiend, Thoughtstalker, Warlock. I don't see the reason to upgrade to this one. If they lost life this turn, reveal their hand. You choose an online card from it, and they discard. Otherwise, they discard a card. This one's permanent, at least, whereas all of these are, when they leave, they get the thing back. So, Thoughtstalker, Warlock. And do I want any of the other ones? Target opponent, target opponent, target opponent. They're more expensive than Thoughtseize and Duress, and they're temporary, so I don't think so. I don't even know that I want Thoughtstalker Warlock, actually. Yeah, you know what? I don't even want it. Too expensive, and we have a conditional for them not being able to look at their hand. I think we'd actually be better served just to force everyone to discard their hand, right? Discard hand. It's gonna be a lot. I know Mind Slicer says that. Discards their hand. This has to die. Discards their hand. Is Mind Slicer the only one that does it? No. Well, there's all the wheels, obviously. But then they get more cards back. I'm more looking for it. They just need to get rid of everything. Sire of Insanity is 6 mana, so not that. Each player discards their hand, then returns up to 3 cards from their graveyard to their hand. That also seems terrible. Target player discards their hand unless they pay 7 life. Okay, that's either. I don't think there's a good way to do it. There is Mind Slicer, and we do have like Phyrexian Tower to sack it or something. But I think that's mostly not relevant. Oh, I haven't looked at any of the self-mill cards like Stitcher Supplier. When enter mill. And not like super expensive, so I don't know, it's fine. We already got Stitchers. Alter the Broods our opponent's mill. Grinding Station is we mill. I could do an Underworld Breach combo where we do Breach, LED, Grinding Station, and mill our whole deck. That just seems like going against the spirit of what we're trying to do here, though. Also, we have to discard our hand. Actually, I guess we don't need... It doesn't need to be LED specifically. It just needs to be anything that's 0, right? Oh, wait, no, it doesn't work because we have to keep escaping cards from our graveyard, so that doesn't work at all. Never mind. And there's Butler, which is only 3. ETB, mill 2. Okay, what about instead of when entering, what about whenever? Mesmeric Orb. I didn't even think about that. That would work. Mesmeric Orb. All right. So, what does Millennium Calendar do? Whenever you untap one or more, blah, blah, blah. Double the counters. Okay, so this is not milling us. I don't know why that's here. Rad counters. No. Whenever this attacks mill 3, put an artifact or creature or vehicle from among the milled cards into your hand. No. Doesn't look like we're going to have many other options. All right, so that's fine. Okay, so I guess put a bunch of creatures in your graveyard. Win with zombie tokens or other means. Win with zombie tokens, Purphoros, etc. Okay, starting to run out of things to do. Got Citadel. We have some things that cost more mana, right? Like, not a ton, some. I have Faithless Looting. Oh, I haven't looked at all the rummaging and looting effects. Oh. Black, red, raw, discard. And I want it to be more than one card at a time, so cards. How many results does that get? Yeah, a lot. 141 is not too bad, actually. And it can't be like a bajillion mana. Mana value is less than or equal to 4, let's say. All right, down to 108. There's Bitter Reunion. I don't want to probably play... Like, Faithless Looting on 1 is fine, but I probably don't want to play too many... Raw 2, Ditch 2. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, David K. Oh, we can do... Also, there is not just drawing multiple cards and discarding multiple cards, but there's also, like, Cathartic Reunion. There's also just whenever something blah, 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 draw, discard. So I should probably add Artist's Talent to the deck. Draw 4, ditch 3 at random. There's another Goblin Lore? When was that printed? Or is this a portal card? We don't really want to do that, though. And we don't want to wheel our opponents, so... Fable technically draws and discards, but it's not really that efficient for what we're trying to do. All right. FOMO, Gaia Reach Sanitarium. I thought this would be faster, but let's just do Dryfall Search. Draw, discard cards. Mana value is less than equal. And I don't want it to say 2, so let's just say this is doesn't say 2 in it. It needs to be more than 2. And I don't want it to say each player. All right, well, not really what I was looking for. Don't say opponent. Mishra, discard draw whenever you discard one card at a time. It's also pretty mana intensive. Ondi's Ravager, we have to ditch our hand entirely, which I don't like. Yeah, these aren't going well. All right, so instead of that, we're going to say whenever draw this card. I already remembered, yeah, Artist's Talent should be in here. All right, also lower mana value. You know what, let's say 3 or less. I don't want it to be a one-off effect like Tunnel Grinder. Although I guess that's fine for like rapidly putting a bunch of cards from our hand into the graveyard and then drawing a whole bunch more. Maybe that's okay. Brasses. Tunnel Grinder. Not going to be much else here, eh? Nope, definitely not. There's Artist Talent. Okay. What was a Reverent Gremlin? It's whenever a creature with power blah 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 enters. Byway Barter is another one. Alright, what is our actual card count right now? We're at 112 main. Okay, so we're gonna have to cut that down a lot. Oh yeah, also creatures that produce more than 1 mana. So mana value equals 3, type creature, and it's a creature that says tap, add. Ladiumur, we already have Rivaz. I'm wondering if there's more than that. Not that produces 2 at a time, I don't think. Yeah, not that produces. What about creatures that sack themselves to do something? So like type creature, and it says sacrifice, card name, : What would I want it to do? Add mana. I already took out Bassel Thrall, right? And Reckless. No, I kept Reckless in, but not Bassel Thrall. Bassel Thrall should be in if Reckless is. Bassel Thrall is a tap though, right? Yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other. Found my pet deck that I would be stoked if you'd review. Do I need permission to drop a link to my deck list? You don't need permission, but YouTube will automatically delete any link that you post. So you have to give me like your username, a way for me to find the deck that isn't a link. So sacking the creature, I want to draw and discard, add mana, something along those lines. Not a lot of options for that. Do I have Generator Servant? No, I don't have Generator Servant either. Okay, well, we're probably going to wind up cutting those cards anyway because they're just too... We're not really trying to turbo our commander out because it's going to take too long to turn through enough cards to where it would actually kill our opponent. So, Neonate. Oh. Draw, discard. Yeah, not a lot here. Okay. Probably going to cut these. I like Seething Song and Sticker Goblin, sort of. Not that much, though. Not even Infernal Plunge, really. Let's get rid of Plunge. Let's get rid of Bassel Thrall, Reckless, or Seething Song. I don't know how good Treasonous Ogre is even going to be. And let's get rid of Vessel of Volatility. We got a bunch of ramp anyway, so that's fine. Just seeing like what we can cut. Is Season of Loss even worth doing? We have to follow it up. Like we have to follow up doing the thing with our command. Actually, no, we don't have to attack with our commander. We can just cast Season of Loss. But then we have to have a bajillion creatures in the graveyard. How many creatures do we even have in total? We don't even have 40. We have 35. So we'd need like every single creature in our deck to be in our graveyard. Let me pull this up just so that I don't forget. Stymie the Pirate. It's cooking fireballs with Shart. What a name. All right. We'll get back to that as soon as we finish this deck. Wait, we have 35 lands? 2 of which are the cycle. Oh, yeah, because we added like Crypt of Agadeem and Cabal Coffers. Okay, so since we added those, let's cut the worst one. What are the worst ones? Urza's Cave is here to go fetch coffers. That's fine. But we can get rid of... black creature card. I'm guessing we have a pretty solid mix. What is the types? How many of these are black creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not even that much. All right, let's get rid of Crypt of Agadeem. And more cuts. Well, not Blightstep. Blazemire Verge, maybe? That's okay. We don't even have Dragon Skull Scum in here, though, right? All right, let's get rid of Blazemire. The rest of this is probably fine. The rest of it's 33 is a little higher than I'd like, though. All right, what about Ramp? Okay, I didn't cut Felwar and Arcane Signet. We need to make room, so let's cut those. I don't know what else I can search for. All right, what's in the Bladewing deck? So yeah, oh, Shriekmaw. Yeah, if it's a creature, I mean, it's less efficient than Snuff Out, for example, but sure, that makes sense. Maw, Fury, although we have to exile a card, but that's fine. Fury, rid of Surge. Surge can go. I really don't like Balrog. And Stitchers we have to sack, and we don't even have that many sack outlets, right? We just have... It's random cards, not even that many, and it doesn't really do anything. And then we have just, like, Phyrexian Tower to get rid of it, so let's kill that. Whereas the dredged guys are actually, like, somewhat matter. Where's just our straight-up card draw? We've got Citadel, Tunnel Grinder, Jessica's Will, One Ring. We can't play Necro. We're cut off of a lot of our card draw. All right. Also, we have Ripples of Undeath. Beginning of your pre-comp main, mill 3, then you may... Okay, so it mills 3 every time, so that's fine. Ripples of Undeath. And then you may pay 1 and 3 life if you do put a card from among those cards in your hand. Well, if it's just going to mill us 3 every turn, that's fine. Yes, so... I guess technically this is a card draw spell. Milliken, we got that. Undead Butler. Oh yeah, Ingut Chewer to have another creature that goes to the graveyard. I can't not have Chaos Warp. Like, I have to have a way to get rid of enchantments if I need to. And technically in here, artifacts as well. Okay, Ingot Chewer. Format EDH, ID red and black. Oak. I think those are the only ones, right? There's Grief, but I'm not going to do that. Looting. We don't need Anger because our commander already has Haste. Songs of the Damned, yep. Inkweed. Self-sacrificing guys, more witty Roastmaster type effects. Blades, Aging War Mammoth. This is 4 mana before you destroy your first artifact, right? Yeah. Doomed Necromancer, a creature reanimation spell. There's Apprentice Necromancer. I don't know that I need any of that, though. Yara, self-milling guys, rummaging every turn. Yeah. Beginning of combat on your turn, each player mills 3. So this also mills you for 3, but it's a 4 mana creature, which is much worse. Okay. Gray Slad. Mill 4. Only once. Nope. All the cycling guys. Entomber guy, don't care about that. All right, spells, what do we have? Singing Study to draw a bunch of cards, I guess that's fine. Singing Study. And what else we got? Hostile. Blood for the Blood God. It has to have a bunch of creatures dead. Red Return? There's nothing that we specifically need to get back, right? I guess, no. The thing is, if I mill over like a Balfour, I want to be able to get it back. So, yeah, Dread Return is... There's Living Death. Have that already. All right. Mill 5, then return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Don't need that. Buried Alive, also not doing that. Sack any number of artifacts, enchantments, and tokens. Return that many creatures from the graveyard to the battlefield. That one's better. The thing is, our creatures are just like not big bomb creatures. Like it's a lot of cycle guys. So the only creatures that we have that are actually like, oh my gosh, I can't believe how good this is. We obviously need like Purphoros in play, but other than that, not really like a ton. I guess if we mill Purphoros over, we can like reanimate multiple things. So sure, Lich Knight's Conquest. Lich Knights. There's also Command the Dreadhorde, but then you lose life per card, which is probably not going to be so great in this deck. This is Formation. What are we sacking? Just like our Mana Rocks? Realistically, how many creatures can we get back with Command the Dreadhorde? We've got, if we're getting back Purphoros, and then like a lot of our other creatures are also kind of expensive, right? I sort this by mana value. We've got a fair number of like 2s, but it's probably doable. Although at that point, Living Death is just the same thing, right? We don't really need that. Actually, yeah, Living Death is the same thing, so we don't even need the Lich Knights thing. All right, what else do we have? There's Season of Loss. Rise of the Dark Realm's way too expensive. Not gonna play Wheel. Alter Dementia. No. What's Wand of Orcus? Nothing good. And then this thing just mills us for 2 every turn, which is not even that good either. So not that one. Palantir of Orthanc. That takes a long time to build up, right? Beginning of end step, get a counter, scry 2, then an opponent can have you draw a card, and if they don't, you mill X, where X is the number of influence counters on it, and the player loses life equal to the total mana value. So first turn triggers, your opponents will probably just let you mill. Second turn, you get 2 shots at it. X is the number of influence counters on Orthanc, and that player loses life equal to the total mana value of those cards. Okay, yeah, sure, that's cool. Palantir of Orthanc. And yeah, there's Fluctuator, which we don't need. Hazoret's Monument, which we also don't need. Cleave, blah, blah, blah. This is all whatever. Looting card. What does Cemetery Tampering do? At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill 3. Then if there are 20 or more cards in your graveyard, you may play the exiled card without paying for it. But it's just the random top 5 cards. There's not like one big card that we're trying to hit, so I don't think that's actually worth it. And yeah, I'm not going to play Impact Tremors. I could, but I would just prefer to have creatures in that regard. All right, Warstorm Surge, no. Could play Pandemonium, but that's targeted. Okay, lands. Anything relevant here? Not going to run Takanuma, and then the rest of this seems mostly irrelevant. And then it's just Mono Rocks. Okay. I could see justifying playing like Thran Dynamo, but I don't think I even need to do that. Okay, so back to the deck. We are at 106, and we need to cut cards. I'm not going to cut any of these. We could cut lands and go down to... I could definitely cut a land. What's our worst land? Our worst land's probably one of the basics, but I kind of need them to have enough fetchables. We've got Mountain Swamp, Badlands, Blood Crypt. And we've got 7 fetch lands and 2 land cycling cards. So, can't really get rid of those. I guess the fast and the slow land situationally come in tapped, so maybe those are cuttable. I think between the two of them, I would prefer... I actually don't know. These games are going to go along so that we can get to Bladewing, so... I guess I prefer not having Blackcleave Cliffs. I don't think I can afford to cut more lands than that. Then there's these things. I guess I don't, strictly speaking, need Bolt Bend, and that requires that I have extra mana open the turn I play Bladewing. But Ricochet Trap's the same way. I would rather just ahead of time already do it. So let's just get rid of these. And we can win in more ways than just Bladewing, so we don't, strictly speaking, need them. Then there's removal, and I should honestly probably be playing more removal than this, but what can you do? You don't really need Fury. I think it's the Dredgers, ramp cards. We're at 19. Oh, Artist Talent kind of counts, so it's more like 18. How many non-creatures do I have for Artist Talent and DRC? I have 36 creatures, and then 28 lands, and our commander, right? So that's 8, 23, 23, 35, and then 38, but not counting one of them, so kind of. So it's more like 36, basically. But so a third of my deck triggers them. That's fine. Then we got Living Death, Fire Covenant. Those are all good. Then there's all the cycling stuff and Faithless Looting, which are all fine cards to have. So the fast mana is probably the easiest spot to cut. So given that, I'm assuming that going all in on Reign of Filth is probably not great. Let's get rid of that. And then I like the Sticker Goblin. Culling the Weak might not be as good, because again, the only cheap creatures we have to stack are like our mana guys. Alright, let's get rid of Culling the Weak. And then I still have to get rid of one card. what would I consider this? It's not really card draw because your opponents can deny you the card. And it's not really beat down because your opponents can give you the card instead of getting beaten down. Honestly, what's our average mana value? Our average mana value is 2. So it's probably not even that good. Opponents can just allow us to... Yeah, okay. As cute as this card is, it's just not that good. So get rid of that. And then we're at 100. All right, so the deck is not that good. It takes a lot of setup. And the win cons is basically we're trying to dump as many creatures into our graveyard as quickly as possible, which is not that fast. And then the win con is basically we get out Blade after we've put a bunch of creatures in our graveyard. We can Season of Loss to have all of our opponents lose X, where X is the creatures in the graveyard, which we have 36 creatures in our deck. So it's not even enough to just straight up kill everybody, although opponents will presumably take some amount of damage before then. Although the other flip side of that argument is we're not going to have all 36 creatures in our whole deck in our graveyard. But whatever. Close enough. And then we've got Purphoros, and then to a lesser extent, Molten Gatekeeper and Agate Instigator. So the turn that we Blade Wing, if one of those is in play, we can attack, trigger, make a bajillion zombies, deal a ton of damage to our opponents. And we also just have Mortal Combat, where if we have 20 creatures in our graveyard, we can just win. I think those are all the main win conditions. So then the rest of the deck is more just set up to enable us to do all of these things. So we've got some reanimation. Another way we can win is dumping a ton of creatures into our graveyard and then Balthor or Living Death them all back into play, and then like everything triggers Purphoros, Molten Gatekeeper, and Agate Instigator, and that's potentially enough to just kill our opponents as well. And then the rest of the deck is just set up to get creatures into our graveyard. So we've got a bunch of creatures that just cycle for 1 mana or free in the case of Street Wraith, and we've got Fluting, Artist Talent, and DRC to put more cards into the graveyard. We have some fast mana, including Songs of the Damned, for when we get a bunch of creatures into the graveyard. Mesmeric Orb to mill a whole bunch over the course of the game. And then a bunch of mana ramp, mostly in the form of creatures, so that these can count towards our creature count when they are in the graveyard. But we do also have Worn Power Stone, and notably Revaz and Palladium Myrrh to get more mana. So to go from 3 to 5. And then just like some removal, a little bit of Hand Disruption and Defense Grid to try to push Blade Wing through counterspells, and Deflecting Swat once it's in play. Although that's not great, but fine. And then we've got Golgari Thug and Stinkweed Imp as dredgers, as basically just a way to convert our card draw into milling more cards over. Preferably not with our draw step, but with multiple draws, like One Ring, Stinging Study, etc. We've got like Ripples of Undeath to mill some more cards, Brass's Tunnel Grinder to dump our hand, draw a new hand, get more cards into the graveyard. So that is basically the main thing that we're trying to do. All right, and with that, that is the end of the Blade Wing deck. So let's post this link in the chat. Blade Wing. All right, and now we have Cooking Fireballs with Shards, specifically Shadowheart, as David K says. So let's see. So it's Shadowheart plus Master Chef. So Shadowheart is 1 black tap, sack another creature, draw X cards where X is its power. And then Master Chef is commanders have this creature enters with an additional +1 counter on it, and other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1 counter on them. Not the giant one, not the 6 mana background that turns things into like a 10/10. Or is that only your commander becomes a 10/10? Raised by Giants. Commanders have... Okay, so that wouldn't work because it only sacks other creatures. Gotcha. What are the other green ones? I mean, dragons cost less. Make 2 squirrels. Whenever this creature attacks a player... If an... Okay, so not that one. Yeah, all right. So if you were going to pair Shadowheart with a green card, yeah, I guess that's what it would be. So let's take a look. Type. You have 27 lands when you include modal double-faced cards. That is not enough lands. There's no way that's enough lands. 8 forests and 2 swamps. Sure. I assume there's budget issues, but yeah, 27's not enough. Next is Rogue's Passage. Stop playing this card, people. Please stop playing this card. Reliquary Tower maybe is defensible here, but like, how many cards are you drawing that you can't deploy? Also don't like Mosswort Bridge, but I guess if we're adding a bunch of power to stuff, it makes sense. Dryad Arbor should only be in your deck if you've got Green Sun Zenith. Do you have Green Sun Zenith? Okay, good. You do. Also, I wouldn't even really count Dryad Arbor towards the land count normally because it's not really like a land. It's more like a Land Hour Elves or something that's designed to be GSZ'd into. But yeah, there needs to be more lands here. Then is this deck tagged at all? No, it isn't. Okay, so we're going to sort it by type. So if I were building Shadowheart, what I would want to do is I would want Selvala type cards. I would want really big creatures that cost a cheap amount. I would want a lot of ramp so that I can get to Shadowheart and Activator as fast as possible. I might want haste, but possibly not, because it's unlikely you're going to have 6 mana to cast and activate Shadowheart immediately. So, although, like, being able to untap Shadowheart is tempting, so I would probably want some amount. Like, I think Lightning Greaves, because it protects her, is already a fine inclusion for haste. And then I'd probably want 1,000-year Elixir, so she can activate immediately, but we can also use the Elixir to untap her. And then I would want, yeah, so the Selvala creatures where they're like the 3 mana and less creatures where they're just really big. Especially if they're 3 mana and less, it allows you to curve really well, because if they cost 3 or less, it means you can go Shadowheart, and then next turn you can go cast the creature, activate, sack the creature. Whereas if the creature costs more, if they're 4 and up, then you can't do that. It also means that you can have the creature around on the battlefield before you cast Shadowheart, and then the next turn you can just activate and sack the creature. So yeah, I would want most of the creatures to be 3 and under. And then I would also want pump spells. So in particular, like Scale Up, Groundswell, Invigorate, like the pump spells that are going to give me the maximum amount of power for the least amount of mana. And then I can just sack whatever random creature. I might even have creatures that I can keep sacking. So things like Bloodghast that just come back from the graveyard so that I always have fodder for them. Bloodghast, Bitter Blossom, like cards that are always going to keep giving me fodder that I can keep sacking to draw if I'm playing the pump spells. My goal with the deck is to make the +1 counters get doubled and make the small creatures into juiced sack targets. So that's fine, but I think there's a more efficient way to do it. So what do we have? So you're doing the Hardened Scales route, basically, right? Choose a card in your hand and remove it from the game. Add black, black, or green, green to your mana pool. This card's awesome. Cadaverous Bloom. So you turn all of your excess cards that you don't need into mana to cast your other things. Okay, the other question is, how are we actually winning the game, right? So one way would be just put counters on everything, make them huge, kill your opponent. The other way would be just use our... See, that requires a lot of setup though, right? We need a bunch of creatures in play. We need all these counters to be going on them. We need to have a combat step where we can hit our opponents and kill them, as opposed to just draw a bunch of cards and find our AB combo and win the game, right? So what do we have? Branching Evolution, Cadaverous Bloom, Colossification. This feels really unnecessary. Like, yes, it obviously gives you a huge amount of power. It also costs 7. Court of Garenbrig, that seems not great. Fight Rigging. Okay, Greater Good, Hardened Scales, Innkeeper's Talent. I don't like either of the first 2 modes on this, and it's really expensive to get to the 3rd mode. Journey to Eternity. When the creature dies, turn it to the battlefield and return the journey as the land side, right? Yeah, this also doesn't seem great. Rancor also doesn't seem great. I can give a lot more power to my creatures for less than Rancor. And yes, Rancor comes back and you can play it again, but I would rather just draw the most cards possible immediately. Tribute to the World Tree. It also, this doesn't work in the correct order because you need tribute on the battlefield before you get the creature out. Virtue of Persistence feels just weird and off. I guess it is a way to constantly get a fodder creature back, but eh. Alright, Trophy, that's fine. Beast Within, sure. Crop Rotation. If you're not using... Like, what land are you going to grab? Like, I wouldn't spend Crop Rotation to grab any of these. Crop Rotation is basically like, are you going to grab Gaia's Cradle, Cabal Coffers / Urborg, or Nykthos, right? I guess certain decks might be Enchantress and could have, like, Serra Sanctum. The point is, Reliquary Tower... I'm incredibly dubious on Reliquary Tower even being in your deck. I definitely wouldn't want to crop rotate for it. Dark Ritual. I presume this is here so you can get Shadowheart out faster. My only thought with that is that you still need the mana to actually activate Shadowheart. You still need the mana to actually play the other things that are going to... It's not like you just, boom, get Shadowheart and then, oh, your mana troubles are done. So, I probably would still play Dark Ritual, though. Dismember, sure. Heroic Intervention, don't need that. Malakir Rebirth. Okay. Noxious Revival. Sure. Turn of the Wild Speaker, uh-huh. Would I even run any of these cards? I feel like Shadowheart alone just basically does what this does, so I wouldn't need any of this. I might run, like, Last March of the Ents, and definitely, yeah, Disciple of Freyalise as some extra copies. I don't think I would need most of it. I guess this also doubles as an overrun. Mildred's Edict, wouldn't bother with this at all. Tend the Pest. Sack a creature, and you get X tokens. Yeah, okay, I wouldn't want this either. Vamp Tutor, Worldly Tutor. Just for the channel growth, have you thought about building EDH decks around the new commanders like the Marvel ones that just dropped? I have built some. Some people requested that. I built an Iron Man commander and a Storm commander. Bloodthorn Flail. Discard. So we're spending 4 mana or we're discarding a card to give +2/+1. Terrible rate. Coat of Arms. I can't imagine that you have enough creatures that have overlapping types for this to be worth it. Let's just check that. Subtypes. You have 8 elves and 7 druids. And then, like, everything else is just all over the place. Yeah, I would not play Coat of Arms in this deck. What else do we have? Whoops. Soul Ring, Ozolith. Okay, Skullspore Nexus. I never remember what this card does. Plus XLS, where X is your greatest power. Whenever one or more non-tokens die, create a creature with PT equal to the total power of those creatures that died. So basically, we sack a creature, and then we create a token that has the PT of the creature we sacked, and it doubles the power of something. So, in order for me to want to cast this, I want a creature that has power 6 on the battlefield, which is doable. And then, alright, this is reasonable, sure. Sorceries, Cultivate, Demonic Tutor, Eldritch Evolution, Exponential Growth, get this crap out of here. Green Sun Zenith, Grim Tutor, don't play this either. Kodama's Reach, Overwhelming Stampede, I don't think you need this when you already have Wild Speaker. Reanimate, Grishkar's, Squirming Emergence, not great. Torment of Hailfire. I mean, how much mana are we generating? Turn Timber Symbiosis. This card absolutely sucks. Don't play it. Wear Down. Sure. And then creatures. Birds, Cursed Wombat. Permanents you control have whenever one or more permanents are put on this creature, or put on this permanent. Put an additional counter. This ability triggers only once each turn. Do we have Winding Constrictor as well? No, we don't. Replace this with Winding Constrictor. Devoted Druid, Disciple. Okay, Disciple. Elf, Ewit, Fiend Artisan, Thin-Horned Elves, Gulta, Rough Triplets, Gerard, Tommy, Herozda, unless this is comboing with something, I don't like it at all. Llanowar Elves, Monogorger, Nested Shambler. That's so kind of bad. Nyxbloom Ancient. By the time you get this into play, you should have enough mana already. Omnivorous Flytrap. Outcast Trailblazer. Protean Hulk. Do we have a Hulk line? It doesn't look like it. We need what? The rod plus... I mean, we can't grab anything else that's high enough. I don't think you have a Hulk pile here. Pugnacious, okay, like that. Rayhan, Ruthless Techomancer, Skoos. I don't like Skoos at all. It's so inefficient. Seedborn. Do you have... I guess you can keep activating Shadowheart. Yeah, okay. Galvala, Tender Wild Guide, Vorinclex, and Yargle and Multani. I use Skullspore in Get Raw Ravenous Ride. It's a killer card. Hang on. Turn the lights. My main way of winning is Gerard sacking a huge creature to dome everyone, or Hailfire once I have stupid mana. Also no Hulk piled instant win. If you don't have a Hulk piled instant win, then I feel like why are you even playing Hulk in the first place? Because it's not efficient as, you know, like a random value thing. It's a 7 mana creature that you have to sacrifice, and then you go grab creatures that were worth less mana than it is. So unless you're doing a combo line, I just don't see the point in having it. Also, I don't even really like Hulk piles for the most part, because it requires you play a bunch of creatures in your deck that aren't good. And also, like, if you happen to draw any of them, then you can't Hulk into them, and then they're bad in your hand. Anyway, I like Shadowheart as a concept, but I think this is not working for you. So I'm going to build one. Also, I don't know how much ramp you have. It's kind of hard to tell. You've got 1... And some of your ramps 3 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are we going to generously count Kami? Sure. 8, 9. You have not Tender Wild Guide 10. That's nowhere near enough. I guess GSE counts. 11. Sure. 11. That's still not enough. All right, new deck. Shadowheart. Oh, it is Heart. Shadowheart plus. Does it really need to be Master Chef? Hang on. Creatures you own have this creature enters with an additional counter on it, and other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional counter on them. Okay, so Raised by Giants is commander only. This is dragons only, which would put us in a very particular spot. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature card was put in your graveyard from anywhere this turn, create 2 squirrels. I like that better. And then whenever this creature attacks a player, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're going to be Cloakwood Hermit, because then I can use that to have a enchantment from my command zone that can always give me more fodder. So Shadowheart plus Cloakwood Hermit. So EDH, 2 colors. We want protection for Shadowheart. We want ramp. We want not stacks. We want haste, a little bit of haste, not a lot though, and some untappers. And probably that's fine. And then I also want to compare this to your deck because I know you have specific cards in your deck that I want. So it's easy just to do that. So, cooking with fireballs. The main ones I want are... let's see. Greater Good, probably. Add... Greater Good? Greater Good. Cadaverous Bloom. And... Lilah. Dryad Geodes are probably fine. Add that, add that. Pugnacious is probably going to make the cut, so let's add that as well. And then... I could have sworn there was something else I wanted. Maybe not. All right, that's fine. Back. They also want Life's Legacy and or Ruthless Techromancer. Life's Legacy, let's try this one. I guess we don't need that if we have Shadowheart, right? So I'm a bit of like, maybe we can just get rid of that stuff. I do find I mulligan a lot with the deck for hands with enough lands. Yeah, you're not only not playing enough lands, you're not playing enough ramp either. So obviously this is going to be different than what you have because this deck is not going to be built around +1 counters, but hopefully you can at least take the general idea of what it's doing and apply it to yours. Let's see, we don't want Instill. Concordant, I don't care about this either. Tyvar is great. And 1,000-Year Elixir, we don't need the boots and we don't need Halt. Bloom is the MVP of my deck. It's what I use to make the mana for Hailfire. Yeah, that card is definitely going in here. What would I consider? I guess this is technically fast mana, right? So it feels weird that it's fast mana because it's 5 mana card, but that's what it is. Or maybe you could call it a combo card, but it's not really comboing with anything. It's just giving you fast mana. All right, quick reflexes, untap Shadowheart. We don't really need to untap Shadowheart for the most part. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of Clock, Awakening, Desert Temple, this one. We don't need most of this stuff. This one, Creature, possibly. This, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of Sting, get rid of Sonic Screwdriver. I don't want Seedborn, get rid of that. And then we probably don't need that much untapping. Let's get rid of Scrib Ranger. Bowmasters, we can get that out of here. We're going to cut most of the ramp, obviously. Let's see. Fine. Necro, we can get rid of this. Removal. Force is fine because we're going to be drawing so many cards that we don't care about pitching things. Kenriths. Enough out. We get that. Okay. And our lands, we have to get rid of the off-color fetches. That's Arid Mesa, and then we have Flooded, and then it's blue-red, so Sculpting Tome. And we're still over budgeted on land, so we'll get rid of... Oh, we don't need Wirewood Lodge. Yeah, so get rid of this. Is this not counted as an untapper? Hang on. This should be considered an untapper. Oh, Shadowheart is actually an elf, though. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Urborg, Galvamaya, Florahedron, let's get this out of here. Let's get Tainted Wood out of here. And then 34, we got Reflecting Pool as usual. Let's see. 33, get rid of Felda Profane. 32, okay, let's say that's good enough. Then Monavolt and Dark Ritual are fine, I think, for Shadowheart, but then I don't want the other ones. Then let's cut a bunch of this stuff. So this, Bloom Tender. Yeah, let's get rid of Bloom Tender. Let's get rid of almost all the rocks. Devoted Druid. I like having infinite green, given how many cards we're drawing. Yeah, let's play Luxior and have Devoted Druid. Then Ebony Fly, Stallions, this one. Fanatic of Ronus can potentially tap for a lot. Farseek, Felwar, Fertile, Fractured. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Guardian Idol, Gwenna, Heartless Summoning has to go. This is gone. Incubation Druid. This specifically has to be a counter, so get rid of that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. This one, this one, this one, this one. Mox Amber, get rid of that. Opal, not gonna have enough artifacts. This. Priest of Tanya's fine. This one. Sanctum's fine. This one. Slavala's good. And tap. This. Wolf Willow and Worn Power Stone. And we have 21. We may be able to cut that down more. Opposition Agent isn't strictly necessary for our deck. I think we can get rid of that for space, because we're gonna need it. Davros Bloom be running Gitrog Ravenous Ride plenty of times where you've got 15 plus cards in your hand. I don't think so, but let's just pull it up to see. Gitrog. I think the thing with the Gitrog is that we're not like drawing the cards and then winning, right? We're just drawing the cards and getting value out of it by drawing. What is the actual win con in Get Rog? It's just hit people, right? Oh no, we've got Wither Chain. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to, I guess, do a whole bunch. I don't think I need it here, but it's definitely a good card. Not enough players know about Bloom, in my opinion. Yeah, the thing is, we don't really need a ton of mana. We need just enough mana to cast Wither Chain. Also, I think we draw fewer cards in Gitrog than we do in Shadowheart, probably. Shadowheart's cheaper, and we can load up more pump or power onto a single creature in Shadowheart than we can in the Gitrog. So let's go back to Shadowheart. So I'm going to head over to the Selvala deck. So let's compare my Selvala deck, because that's where I'm going to find all the best pump and whatnot. Bridgeworks Battle, we're not going to run that. Ewit, Nykthos. Huh. I don't need Nykthos. Benefactor's Draught. Alright, well, our commander isn't the one that's generating mana, so the untap effects are not nearly as useful there. The main things that we're going to want are... we can Dreadnought. So, yeah, Dreadnought, and then Might of Old Krosa to give +4. So, like, untapping Shadowheart isn't really that great. Yeah. Humor Sabertooth, Garruk, blah, blah, blah. Ravaging Worm. We have to play these. I think this one's not going to work because the Vanishing 2 means we... Whereas in Selvala, we can play Selvala first and then Worm. Well, I guess we can still play this after we cast Shadowheart, right? It just requires our entire turn to sack it. Yeah, I don't like it that much. Sheltering Ancient as 2 mana 5/5, that's fine. And then there's Relic Golem. Nally's good as an infinite mana payoff. And then what else do we have? And we can also use it as 3 mana, go tutor Dreadnought into play. Last March of the Ants, we need a lot of mana for this to work. I think we're going to ignore this. Phyrexian Soulgorger, sack a creature, right? Yeah, the big difference is Selvala can make use of this. I guess we can just cast this afterwards and then sack it immediately, right? Yeah, so Phyrexian Soulgorger. Embiggen is usually a +4, right? Because it'll be creature and whatever creature types the thing is. Most creatures are more than one type. So it's usually at least 3, and then if the card is also legendary, or it has a 3rd type, or it's an artifact creature, then it's a +4. And there's Invigorate, obviously great. Fido Burst is also good. Scale Up, great. Do I not have Groundswell here? I should have Groundswell. Not in Selvala, but I should have Groundswell in this deck. So back, Groundswell. And then Lupine Prototype. Hopefully I'm getting everything. Green-black, type is creature. Costs 3 or less, has power of 5 or more. Well, I guess if it's 3 power, I want it to at least have 6 power. 3 mana. So 3 for 6. 6 for 3. Hunted Horror, that's another good one. I couldn't run Hunted Horror in Selvala because not black, right? Yeah, so... Hunted Horror. Bake Down Heavy. I don't want the Dinosaur because the Dinosaur makes me discard. Although I guess I can just stack it immediately, right? Yeah, so what's... I like the idea that I can play some of these cards ahead of Shadowheart, though. Whereas other ones I can't, right? So we've got... Where are the untagged creatures? So like Lupine and Sheltering I can play ahead of time. I can play all of these ahead of time except Soulgorger. I can't play Soulgorger ahead of time. And I can't play Dreadnought ahead of time, obviously. You know, let's get rid of 1,000-year elixir and Tyvar. Now, Tyvar's good. I didn't add protection, did I? Oh, no, I did add protection. I just haven't cut the cards down. Where's protection? Here we go. Xantid can go, and then we don't need... See, we don't have access to the mom, so Guardian Augmenter's okay. Anti-counter spells is already taken care of with our green spells, so we don't need Duress and Thoughts. These are imp stuff. And we've got all of this. Defense grid is also not necessary. So... that's probably good enough right there. Okay. Actually, defense grid's better than Augmenter in terms of protecting our guy, right? All right, so I'd rather have defense grid than the troll. But that means the only thing that's actually protecting our guy when it's in play is Sylvan Safekeeper or moving Lightning Greaves onto it. All right, Guardian Aug. Okay. So here's our pump, and here's our various big creatures. What else do we have? Yeah, Rotting Regisaur. Plague Reaver. At the beginning of your end step, sack each other creature you control. That's atrocious. Regisaur. Rotting Regisaur. We can't play this ahead of time. I guess we might be able to play it ahead of time, but not always. Oh yeah, Hunted Bone Brute. That's another one. Hunted Bone Brute. Aaron, Groundbreaker. No. Force of Savagery dies the second it hits the field, as does... well, Ravaging almost does. Gets -1 for each card in the chosen player's hand. Okay, that's good enough. And then... I guess Invasion of Ikoria, what is it? X equals 2, grab Vampire, and then flip it. So it's 4 mana for 8, so that's not worth it. Now, alternatively, there's 2 and has power 5 and up. I think we already got them with Sheltering and Lupine Prototype and Hunted Horror. Yeah, that's all good there. And then the next one would be, instead of creatures, we want instant or sorcery that gives Imps equals 1, and it says +4 or +5 or +6, or plus, I guess let's say +6 or +7. I doubt it will go any higher than that. It's going to be Groundswell, Might of Ode-Krosa. Invigorate's not going to show up because it's 3 mana. Okay, sack a food. If you do, target creature gets +4. Okay, so yeah, nothing else. What if I say 2 and then I exclude 4 from the possibilities? That's going to be Phyto Burst, and then I don't think there's anything else. Anytime now, Scryfall. Okay, there we go. Tower defense is defense. This is food related, so no. Yeah, I think that's probably everything. We've got our 5 pump and our 9 giant creatures. Oh, this is also pump. Don't know why this isn't tagged. Pump. All right, how are we winning? Are we just winning with Wither Chain? What's the easiest combo? Well, first of all, do I have any combos that are basically already in here? That's question number 1. Is there something that we have or that I can easily slot in so that I don't need to add more combos? We have Druid, Luxior. Okay, and then there's, yeah, Hazel, Druid. So all of the stuff involving, like, untapping things over and over, right? or infinite mana. Do we have any, like, our opponents actually lose the game, though? Actually, I guess what we have is infinite mana into Finale, right? Yeah. That's one option. I guess that alone is probably enough, although it doesn't work if we've got Devoted Druid has Summoning Sickness. So I guess the one thing we can do is draw a bajillion cards, and then Tyvar will give the Druid haste, so we can then just go Druid, Tyvar, Luxior, Infinite Green, Finale, win the game. Although that's a lot of hoop jumping. I may not even need Bolus's Citadel, considering our card draw. Yeah. I might not need any of this, because Shadowheart just does it all for us. I guess I like Greater Good because you can do it multiple times a turn. All right, let's go to Life's Legacy. Okay. Cadaverous Bloom plus Well of Knowledge. Exile your library. Infinite draw triggers. Cadaverous Bloom plus Oath of Limduel, which is what now? Oh, 2 mana draw card. Gotcha. Rothian. Spellskite plus Devoted Druid. Yep. Alright, this doesn't seem great. Let's just look for Advanced. I want a 2-card combo that is in Golgari. And I don't care what the I guess I care what the result is. It can't just be infinite mana, but legal in EDH. All right, so yeah, Exquisite Blood Sanguine Bond, Exquisite Blood Veto, Salt Rings, Exquisite Blood Reservoir, Catterfang, Pitiless, blah, 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 infinite mana here. I just want our opponent dies on the spot. Dies on the spot, preferably for not a million mana. Furioc plus Ivy Lane doesn't actually win the game because we have to still attack them. Yeah, Wither Chain, it just sucks that we have to go down cards, but I guess if we're ever at the point in the game where we're drawing a bajillion cards, why didn't our opponent just counter or kill something before this happened? And we can always use Shadowheart to just recoup the card loss. I just would prefer a combo that is more already in our deck. Doesn't require us to go down to 0, that kind of thing. All right, fine. Wither, Bloom, Apprentice. Plus. All right, what are we at now? We're at 99. Shadowheart, I found, gets killed so often I wanted more draw effects that were based off power. Well, that's why we're supposed to protect her. So we've got Defense Grid, Guardian Augment. So, and specifically for when she's already in play, we've got Guardian Augmenter, Sylvan Safekeeper, Veil of Summer, depending on what the kill spell is. So these 3. We have one more card. I guess I could just... I do have Greater Good as well as a way to... and Disciple of Freyalise as ways of drawing mores for all of our huge creatures. Would I actually prefer Life's Legacy over the One Ring here? Probably. Now let's do that. How many artifacts do we have in our deck? Luxior, 3 rocks, and Monovault with activated ability. So we could very easily slot Collector Oof in this as a GSZ target. So the only thing it does negatively is it stops me from attaching Luxior to Devoted Druid, which is a problem, but we can just select when we're going to do this. That's fine. All right, so now we're at 100, And is there any other things I want to do? Like, do I want to slot Phyrexian Tower into the deck somewhere so that we can sack the Oof while it's in play? I don't think so. I think I like all of the lands that we have already, and I don't want to cut any of them. Okay. So our win cons are, well, obviously we've got a bunch of pump and a bunch of big creatures that we can sack to Shadowheart. Some of the creatures can be played before Shadowheart, others cannot. So the ones that cannot are Rotting Regisaur, Soulgorger, and Dreadnought. We basically can't play any of those before Shadowheart is in play because we can't take the negatives, and Dreadnought will just die immediately. So then we have the Cloakwood Hermit as a way to put squirrels into play. So if we sack anything, we get more squirrels, and then we can put our pump spells onto the squirrel token so that we don't have to sack things that we actually want, like Monodorks, for example. We've got GSC, which allows us to go grab Dryad Arbiter Ramp, or we can grab Collector Oof later on in the game. Actually, the fact that we have GSC means I would rather this not be Nature's Claim and it be Reclamation Sage, so that is also a viable target of GSC. And we've got some removal, but not a ton. Actually, Deadly Rollock can probably go. Let's put Nature's Claim back in the deck. Then we've got a little bit of ways of untapping Shadowheart, but not like a ton. Not because we're normally not going to activate her multiple times a turn. In fact, I may not even want any of these untap effects, period, but I don't have the experience with the deck to know whether I want them or not. But I think these could be very easily cuttable. And then we have some fast mana, potentially to get to Shadowheart. Also Cadaverous Bloom, once Shadowheart is in play already, we can start exiling excess cards that we don't need to cast more things. We have Greater Good and Life's Legacy in case Shadowheart is dead, and also Disciple of Freyalise for the same reason. And then our protection from Shadowheart, so we've got Allosaurus Shepherd doesn't actually protect Shadowheart, does it? But it protects our other stuff. All right, let's make this not Allosaurus Shepherd, and let's actually make this Dosan. All right, so we've got Dosan, Destiny Spinner, and Delighted Halfling as ways of not getting countered, as well as Veil of Summer and Defense Grid. And then potentially, depending on what's on the board, Defense Grid also just to prevent Shadowheart from getting killed, and definitely prevent Shadowheart from getting killed, Dosan, Guardian Augmenter, and Sylvan Safekeeper. Then we've got the Wither Chain combo. We also have Devoted Druid plus Luxior to generate infinite green, which we can either use to keep playing more cards and drawing more cards, or we can just dump all the mana into, where is it? Finale of Devastation and win the game that way. And then finally, we can also even potentially win that way from Devoted Druid not even being in play, because we can have Tyvar to give it haste. And then we also have nice, cute little combinations, like we can Finale for X's 1 and put Phyrexian Dreadnought into play, and then Shadowheart, eat the Dreadnought, draw 12. So there's a whole bunch of options like that. The main cards I would be looking to potentially cut are, I don't know how good Mana Vault and Dark Ritual are. I also don't know if any of the tap cards are worthwhile. I think Tyvar's probably worthwhile. I don't think, maybe the other three aren't. And I might actually swap Wirewood Lodge for Reliquary Tower, but that's the main stuff. And I would like to try to get another combo into here somewhere. I know there's Ashaya plus Quirion Ranger is an infinite combo, but it's not an infinite combo that wins on its own. So we would need to have some other piece just besides that in order to win. Looks good. Definitely got a lot of food for thought. Thank you for the critique and combo ideas. You are welcome, David K. So let's go ahead and copy this into the chat. So this is the Shadowheart. There's the link for Shadowheart. And with that, it has been 7.5 hours, way longer than I thought I was going to be streaming. So let us go ahead and end here for the day. We will come back next time again with all of your any critiques that people may want me to do on their decks, if people want me to build stuff, or just the EDH randomizer. We can do this as well. Oh, and then one last thing. There was also, we brought this up earlier and I completely forgot about it. Untap. .in, right? Or whatever it is. Untap MTG. There was somebody else, there were multiple people mentioning Cockatrice and Untap earlier, and I pulled it up and then I never actually did anything with it. Oh, is it? No. So potentially we can have some on-stream EDH games. I know you can also play EDH on Moto, but I believe you have to actually own the cards on Moto. Like you can't phantom EDH. So untap.in, I need to allow this. So I assume I just need to make an account here and then we can actually play. Anyway, let me know. And maybe we can do some commander games. One fun thing to do would be like people taking their commander decks and then I would go and like... not this. Box field. So like go into my decks and pick a commander deck at random, or maybe a commander deck that we built recently, or even like build a commander deck and then play it immediately. That would be pretty fun. So I'll look into that. I'll make a Untap account so we can do that. Anyway, see you guys next time.